Chapter 876, Wariness. Boom! The entire continent was trembling. A magnificent power relocated the 10 vast regions to combine them. Outside of the continent was a boundless sea. The audience witnessing this was shocked. The Ascendant State power was truly horrifying. It seemed that Ascendants could easily change a world or destroy it. This is the Ascendant State. No wonder it's called the Ascendant State. They have indeed ascended. Aren't they just like the mythical gods? Gods once said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Gods said, "Let there be continents," and continents came to be. Unimaginable. Not just the ordinary people. All the Star Lords were both awed and respectful. It was the level they craved to achieve. A new round of challenges began after the 10 regions were combined. According to the rules and information previously released by the authorities, everybody knew that the previous winners would fight each other on that merged continent. This time, 90% of them would be eliminated. 1,000 winners would be left in the end to compete for the top 100. This was a cruel and harsh elimination. The previous 15 rounds were fair and ordered in comparison. A chaotic battle would ensue. Even the strong geniuses would be knocked out in advance if they were attacked collectively. Not just the combat ability, but also the connections, the ability to hide, and other comprehensive abilities would be tested. After all, the geniuses that would emerge victorious couldn't simply be strong individuals. They were expected to travel the universe and explore dangerous, mysterious realms later on. Would there be fairness in those places? They wouldn't get to survive if they weren't able to fend for themselves. A Star Lord stepped up and recited the rules. Many more Star Lords emerged in front of the winners, followed by Star State assistants who held boxes of badges. Everybody is given an identity badge in the survival battle. You can rob others of their identity badges. Every badge equals 1 point. You'll pass the test if you're still alive in the end with at least 10 points. The duration of this test will be 180 federal hours. Everybody, please line up and accept your identity badge. As I expected, 9,000 people will be eliminated this time. Maybe more if the contestants are tough enough. Nobody disagreed with the rules, which had been in practice for many years. The audience watching the stream were quite anxious. Some had even placed bets on their favorite players. The contestants could be strong during the individual matches, but anything could happen in that chaotic battle. Finally, we're getting serious. It's time to clear the garbage. Some of the geniuses stretched their arms with a cold demeanor in the waiting area. They were satisfied with the rules. Everybody claimed their identity badges soon after. The badges were silver-colored, each with the name of the contestant. They were made of special materials and covered with a special power. Su Ping, however, detected the power of faith in his badge. However, the pattern of that power seemed to have been slightly altered. It protected the badge so well that he probably couldn't damage it even if he punched it. Now enter the regions. After a Star Lord's announcement, a dense fog arose and enshrouded the entire continent, making it impossible to see the mountains and rivers. Channels appeared in every region to allow everybody to enter. Su Ping was about to enter. He tried putting the badge in his storage, only to find that the power that covered the badge was preventing it from being kept in another space. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He suddenly realized that his badge would probably release signals at some point to intensify the battles. Just like they said, the battle was getting serious. Whoosh! All of a sudden, 2 people dashed over. They were Clesabe and Ibetaluna. Once they were closer, Clesabe said, "Brother Su, can we come along?" Ibetaluna looked at Su Ping hopefully too. Both of them were strong, confident of making it to the top 100 in the individual matches. However, they would probably fail soon if other academies ganged up on them. Okay. Su Ping glanced at them. Without turning them down, he said, "But I won't ensure your safety if things get dangerous." They looked at each other and Clesabe quickly said, "Brother Su, don't worry. We won't hold you back. Just abandon us if there's any danger you can't cope with." He thought that he would have no choice except to surrender if anyone could threaten Su Ping. Ibetaluna thought the same. She didn't argue. Su Ping didn't say anything else after their response, simply entering the same channel together. Somewhere farther away, a few students of the Emir Royal Academy had gathered around Oasis Dragon King 2. All of them looked at Oasis Grey after they saw Su Ping enter. "Let's get in there too." Oasis Grey's eyes flashed. He flew to another channel. Even though the continent had been obscured by the fog, he unconsciously hoped to keep a distance from Su Ping. Although reluctant to admit his weakness, he didn't want to lose in that important match. Somewhere else, the young man who carried a wooden sword also noticed the channel that Su Ping had used. He frowned, then chose to enter through another channel. At the same time, Holy King and Queen of the Seas, with another group of students of their academy, hesitated for a moment after seeing Su Ping's direction and also chose another channel. "We could join hands and fight him, but it's not like we have to," whispered Queen of the Seas. "Let's leave him to the end," agreed Holy King. He could crush anyone else in the contest if he joined hands with his nemesis Queen of the Seas this time. They could even take care of Dragon Emperor and the Sword God's heir. However, it would be better to not fight a guy with ascendant state potential. Humph! Far in the distance, Dragon Emperor noticed the movements done by Su Ping and the others. He snorted and led the students of the Dragon Tomb Academy to another direction. Some among the audience noticed the different directions taken by the 5 academies, but ignored Su Ping altogether. They thought that the 5 academies had chosen to keep a safe distance from each other because of mutual wariness. Such a strategy provoked a heated discussion afterwards. Soon, all the contestants had entered the continent, and the survival countdown began. The fog in the continent was dispersed, revealing the true situation of the continent. The fog was released to prevent the contestants who arrived early from taking advantageous positions and attacking those who entered later. All of it was meant to ensure fairness. Haichuo flew back to the temple and said with a smile, "It has begun." Both Yu Weiying and Huan Lishan observed the continent calmly. Everyone's actions were clearly streamed by the media once the fog was gone. However, new territories had been added to the continent during the merging. There were dark cracks that looked like deeper spaces in some areas, and red mists that blocked the senses in other parts. There were also many star-state beasts which had been added to the mix. Those beasts were currently running amok on the continent. They had just been uncaged, so they were obviously excited after seeing the vast plains. So many star-state beasts, they're horrifying. This is not a contest, it's a slaughter. It's challenging enough to fight those beasts, and they have to resist attacks from the other contestants too. This truly is a demanding test. The audience watching the stream was worried and excited. Su Ping and his companions stood in midair in a certain part of the continent. He scanned the environment once the fog was lifted. It had the ability to block his senses. He expanded his perception scope and found that his senses were also being limited. The fog was already gone, but his detection scope had been reduced by dozens of times. He could barely detect anything further than what his naked eye could see. Of course, it was partly because he had a much better eyesight than other people in his level did. Of course, this sensory limitation was not normal. Just as I expected, our senses are being restricted. They want us to fight each other blindfolded. Both Kleesabe and Ibetaluna tried spreading out their senses. They couldn't help but look around, as they couldn't detect anything in the far distance. "We don't have a lot of time. Let's find the others," said Su Ping. Since some people were bound to be eliminated, it would be for the best if he was the one doing it. "Wouldn't it be too dangerous if we just wander around?" Kleesabe was slightly worried. "I saw a lot of people teaming up before we entered. Some teams have 100 members. They want to finish off the other contestants before they fight each other. Even if we stay here, we would still meet them sooner or later. We can always run if we can't beat them," said Su Ping. Kleesabe was rendered speechless and could only give Su Ping a bitter smile. Ibetaluna said, I agree. Competition is inevitable. Even if we hide until the end, we will still fail if we don't have enough points. We can always escape if we run into a large gang. Kleesabe chose to keep silent after hearing that. He also knew that Su Ping had the final say among the three of them. Let's go then, said Su Ping. If he had to run for their lives, he believed that he was faster than most people, so he wasn't afraid. Once they were about to move, Su Ping suddenly saw a few men dashing over. He stopped and said, Someone's coming, prepare to rob them. Both Kleesabe and Ibetaluna were astonished. They looked at the place where Su Ping was looking. They soon saw other contestants. Both of them were shocked, as they spotted the targets almost 2 seconds after Su Ping did. Considering the target's speed, Su Ping's range of perception was obviously much larger. Are we going to just rob them? Asked Kleesabe. They hadn't seen the targets clearly yet. What if they were bad eyes? However, the moment the idea occurred to him, he suddenly realized that Su Ping himself was a bada. All bad eyes were domineering. They would simply rob whoever they saw. Rob them. Ibetaluna, however, quickly took action. She launched an attack as soon as she saw the targets clearly. She noticed that the targets weren't the tough figures she knew. She instantly took action as a way to show her value. Kleesabe was stunned for a moment when she attacked relentlessly. Then, he quickly dropped his irrelevant thoughts and also charged at the newcomers. He couldn't be eclipsed by a woman anyway. The targets noticed them as they marched forward, realizing that it was no good. However, running away would be more dangerous, as it would attract the attention of more enemies. Damn it, it's Fist King, one of the top 10 in the popularity ranking. He really is. We're truly unlucky. Should we just surrender our identity badges and rob others later? The strangers who were ready to fight looked awful when they saw that Su Ping was standing still. Su Ping had only fought 10 rounds, but he defeated every opponent with one punch. This had made him a popular figure. He was obviously much stronger than the other geniuses. Su Ping also had 2 lackeys by his side, which meant that they didn't have the advantage in numbers either. Kleesabe had already reached them while they were considering. They fought furiously since they no longer had time to surrender. Come on out. Su Ping didn't take direct action. He simply summoned the Inferno Dragon. The Inferno Dragon flew out and followed Kleesabe under Su Ping's command. The dragon roared and tore the void apart with law-covered claws. Kleesabe and Ibetaluna were both surprised that Su Ping had directly summoned his strongest pet. They had previously seen Su Ping defeat the Dragon Devil with that pet, which was even stronger than them. Boom! Kleesabe and Ibetaluna seized the opportunity to defeat the targets while leveraging the Inferno Dragon's deterrence. But then, right when they were about to launch deadly attacks, a mysterious power transported those contestants away. Their identity badges were left floating in midair. They've been eliminated. Kleesabe knew the rules. He looked at the high sky where the Ascendant State experts were watching. The continent was covered with the power of the Ascendant State. Contestants would be relocated when death was certain. At the same time, they would lose their identity badge and qualification. Su Ping wasn't surprised by the battle ending that quickly, but then he suddenly frowned and looked at a certain corner. Someone else is coming. Chapter 877, The Forbidden Mountain. Both Kleesabe and Ibetaluna, who had just finished their battles, were shocked after hearing what Su Ping said, instantly seeing that 8 men were rushing at them. Crap! We need to replenish ourselves. Their expressions changed. They quickly took healing drugs after seeing the newcomers. Once the 2 had recovered, they flew back to join Su Ping. It's Heller. He's shown remarkable performances and is the 12th on the popularity rank. A tough guy. Kleesabe's expression changed once more. She was going to ask Su Ping about the strategy to adopt when the latter simply issued a command. Rob them. Roar. An intimidating roar was heard. The Inferno Dragon flew over, its body blocking the sky. Lightning bolts were slithering on its purple body and golden scales, making it look extremely daunting. Well, both of them were stunned. He's going to rob them without saying a word. Ibataluna also took action. Being the strongest heir from the Night King family, she always acted in a manly fashion even though she was a woman. She drew her spear and roared, "Kill them." Several demonic pets appeared next to her. Her family had ancient techniques to subdue demonic beasts. That was the reason why it was easy for them to domesticate such beasts. After merging with a pet, she marched out first, emitting a demonic vibe. Clesabe was stunned for a second. Then, he also became solemn and summoned his pets to catch up with the Inferno Dragon. Huh. On their opposite side, Heller was leading 7 men forward until they heard the unexpected roar. 2 strangers were already moving toward them when they realized what was going on. Are they students from the Emir Royal Academy? Indeed, he's Clesabe, 3rd place on the royal rank, and one of the first guys to secure 10 victories. Heller, standing in the middle, wasn't at all panicked. He said coldly, "Let me handle him. You guys take care of that woman and the dragon. There's another observer farther away that I can't see clearly, but it doesn't matter. He's probably too scared to attack." Great. All his companions were relieved to hear that and accepted the task. It should be easy for the rest of them to beat the woman and the dragon if Clesabe, whom they were most afraid of, was kept occupied by Heller. Heller was the acting leader, but they weren't his lackeys. They had also secured 10 victories anyway. None of them was a random contestant at this point. If all of them were to fight against the same target, not even Heller himself would have a chance to beat them. A battle soon broke out. Heller merged with his dragon and charged at Clesabe. The other 7 people directly went after Ibataluna and the dragon. It was exactly then that a resounding dragon roar seemed to be coming from a deep abyss. A majestic vibe arose and suppressed everything. Heller, who was charging at Clesabe, changed his expression. There was a momentary surge of fear in his eyes. The other 7 people were even more stunned. They had been intimidated only briefly, but Ibataluna seized the chance and beat one of them. The man was relocated when her spear was about to pierce through the opponent's body, only leaving his identity badge behind. The shock sobered them up, not expecting the dragon to be that horrifying. All of them had the impression of seeing a mountain of bodies and a giant dragon that eclipsed the sun, although briefly. The roar was the dragon's mental attack that was able to deter inferior creatures. As expected of Brother Sue's best pet. That is horrifying. Clesabe and Ibataluna were also shocked by the dragon's strength, but they quickly became excited. They could fight without worries since Su Ping was watching their backs. They knew that the Inferno Dragon was as strong as Dragon Devil. The latter was one of the best contestants at the moment, only second to the top geniuses such as Dragon Emperor and the Sword God's heir. What a strong dragon! Is it Fist King's pet? I thought he would personally take action, but he only sent out his pet. A lot of the people watching the stream saw this. They were surprised and excited. On the blue planet, Jai Yuanfeng, Qin Duwang, Zai Jinshui, and the others were thrilled to see the Inferno Dragon. All of them had watched that dragon grow up. It used to act as mascot and watchdog in Su Ping's shop. To think it would grow up in the vast federation with the power to awe the monstrous geniuses. It's grown so much by Boss Su's side, even though it only has a 9th-rank bloodline. Boss Su never replaced it with another pet. They share a strong bond, wouldn't you say? Boss Su owns a pet store. Have you noticed that Boss Su has been using the same pets all this time? His pets aren't restricted by their bloodlines. Someone told me that if a pet is close enough to its master, it can go through special evolutions that would allow them to exceed their bloodline restrictions. Everybody was excited as they learned something new about pets. The Inferno Dragon was a local pet of the blue planet that only had a 9th-rank bloodline. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. Those of legend rank weren't interested in such pets, and yet Su Ping was making it fight in a universal contest, letting it shine. Battles were taking place everywhere on the Void Continent. Su Ping's battle had only attracted some of the audience's attention, but their total number was still fairly large. After all, everybody across the galaxy was watching the competition. Only the adventurers who were busy exploring treasure troves had no time to spare for this. A few minutes later, Heller, who was still fighting against Kleesabe, roared and unleashed a ball of divine power that pushed him away. He looked at his faltering companions and declared angrily, "You will answer for this." He turned around and fled without hesitation as he made that declaration. It was pointless for him to stay. The woman was not to be underestimated. She was only a tad weaker than Kleesabe. The dragon was even more terrifying. Kleesabe changed his expression and roared, "Stop!" He wanted to chase after Heller, but the latter had already dashed into the tertiary space. Freeze! Exactly at that moment, as if time were frozen, Heller's movement was paused in the tertiary space. His eyes widened with fear. In the meantime, a person appeared in front of him and gently laid his hand on his face. The hand contained such a horrifying power that it seemed about to destroy his body. That was the aura of Laws. Heller's heart pounded. He almost shrieked in fear, feeling that his own laws were being thawed and suppressed. He was going to die, for real. It was the only thing he could think of. However, he was unable to move. The space around him had been solidified by a law of space extremely hard to grasp. Heller was relocated the next moment. His body disappeared right after Su Ping's hand touched him. His identity badge was left behind. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and returned to the outside world with the badge. What happened? Both Kleesabe and Ibetaluna were shocked. They only saw that the space had been caged, and then Heller was relocated, which meant that the ascendant state power that was enshrouding the continent had determined that he was doomed. Is he so strong that I can't even understand his power? Kleesabe was stupefied. Su Ping was becoming more intimidating in his heart. Let's go and keep looking. Su Ping raised his hand and collected the badges. His total badges were 10, counting the one he had at the beginning. Therefore, he would qualify as long as he looted 9 badges. However, his 2 companions had been following him and done him a favor. Su Ping decided to help them gather enough identity badges too. Kleesabe snapped out of his shock and quickly followed his instructions. He no longer dared to question Su Ping's requests. To think that Heller, who had fought hundreds of rounds with him, couldn't even flee from this guy. He was definitely the toughest figure present. He was definitely what someone with ascendant state potential should be like. Countless people saw Su Ping finishing off Heller and were thrilled by the outcome. It was unfortunate that others were distracted by other fights. Heller had performed remarkably, having earned a place in the popularity rank, but he was helpless before Su Ping. The gap between them was too wide. Many realized that Su Ping had not thrown any punches this time. Instead, he used a power that they couldn't understand. A Star Lord concluded that Su Ping had made use of a law of space he had a good grasp of, preventing Heller from running and suppressing him. Su Ping's name appeared on the champion prediction listing when the fight ended, right in 8th place. He had previously shown his massive strength by defeating all his opponents with one punch. He then displayed his potential to become the overall champion when he used that law of space. Still, he was quickly pushed to the 11th spot soon after. In other places on the continent, several fierce battles were taking place, which attracted most people's attention. The contestants who won the earlier battles had easily shown new powers during that survival match. 2 experts who were both high on the popularity rank had used impressive pets and secret techniques in one of the battles, which quickly improved their positioning on the champion prediction ranking. The outbursts here and there were thrilling to the audience. Time flew. Su Ping and his team met 5 waves of enemies in the following hour. One of them was a lone wolf as strong as Heller, but he only had the option to flee due to the collective onslaught of attacks, ultimately being knocked out of the competition when Su Ping took action. The man definitely had a chance of rising to the top 100 when merely considering combat ability. Even if he was unlucky, he could at least make it to the top 200. Still, he had been eliminated in only an hour after the survival battle started. You have enough identity badges too. Both Clesabe and Ibetaluna had also managed to gather 10 identity badges after several robberies. The three of them had met the requirement. All they needed to do was to endure the rest of the 180 federal hours. Both of them were excited as they nodded to Su Ping. Although exhausted and having been mildly hurt in the previous battles, none of them had ever been in any real danger, given that Su Ping had offered a hand as needed. They had nothing to worry about. The pair was quite happy, since they had collected enough identity badges in only an hour. Heller and the proud lone wolf were as strong as Clesabe, but both of them had been thrown out in advance. Su Ping's teammates were happy for having chosen to follow him. Even though they were reasonably strong, they could have run into other tough figures, eventually being kicked out. In particular, Dragon Emperor, the Sword God's heir, and Holy King of the Humia Academy were hostile to Amir's participants. They would not go easy on them. "Let's find a place to take a break," said Su Ping. He saw a hill that was only 500 meters high, fairly steep and covered in plants. He flew towards it. Su Ping reached the hilltop, and then waved his hand like a blade to clear the weeds at the top, revealing the smooth rocks underneath. Su Ping then descended and sat down to take a rest. Clesabe and Ibetaluna looked at each other in surprise, not expecting that Su Ping would choose to take a break there. Considering his strength, Su Ping could end up gathering 100 identity badges. Is he saving his strength for the championship? Both of them speculated. They looked at each other and then followed Su Ping's lead. They had gathered enough identity badges anyway. They would only need to wait. "Brother Su, since we're taking a break, would you like some wine and food?" Seeing that the hilltop was desolate, Clesabe took out comfortable cushions and chairs, as well as barbecue and wine. Su Ping looked at them and smiled. "You seem to be well prepared, why not?" Given his willingness, Clesabe's smile showed even more delight as he quickly offered a bottle of wine he cherished. Ibetaluna, on the other hand, raised her brows too and said, "I brought some delicious wine made by the seasoned brewers in my family. It tastes great. I wonder if Brother Su would care to sample it." She then waved her hand, and an exquisite bottle of wine flew out. Chapter 878, A Hill of Badges. Su Ping opened the bottle of wine and filled the cups of his companions. "So delicious." Clesabe drank the wine and enjoyed it. Ibetaluna, however, looked at Su Ping. Her smile became even brighter when she saw the satisfaction on his face. The audience who saw them via the live stream were dumbfounded to see them enjoying the food and wine on the hill. It was a survival battle. Even if that trio had gathered enough badges, they should still hide themselves carefully. Do they consider themselves sure winners? They're too bold. Look, someone is moving towards them from the east. They haven't noticed it yet. Someone's on the west side too. They'll be meeting them soon. The audience had a general view of the entire void continent. They were able to see that Su Ping's team was about to be caught in danger. And yet, they were still unaware and merely focused on talking and laughing. The audience was worried about them. "Huh?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at his west side, only to see a dozen men running in his direction. Two of them seemed wounded. They had obviously just gotten out of a fight. "Enemies?" Clesabe and Ibetaluna quickly drew their weapons and looked at the west warily. The strangers then saw Su Ping's team, too. One of them recognized Su Ping and quickly waved his hand to stop his companions. "That guy is Fist King, from the popularity rank. I didn't expect to run into a bada here. Boss, what do we do?" "They're outnumbered. No need to fear if we have to fight." "Look, they're having a picnic. Who are the other two guys? Do they have a death wish?" "They're too arrogant. Those who only have brawn but no brains like them die very quickly in this survival battle." The dozen strangers gazed at Su Ping's team coldly. Some were vigilant, while others were eager to fight them. The young man leading the team frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Don't bother. The survival match has just begun. Those guys definitely have trump cards or they wouldn't be eating and drinking there. It wouldn't be worth the effort to get their badges. Indeed. Even if we beat them, we'd only get 3 badges. That's too few. The others considered and quickly agreed with what the young man said. They preferred to look for easier targets instead of fighting against Fist King, who was on the popularity rank. Nobody had seen his real strength in the earlier matches. It wasn't wise to rob such a guy. The dozen men turned around and flew in another direction after their discussion. This came as a shock to the audience. None of them had expected that the team would back out when they had the advantage in numbers. Well, Fist King's newfound fans, attracted to him because of his impressive performances, were letting out cheers of excitement. That was exactly the intimidation mustered by Fist King. Very soon, some people flew over from the east side. They also saw and recognized Su Ping. All the contestants remembered the faces of the top 10 of the popularity rank and regarded them as their greatest enemies. That's Fist King. He's so arrogant to be eating and drinking here. Have they gathered enough identity badges? Probably, otherwise they would have attacked us the moment they saw us. So to speak, each of them is carrying at least 10 identity badges. Let's rob them. Whether or not he's Fist King, we outnumber them and we're all Fate State warriors. I don't believe that we're any weaker than them. Soon after, the team of 30 men coming from the east side marched toward Su Ping. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and swallowed the succulent dragon mint in his mouth before he said, "We have a problem." Clesabe and Ibetaluna saw the strangers in the east too and stood up nervously. Their hearts were heavy when they heard the word problem. They wondered if they had been too careless. "Stay here. Don't let the dust get on the food," Su Ping said to Clesabe. Clesabe, who was about to ask if they should run away, was stunned. He asked, I'm going to stay here. I'm being asked to defend the food and drinks in such an emergency." "I'll be right back," said Su Ping. He didn't want to act. After all, he had gathered enough identity badges, and he wouldn't get any bonuses from the additional ones he could gather. But since there was a problem, he had to take care of it. Roared. The Inferno Dragon rushed out of the vortex next to Su Ping and roared. The power of laws surfaced on its body, forming shields and golden scales to protect it. The defensive laws had been cast by the dark dragon hound that had stepped out of a vortex right after the dragon. Su Ping summoned the vast sky thunderous dragon and merged with it, then charged at the strangers. Su Ping already had much more astral power than any other Fate State being after condensing the first astral painting. The astral power's force field gave him a rough idea about how strong those people were. The astral power of those 30 opponents combined couldn't compare to his. That was the ghastly evolution brought forth by the astral painting. Sword. Su Ping stepped out and broke into the fourth space. Torrents instantly surged toward him, but they seemed to have been deviated by spatial powers, brushing past him when they approached him. Su Ping rushed to the strangers after only 1 instant in the fourth space. He broke out of the fourth space and slashed with a sword made of astral power and the power of laws. Banged! The sword aura swept out and eclipsed the sun. The daunting power of laws flooded out, tearing space apart and causing lightning, tornadoes, and holy light. 20 laws had been combined in the attack. One move and ghosts cried. The strangers were going to attack. They were caught unprepared when Su Ping suddenly emerged in front of them and drew his sword. The man known as Fist King is actually a swordsman. When his sword slashed out, the 8 men in the lead instantly had the premonition of death. With hair standing on end, their blood seemed to be frozen. They were completely unable to react. Whoosh! Following the sword's wake, the air was cut apart and the fourth space was revealed. Streaming cameras had also been set up there. It could be seen that the wandering spatial power in the fourth space had been destroyed, and a dark vacuum was left in the place where the sword had cut. The dozen men on the 2 sides of the sword aura disappeared. They weren't killed, only relocated, leaving a dozen jittering identity badges behind. Well, what the heck? The remaining strangers were in shock, eyes almost popping out. That single attack had the power to kill a dozen people. His one attack could have instantly killed a dozen of the top geniuses who had secured 10 victories. That level of geniuses would have been popular in any organization in the outside world. They were destined to become Star Lords someday. Ibetaluna, who had been gritting her teeth at the moment, was so shocked at what she saw that she had no idea what to say. Am I hallucinating because of a mental attack from the enemy? She was stunned, suspecting that her mind had been invaded. In the outside world, the billions of stream viewers fell quiet. They knew that Su Ping was very strong. He had defeated his opponents and secured 10 victories while using no weapons, only one mysterious fist technique. They didn't expect that Su Ping's sword would actually be even more terrifying. Or maybe, is he actually a swordsman? Above the void continent, Hai Chu turned his head to one particular direction and was surprised by what he saw. That sword attack was quite good. Indeed, although the combination of laws was riddled with flaws, it's quite impressive that he managed to grasp and combine that many rules when he's only in the fate state. Nearby, the taciturn Yu Wang narrowed his eyes solemnly and looked in the same direction. They hadn't been paying attention to that place, but Ascendants had extremely keen senses, so they noticed Su Ping's outburst the moment he launched it. Yu Wang had just realized his judgment oversight. However, it wasn't exactly his fault. It was only because that brat had hidden himself all too well. Compared to his sword arts, his fist techniques were obviously secondary. We can rule out that he's the old boxer student. The old boxer would never allow his students to be distracted. He would have killed them if he found that they were practicing sword or saber techniques. I didn't expect to see such an interesting little guy. He has the potential to rank at the top in the Golden Star Zone. Both Hai Chu and Yu Wang were praising Su Ping's performance. It was a remarkable accomplishment for a Fate State warrior. If taught well, he could grow into a strong Star Lord. With any luck, he might even reach the Ascendant state. Next to them, Huan Lishan frowned ever so slightly, although he tried to remain calm. He secretly heaved a sigh, knowing it was impossible to keep the secret forever. That little guy was so brilliant that he would garner a lot of attention even by merely showing some of his strength. He flashed a smile upon hearing Hai Chu's and Yu Wang's praises. If those two guys ever found out that the kid was much more capable than that, would they run to him right away to make him a disciple? No, I need to promise him something better. Right, I heard that he was collecting some sort of cultivation materials. Huan Lishan's eyes flashed as the idea popped up. In the meantime, on the void continent, Su Ping slashed with his sword and stepped forward again. He moved swiftly as he waded through laws. He approached a young man in a brutal manner and crushed his laws, then slashed again, now going for the young man's head. The young man narrowed his eyes, not even having the time to summon his pets. He also thought that it would be pointless to summon them. The pressure he felt was such that he thought he was facing a peak star state expert. Whoosh! The young man disappeared, leaving an identity badge behind. Su Ping raised his eyebrows but didn't think much about it. He moved on to the next target. The others were terrified. They had every reason to feel that way after seeing him eliminate a dozen of their companions with one attack. Still, they were top geniuses anyway, not only strong but also determined. Someone roared, "We can't run, let's attack together and kill him." The others reached the same conclusion. Failure would be much more brutal if they chose to retreat at that point. They had to fight. Their only hope is that Su Ping's previous attack was his ultimate skill, a move he couldn't use again in a while. But they fell into despair. Su Ping waved his sword. The weapon shone like golden flames and a sky-piercing lightning bolt, illuminating the sky within a radius of 100 kilometers. 8 more men were relocated after the flash, leaving their identity badges behind. The Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound moved closer to him at that moment. Su Ping then marched onward with them. Run! The rest of the strangers collapsed and fled in panic, each running in different directions. Su Ping casually stepped into the fourth space, which was deeper and darker. After walking dozens of meters, he stepped out and appeared in front of a young man who had dashed for hundreds of meters in the tertiary space. Seeing Su Ping emerging from a deeper space, the young man begged desperately, "I'm willing to surrender. I'll fight for you until the match is over. Please spare me." "I don't need you." Su Ping simply turned him down, and his sword slash fell. The young man was gone. A shaking identity badge was the only item left behind. Su Ping took the identity badge out of the tertiary space and continued the hunt. Soon, the others were finished off one after the other. With the Inferno Dragon, the Dark Dragon Hound, and Ibetaluna stopping them, none of them was able to flee. The team collapsed in only 5 minutes, leaving no survivors. Su Ping waved his hand and gathered their identity badges, being 32 in total. Su Ping looked at them and tossed them to the foot of the hill casually. "Let's head back to the party," Su Ping said, and retrieved the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon. Ibetaluna was completely stunned. She couldn't help but ask as she looked at the identity badges, which had been stabbed to the foot of the hill like nails, "You're not keeping those. Haven't we already gathered enough?" Well, Ibetaluna didn't know what to say. Indeed, they had gathered enough, but wouldn't it be a sign of his strength if he gathered more identity badges? Chapter 879, Over. Clisse was shocked to see Su Ping back. A team of more than 30 people had been single-handedly destroyed by Su Ping in a matter of minutes. Su Ping had also used a sword, not his fists, as everybody thought that was his forte. Who could say that Su Ping's best techniques were fist-related at the moment? Clisse came up with a bitter guess. Is it possible that he used his fist only because his opponents were too weak? Both of them were geniuses with the same cultivation level. Is the gap between us truly this massive? The audience focusing on the live feed thought the same. Su Ping's performance had attracted the attention of many more people once the battle started. He then quickly rose to the top of the champion prediction rank in the end. So strong, he destroyed a team of 30 men. Everybody was also able to tell that he wasn't even trying his best. Basu is truly as horrifying as usual. Our Lord is invincible. All the viewers on the blue planet were excited to see that. Even Jai Yuanfeng and Qin Duhuang were thrilled. Their eyes were bloodshot due to the excitement. Fist King, I think he should be called Sword King. What Sword King? Didn't you see that his sword was made of astral power? It means that he wasn't carrying any sword. Damn, who knows what he's really good at? Those who had noticed Su Ping's actions were discussing more heatedly than ever. A Star Lord stepped up and said during their discussion, his attack contained the power of 20 laws, and yet the 20 laws were combined quite neatly. It means that he hasn't reached his limits yet. I believe he'll become a Star Lord shortly after he reaches the Star State. Everybody was shocked to hear that. They knew that the geniuses who had advanced with 10 victories had mostly reached the limits of the Fate State. They only needed an emerging thought to make a breakthrough to the Star State, but they had held themselves back to avoid breaking through to higher levels. The Star Lord was implying that Su Ping could soon reach the limits of the Star State as soon as he stopped containing himself, and even become a Star Lord soon after. Even the Star State was still very far away for the other Fate State warriors, not to mention the Star Lord State. The gap between them was too wide. Are all the geniuses that have emerged from countless planets like him? It's true that I don't live in the same universe as those monsters. I'm a Star State expert. I have to admit that I can't defeat him. Su Ping received a lot of attention because of his overwhelming strength and tons of new fans. Strength was revered on every planet of the Federation. Su Ping's dominant approach had won the admiration of many people. If Su Ping were to advertise any product, it would be sold out immediately. On the hilltop, Clisse swallowed and said carefully, "B Brother Su, Why did you drop those identity badges? Su Ping said casually, "We don't need them. If anyone passes by and needs them, they can consider this as a gift from us." Clesabe was lost for words. He would have kept all of the identity badges so that he would shock anyone at the end of the challenge. "Come on, let's keep drinking," Su Ping replied with a smile. Clesabe and Ibataluna looked at each other and sat down awkwardly with Su Ping. The place was open and dangerous. They would be relatively safe in Su Ping's company as long as the guys on the popularity rank didn't attack them together. Clesabe took a mouthful of wine and remarked, "Brother Su, you're truly much stronger than us." Ibataluna gazed at Su Ping with a weird light in her eyes. She had always been proud as a descendant of the Night King family, never lowering her head, not even before Oasis Dragon King. However, she was deeply impressed by Su Ping's strength, and she began to have thoughts. "Just train harder. You'll be as strong as me," Su Ping encouraged him. Clesabe gave a bitter smile and chose not to continue. If training meant everything, everybody could be a genius. He had always been the one who comforted others, and yet he was the one being comforted on that day. Time flew by. Soon another person moved over the mountain, then noticed Su Ping and the others. Someone ran off in fear after seeing Fist King. Still, some intended to surround him with their advantage in numbers. More and more identity badges were piled at the foot of the hill like nails. The contestants on the continent had lost access to the internet and were unable to communicate amongst themselves. My impression of Su Ping was outdated. However, the people watching the stream were shocked. A hill of identity badges had been heaped underneath Su Ping. There had been more than 500 of them. After all, almost 8 groups had shown up to attack Su Ping. The largest of them had more than 80 members. This includes a couple of remarkable geniuses and 3 people who had made it to the top 20 on the popularity rank. Such a lineup could have been enough to defeat a lot of lone wolves and smaller groups in the survival test. However, they were soon defeated by Su Ping. The outcome was to be expected, not suspenseful at all. Just like before, he annihilated all of them with his sword and both his dragon and dog. On the hilltop, Su Ping kept eating, drinking, and chatting with his teammates. The interesting events they talked about gave Su Ping a deeper level of understanding of the Federation. "There's 120 hours to go. We've just endured a third of the total." Clesabe checked his watch and said, "Fewer people are coming this way. They must have learned to hide." "Indeed, it's been 5 hours since anybody stopped by." Ibataluna nodded. Many people had encountered them. Most of them chose to back off after seeing Su Ping. The rest took advantage of their numbers and attacked. All of them had paid a gory price for their decision. Many of them were strong enough to make it to the top 100, yet they were knocked out by Su Ping. They could have picked up the identity badges at the foot of the hill, yet they had to go and try to rob us. Su Ping shook his head. He had told those people to pick the badges at the foot of the hill, but they thought it was a trap, so they chose to attack him. He had to react. Clesabe smiled bitterly. Those contestants had no idea that Su Ping had no interest in those badges. Some of them also wanted to become famous by defeating Su Ping the Fist King. This resulted in them losing everything. While they talked, a young man wearing a purple robe was moving with 3 other people. They were only a team of 4, yet they swaggered in the high sky fearlessly. "What a shame, I haven't seen him yet." The young man looked around regretfully. He was trying to find Oasis Gray. He had defeated the guy before. He was planning on knocking him out again during that match. He despised the guy for acting snobbish in his presence, even after having been defeated in the past. Suddenly, a woman in the team said, "Someone's up there." The woman had golden pupils and another pair of vertical pupils within them, which was quite weird. After hearing what the woman said, the young man asked quickly, "How many? Do we know them?" 3. One of them is the one called Fist King from the popularity ranking. The other 2 are among the top 100 too, replied the woman quickly. "Fist King? Isn't he the guy who finishes off his opponents with one punch? My master told me he's from the Heavenly Fist Mountain." He's a tough guy, but we should be able to take him down if we work together, right? All three of them were deep in thought, just about to fight them. However, the woman came to a sudden halt exactly at that moment. What's the matter? The young man in the lead was stunned. He also decided to stop. Don't go there. The woman changed her expression in shock. There's something wrong with them. There's a lot of identity badges near their hill. A lot of identity badges. The young man in the lead was stunned. Aren't they what we need? Let's take them all. We already have enough, but the more we have, the better we'll prove that we're the best fate state cultivators in the galaxy. There's hundreds of them. The woman could barely speak. Her pupils contracted right then, as she put on an expression of disbelief and fright. Her hazy golden eyes noticed that the young man who was drinking on the hill suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with her, in a casual and cold manner. It was as if he were right next to her. He looked her dead in the eye from that distance. The guy noticed me. How is that possible? The golden light in the woman's eyes was gone and they turned brown. She urged in shock, "Let's go. Something is seriously wrong with that guy." She was the first to turn around and flee after that. Her teammates were definitely surprised. They had never seen her frightened like that. They had no chance to ask, so they quickly followed her. It wasn't until they were hundreds of kilometers away that the leader finally asked, "What did you see?" The woman stopped and breathed heavily. She looked back with golden pupils and saw nobody was chasing them. She finally took a breath of relief. Fist King is terrifying. What? Her teammates looked at each other in bewilderment. Fist King was sitting on that hill where the hundreds of badges were lying around. They were drinking and talking without trying to hide. They were obviously waiting to kill anyone who went after them. Also, the guy noticed my presence when I could hardly see him clearly, said the woman in haste, as if she couldn't wait to spill out everything she saw. Her teammates were stunned by the revelation. The leader frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" Hundreds of identity badges. Did the guy defeat hundreds of opponents? Even if he hadn't, it was still quite shocking for him to have gathered that many. I am. The woman nodded solemnly. It would have been hard if we did try to challenge them. Even if we could win, we would have to pay a heavy price. Someone might have been knocked out of the match. Everybody fell silent after hearing that. A man who had looted hundreds of identity badges was indeed strong enough to eliminate one of them. I didn't know that Fist King was this difficult to deal with. Never mind. Let's just avoid him. The leader frowned angrily, but decided to consider the big picture. They had robbed everybody they had run into, never backing out from a fight, but they ended up fleeing at the sight of Su Ping in the distance. Those who watched this happen on the stream were in awe of Su Ping. Time flew by. Those who were still alive had learned to hide and move prudently. Su Ping attacked less and less frequently. A lot of people had run away in fear the moment they saw the stack of identity badges near him. Those badges were like bones buried at the foot of the hill. It was scary. The survival test was soon coming to an end. In the last 2 federal hours, more people were active at the moment. Many of the ones who had been hiding didn't have enough identity badges. They had to take their chances towards the end of the test. Soon after, someone noticed the identity badges next to Su Ping. 2 more to go. I only need 2 more badges to advance. A young man was hiding in a shadow in the secondary space. The shadow was so hazy that it would be barely noticeable even if someone flew past him. He was currently peeping at the hill in front of him through a needlepoint hole. There were plenty of badges at the foot of the hill. He hesitated for a long time as he looked at the hilltop. The 3 participants up there were cultivating at the moment. It seemed that nobody had noticed the place. However, he knew that the badges were probably a trap. Otherwise, who would have dropped them instead of pocketing them? The countdown was nearing the fated 0, so the young man couldn't wait any longer. He merged with his pet and activated a forbidden skill he knew. Whoosh! He blinked and reached the foot of the hill like a ghost. He grabbed 3 identity badges and flashed away, breaking into the tertiary space. He instantly traversed 1,000 kilometers. Once he was at a safe distance, the young man finally returned to the secondary space and covered himself with the fog again. He looked at the 3 identity badges in his hand, almost unable to believe he had successfully stolen them. The tokens carried a special energy; they couldn't be forged. He scanned the environment and found that the trio didn't make a move to chase after him. He was ecstatic, not expecting that his plan could really work out. Chapter 880, Gathering of Ascendant State Experts. On the hilltop, Clesabe had been cultivating. He sensed something and turned to look, only to find that 2 of the identity badges were missing. He looked at the void in the distance with white flames in his eyes. Someone stole 2 of them, quite bold, I'd say. He looked at Su Ping, noticing that he was still deep into his cultivation. So he simply let the matter go. Su Ping had surely detected the thief too, but he didn't chase after him. This showed that he really didn't care about the additional badges. Time is almost up. The ones remaining have to take their chances. We shall see who has the courage to come here. Clesabe suddenly thought that the bunch of badges down below represented courage. Those who dared to show up would get their badges. Those who were invested in the stream noticed this too. Their surprise triggered discussions. Fist King simply ignored him. He didn't notice him. What Fist King? Shouldn't you call him Sword King? Tusk, how do you know he's a swordsman? Maybe he knows many other techniques. Sword King surely was too into his cultivation to pay it any mind. Time passed, and a couple of thieves emerged to steal the identity badges they needed from the base of the hill. Neither of them dared to steal too many. They were anxious enough as it was, going to that place. They would only take the ones they needed. The last hour arrived. Su Ping and his teammates woke up from meditation, choosing to simply wait for the test to end. That was also the most competitive hour. Some people approached the hill while hiding in the deeper spaces. Is that the Forbidden Mountain? It's truly incredible. There are badges everywhere. It's horrifying. All the people who finished getting the quota are now in hiding, while those who dare to swagger around are the top experts. So, the ones without enough badges have to try their luck here. I heard that Dragon Emperor and the Sword God's heir chose to avoid the place. Can those people really steal those badges from him? A lot of people were anxiously peeping at the hill as they considered their odds. Most of them stopped peeping and abandoned the plan once Su Ping woke up. They simply turned around and went a search in other places. With any luck, they might find badges elsewhere. It would be suicide, trying to steal them right from under Su Ping's nose. Judging from the number of badges, Su Ping was probably both strong and good at stopping others from running away. It wouldn't be a smart choice to race that guy. All the geniuses were wise and vigilant. They retreated after some consideration. They would have had a go at it if Su Ping were still meditating, but the place had turned into a forbidden land the moment he woke up. An hour passed by quickly. Battles and competitions happened everywhere in the continent. Teams all fell apart and their members attacked each other. After all, most of them didn't have enough identity badges for everyone to advance, so they had to resort to pillaging each other. There was no trust in the temporary teams. They had been established for returns, and thus they were divided for the very same reason. All the stream viewers felt greatly relieved when the countdown reached 0. They felt they were even more nervous than the actual participants of the game as they watched. Game over. Boom tilde. Several Star Lords appeared, and the entire continent began to tremble. Then, the protective barriers were lifted, and Hai Chu showed up in the high sky. He raised his head, and all the contestants who had qualified disappeared. They were relocated to a place in the sky facing him. The rest of them were left behind on the continent. Whoosh! Su Ping felt that his vision became blurred. He was covered by an overwhelming power, completely unshakable. He felt amazed by such a feeling. That was the power of the ascendant state. Joanna's original self was on that level. However, she would be among the top ascendant state experts. After all, she was a pure-blood god, one of the most ancient descendants from the Archean divinity. She had also fought on the demigod burial for years and was undoubtedly stronger than most ascendants from the Federation. 582 contestants. Congratulations, you have qualified. The top 100 will be selected from your batch in the final selection match, who will later have the chance to fight in the Golden Star Zone on behalf of this galaxy. Haichuo looked at the participants who had been lined up in a square. He was acting like a general in the middle of a parade, both majestic and graceful. Everybody trembled with excitement after hearing that. The speech would have been boring if it would have been given by someone else. However, it was truly inspirational since an actual ascendant state expert had spoken. It was also a rare opportunity to look at an ascendant up close for most people. After all, not everybody had an ascendant state master, as the Sword God's heir did. Even the Sword God's heir would only have a few chances to meet his master. Su Ping looked around and saw that only 500 out of the 10,000 people were left. The survival test was truly brutal. He had defeated a lot of people. The other geniuses had surely slaughtered their fair share of contestants to get the badges. Even though the contestants would be relocated before they were really killed, not making the cut for the next round was still a terrible loss. Once the identity badges are counted, you'll be given a chance to take a good rest until the competition, which will take place in 3 days. Haichu smiled and then faded away in front of everybody. At the same time, several Star Lords approached and calmly counted everyone's badges. They waved their hands, and the badges were pulled by a mysterious power, which then piled up above each participant. Most people had 10 identity badges, but some had astonishing amounts above their heads. A lot of the students of the 5 academies looked at Su Ping, eager to find out how many the man with ascendant state potential had acquired. They were then shocked by what they saw. Su Ping had precisely obtained 10 identity badges. Kleesabe and Ibataluna, however, observed the others. They slightly changed their expressions when they saw Dragon Emperor and the young man who carried a wooden sword. Obviously, those two weren't very friendly. Both had gathered almost 200 identity badges. Holy King and Queen of the Seas from the Humiya Academy were even more eye-catching. They had gathered almost 800 identity badges. Their piles were obviously much taller than the others. Those two indeed joined hands. They defeated 1,000 people. Everybody was shocked. Those two were brutal. There were another pair of people in the crowd who had an even higher amount in comparison. A list was soon drafted and streamed after the tallying was done. Oh my God! First ranker Wuji has 1,292 badges. I saw him chasing others all the time, but I didn't expect that he would kill that many. The two geniuses of the Humiya Academy are shocking too. They're almost invincible as a team. Sword King didn't take out the badges. His name is almost at the end of the list. Damn. Sword King is so cunning. He's purposely hiding his strength. Can he really hide his strength? Those contestants will know what happened after they watch the replays. He must have been too proud to claim the surplus of badges. Didn't you notice how he didn't chase after the thieves? Indeed, real experts keep a low profile. Maybe a lot of people on the list are as low-key as Sword King. Everybody discussed with added fervor once the list came out. The young man carrying a wooden sword and Dragon Emperor looked at Su Ping and frowned. They suddenly felt that badges above their heads were uncomfortable. They quickly left after the counting was done. Humph, the two geniuses of the Humiya Academy. You can't fight as a team in the next phase. In the crowd, a slim young man stared at Holy King and Queen of the Seas coldly. Those two were like brilliant stars amongst them. The others were also acting vigilant before Holy King and Queen of the Seas, making note of them. The pair, however, looked at Su Ping, the young man who carried a wooden sword, and the others, but didn't say a thing. They left together as if they were indeed a couple. They were rivals back in the academy. Those little guys are interesting. At the edge of the crowd, a woman who had 10 identity badges above her head rolled her eyes. A thin veil covered her face, but her lovely and alluring eyes were visible. The veil was a secret treasure that could block off scanning. She looked at the two geniuses, the young man who carried a wooden sword and a certain woman in the crowd. Then, she chuckled and left without drawing any attention. In the high sky, Haichuo returned to his temple and remarked, "I thought 1,000 contestants would manage to pass. I didn't think they would be that brutal." "It was useless to waste strength on getting additional badges just for fame," said Huan Lishan indifferently. He was quite delighted to see that Su Ping had only presented 10 badges. "Heh, that's not something you would usually say. Don't you always love a high profile?" said Yu Wang scornfully. Huan Lishan raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "You do what you can. I'm capable of keeping a high profile. Can they?" Yu Wang didn't say anything back. After all, he had always kept a low profile, which was why he disliked Huan Lishan. He didn't expect to find that they actually shared the same attitude. "I hope that someone from our galaxy manages to emerge in the universal scope. Being noticed by a celestial would bring honor to our galaxy," said Haichuo to change the subject. He was satisfied with the survival test in general. Some of the contestants had the potential to rise to higher levels in his opinion. Huan Lishan said thoughtfully, "Don't be happy just yet. I heard that some old guys had their reincarnations participate in the competition along with the juniors. I believe that the finals will be dominated by them." Yu Wang had a drink and narrowed his eyes. "I've heard about this too. It seems to be related to the Divine Sea mysterious realm." Haichuo frowned and said, "So have I, but the information is incomplete. It's been blocked by our superiors. Let's not discuss it, or the celestial lords won't like it. It would be for the best not to spread the rumor." The other two chose not to reply, but they were slightly surprised. Judging from Haichuo's tone, the rumor is real. Space suddenly trembled while they talked. A magnificent mountain tore an opening in the void and emerged above the void continent, pushing away the spacecraft carriers in an area to take their spot. Although it was referred to as a mountain, it was actually multiple times bigger than Rhea. "It's the old boxer. He's here," is his heir among the contestants. Both Haichuo and Huan Lishan looked up. The latter frowned. Haichuo flashed toward the mountain and said, "Old boxer, what brings you here?" "Lord Haichuo, I'm here to pick a disciple. I hope it's fine with you." An old and loud voice came from the mountaintop, paired with a projection made with astral power. It was an old man who looked intimidating and untouchable. Haichuo smiled and said, "Of course, you may choose anybody you want." "That won't work." A soft voice was then heard from a place in space. The sound was as beautiful as music. Then, space was breached and a phoenix ablaze with black flames flew out of the crack. There was a palace above the phoenix's head and a graceful woman in it. The fiery phoenix was so massive that its wings would have been enough to block one of the regions on the continent. "The master of the Black Phoenix Palace is here too. 2 more Ascendant State experts have arrived." "Damn it, I should have bought a ticket." The audience was both shocked and excited. Yu Wang frowned a bit and became grave after seeing the newcomer. A stunned Haichuo asked with a smile, "Are you here to recruit disciples too, Madam Yan? If memory doesn't fail me, I remember that the Black Phoenix Palace only accepts students with phoenix blood constitutions, right? I don't think I've seen any woman with that kind of constitution this year." Chapter 881, Competition. Rules are only used to filter out the garbage. The Black Phoenix Palace wouldn't mind breaking the rules if we find talented students. A graceful voice replied, which seemed to come from the palace above the Black Phoenix's head. Haichuo was slightly surprised. Is the Black Phoenix Palace going to make an exception? He had been watching the competition. He didn't see anyone that deserved the exception. Did I miss anything? Outside the temple, Huan Lishan slightly changed his expression and became solemn. He wondered if the information in his mysterious realm had been leaked. It was indeed possible. After all, Su Ping had crossed all the floors in the illusionary god monument. It happened all too fast for him to block the news. These people. Huan Lishan became gloomy as he thought quickly. He had vaguely realized that they were there for Su Ping. He didn't think any other contestant could prompt the Black Phoenix Palace to break its rules. Yuan Lishan quickly connected his mind to a place in the distance, as he thought of the materials Su Ping had mentioned. While Yuan Lishan took action in secret, the old boxer on the Heavenly Fist Mountain snorted thunderously. His voice was loud and clear, even though he was in the vacuum of space. The Black Phoenix Palace only has female students. Are you really going to take in a male one this time? Won't it affect the reputation of the other students? That's for the Black Phoenix Palace to worry about. It's none of your business. Humph. The old boxer didn't continue, but he had managed to fish out what he wanted to know. She was truly going after a male student, and he knew what had happened. Hai Chuo was confused as he stood in the void. Those two guys seemed to be going after the same target. They were already fighting for him before the match started. While they had never been the best of friends, they wouldn't have acted in such a hostile manner. Who are you interested in? Should I bring him here so that you can meet him? Asked Hai Chuo curiously. He was quite eager to find out who those two guys were competing over. You haven't realized it. Heh. Makes sense. He probably hasn't tried his best yet. However, since Yuan Lishan is here, he probably knows better than any of us who the person is, said the old boxer with a cold smile. Yuan Lishan replied calmly, you two are quite well informed. Oh. Yu Wang raised his eyebrows. Are there really some sort of geniuses among the contestants? He recalled the previous battles. There were indeed some promising young men, but they didn't deserve such competition. All the Ascendant State experts had seen too many brilliant geniuses in their long lives. They weren't easily impressed. None of them would go through that much trouble to recruit a student. Even peak star lords were just ants in front of them. What is going on? Hai Chuo looked at Yuan Lishan and figured out something. Did any unparalleled genius emerge in your mysterious realm? He was still in the process of puzzling out the reason behind Yuan Lishan's voluntary visit to begin with. He then realized that the guy had come with a target in mind. There's indeed one, quite talented indeed, so I'm here to see his performance. With everything coming to this point, Yuan Lishan was no longer intent on keeping it a secret any longer. He said frankly, he likes me. I'll take him as a disciple when the competition is over. Hai Chuo smiled and said, he must be very distinguished to make you come here in person. He should be at least as good as the Sword God's young disciple. Not just as good, he's much better. The pleasant yet indifferent voice came from the palace again. He crossed 100 floors in the all-class monument while being a Fate State cultivator. Not even Yuan Lishan could have done better. He has Ascendant State potential. He likes you. Why did I hear that he ignored your invitation? The old boxer snorted. Hai Chuo and Yu Wang were both dazed. There's a guy who crossed 100 floors of the all-class monument. The master of the Black Phoenix Palace was right. That had truly been a display of Ascendant State potential. With proper training, there was a good chance that he would indeed rise and become an Ascendant State expert. Having an Ascendant disciple would make any of them twice as influential among their peers. After all, the master-disciple relationships were as important as parental ones in the Federation. Most of the top experts didn't have parents that could live as long as they could. However, Ascendant State masters and disciples could live together for 1,000,000 years. They could even live for eons if they didn't explore dangerous areas. I didn't know that the old boxer was interested in gossip too, said Yuan Lishan coldly, narrowing his eyes. Hai Chuo came back to himself and said with a weird expression, since you're all here for the same person, why don't we wait until the end of the matches? Let's see which of you is most attractive to him. Are you also going to compete for him? Asked the master of the Black Phoenix Palace coldly. Hai Chuo smiled and said, I won't say no if the guy you're interested in is willing to learn after me, but I definitely won't try to impress him. Don't worry about that. Being the lord of a galaxy, he had his own Ascendant State disciples, so he wasn't too desperate. You're truly generous, my lord. You have my admiration, said the old boxer and then fell silent. Yuan Lishan was relieved. He had been wary of Hai Chu joining the competition. After all, none of them had as many resources as Hai Chu did. Who's on that planet? The master of the Black Phoenix Palace shifted her attention to Rhea and detected the ascendant state covering it. A friend from an alien galaxy. She may be a friend to the disciple that you want to get, said Hai Chu with a mysterious smile. Not just the audience on the planets. The contestants on the Void Continent were also thrilled to see the arrival of two more ascendant state experts. Those who had been unfortunately eliminated could only regret that they didn't have a chance to impress those powerhouses. The ones who had advanced, however, were beyond excited. If any of the ascendants saw anything special in them, they could become their disciples. Having the backing of such masters would allow them to do anything they wanted in that galaxy. There's a lot of ascendants here. Su Ping looked at the two newcomers in space. Taking into account the presidents of the 5 best academies, there were plenty of ascendant state experts in this galaxy. It was obvious that the Federation was very powerful in the universe, virtually as good as the demigod burial. It looks like the Federation is equal to 3 or 4 advanced cultivation sites in general, Su Ping thought, running an estimation. As for the top cultivation sites, their differences were too massive. Apart from the chaotic realm of the undead which Su Ping was the most scared of, even the ancient world of the Golden Crows was quite remarkable. All the Golden Crow elders were celestials. Their ancestor was very likely asleep. If it woke up, it would probably be beyond the celestial state. Such a powerful being could easily suppress the entire Federation. That is, unless there were also beings beyond the celestial state in the Federation. However, as far as Su Ping knew, the celestial state was already the top tier. They were the most important people in the Federation. Never mind. That's too far off anyway. Maybe I can go to the Golden Crow world to get the rest of the materials that the Solar Bulwark needs when the contest is over, said Su Ping to himself. He already had a plan. Once he made another trip to the Golden Crow world, he would accompany Joanna to the Archean divinity and fulfill his promise. He had let Joanna wait for too long. He almost felt embarrassed. Fortunately, Joanna was still saving points as an employee for the next visit to the Archean divinity by working for the store. It was just that his first visit to the Archean divinity had been postponed for quite a while. Time flew. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the eliminated contestants had been relocated from the Void Continent. Only the several hundred winners were going to fight for the top 100 on the vast stage. The rules of the competition had been announced on the internet a few days earlier. The original lot drawing mode was back, and the rules would change again once the top 100 were settled. My opponent is Holy King. Su Ping was surprised to find that his opponent would be an acquaintance. Damn it! Holy King saw his opponent too. It was disheartening to find that it was Su Ping. He would rather face the Sword God's heir, or the arrogant Dragon Emperor, than confront the genius who had crossed 100 floors. You might fail. Queen of the Seas was standing next to him. Her green hair dangled on her shoulders like waves. She and Holy King became enemies again after the other match ended. She was ready to crush him if they ran into each other later. I might. The Holy King's lips twitched. I won't waste my strength on him. All of you want to see me fight him and force him to show his real strength, but I won't give you the satisfaction. Su Ping had only fought 10 of his battles at the beginning and the survival test, but he had watched the former and was sure that he hadn't used his real strength. After all, while Su Ping's strength during the survival test was horrifying, what he showed was not representative of what allowed him to cross 100 floors in the monument. Are you going to admit defeat? That's not your style, said Queen of the Seas indifferently, raising her eyebrows. What's my style? Holy King sneered and said, no need to provoke me. Instead of fighting him and wasting all my trump cards, I might as well save my strength. More than 6 ascendants are watching us from the sky right now. I would rather not embarrass myself in front of them. To recognize the gap between you and your opponent and quit in time is also an ability. A real man knows when to give in. You're truly a smart man. Ha! Queen of the Seas laughed disdainfully. You are a smart woman too, Holy King also laughed. In the crowd, a few students of the Dragon Tomb Academy, including Dragon Devil, gathered around Dragon Emperor. He looked at his opponent and then put on a cold smile. That arrogant guy from the Humia Academy has been matched with him. Let's see if he can win with a pet this time. Let Holy King gauge how good he is. Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes in relief. As the lots were being drawn, the last opponent he wanted to face was exactly the unpredictable Su Ping. No one knew how he passed 100 floors. On the blue planet, everybody across the globe was watching Su Ping, the lord of their planet. All of them were shocked and silent when they saw that Su Ping had to fight against Holy King. Holy King seemed to be really strong, having performed remarkably. He had gathered plenty of identity badges in the survival test and was one of the most likely to become a champion. Even if he couldn't get first place, he would surely be among the top 10. They didn't expect that Su Ping would encounter such a tricky guy in his first battle. Boss Su is not very lucky. I wonder if Boss Su can win. I've watched Holy King's 2 battles. He has 2 horrifying constitutions, and his attacks are very powerful too. Even if he wins, he will have to pay a heavy price and expose his trump cards, and his following opponent will make use of the information. It's going to be hard for him to become the champion. However, he can definitely make it to the top 100, unless his opponent in every round is as tough as this one. Jai Yuanfeng, Qin Duhuang and Zai Jinshui were all worried. Nai Huofeng also heaved a sigh. He wanted Su Ping to amaze Sylvie, which would then boost the development of the blue planet and make all the inhabitants grow quickly. At that moment, the Void Continent was divided into 10 regions again. Battles started in all of the 10 regions simultaneously. The hundreds of winners were allocated in the 10 regions. Each region had 50 players on average. Su Ping went to the 7th region and saw Holy King there. He remained silent as he bided his time in the waiting area. A battle was in progress at the moment. The young man who carried a wooden sword, named Linghu Jian, was also in the 7th region. He fought in the 3rd group, and his opponent was a tough one. However, he was still able to defeat the guy without drawing his sword. Once the battle was over, Linghu Jian looked at Su Ping and frowned before he peacefully returned to a place where another student of the Sword Deity Academy was. The fights continued. Splendid competitions took place. Some players advanced and some failed. The competitions were much fiercer when compared to those during the preliminary phase, when every contestant who had Star State pets attracted a lot of attention. Almost all the remaining contestants had Star State pets. Soon, Su Ping and Holy King's names were announced. Su Ping rose and flew towards the region. Chapter 882, Unchallenged. It's finally his turn. In the crowd, dozens of men looked at Su Ping. Not just students like Linghu Jian of the Sword Deity Academy. The other contestants were also paying a lot of attention to him. Su Ping had only presented 10 identity badges at the end of the survival test, but had seen his performance during the test, as well as the hill of badges he amassed at one point. The regular hill where he sat on was turned into a forbidden land that nobody dared to approach. The battle between Su Ping and Holy King drew a lot of attention. The contestants in the other 9 regions were also attracted to it. After all, both men had the potential to become the champion. It felt as if the finals would have been pushed forward. While everybody looked at them eagerly, Holy King sat in midair, unmoving with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Why is he still not going there? Does he intend to wait until the last moment? He always keeps a high profile. He probably wants to show off. Only 10 seconds to go. Is he still waiting? Some of Su Ping's fans laughed on the internet. They were angry because of Holy King's attitude. Does he want to be fashionably late as if he were the boss? 10 seconds passed. Still, Holy King remained absolutely still until the last second. He even closed his eyes as if he weren't involved. Well, The viewer seethed with shock. He wasn't being pretentious, he forfeited. Holy King remained unmoving, even after the countdown ended. The two-star Lord referees in the 7th region looked at each other in surprise and announced, Holy King failed to enter the arena in time, thus forfeiting the match. Su Ping is the winner. Countless people were dumbfounded by the result. Most were thinking that Holy King had planned this to enter with a bang in the last second, but he obviously had decided to forfeit the match from the very beginning. He actually decided to skip that fight. Damn it, Holy King forfeited. Is he scared of Sword King? Holy King is clearly a top genius. He's too proud to admit defeat. Is Sword King really so horrifying? This is unbelievable. He forfeited the game. I thought he could become the champion. I expected a fierce battle, but there won't be one. Holy King says, did you all think I would go there? Better be safe than sorry. Damn, I was betting on Holy King's victory. I lost. I'm suspecting that he manipulated the result of the match. Everybody was shouting on the internet. They found it unacceptable that the splendid battle they were expecting turned out that way. Those who had placed pets in favor of Holy King were furious and cursing aloud. Betting was not uncommon. There was a lot of betting activity in many planetary systems. Some laughed and some cried. Participants who lost were booed and cursed. That guy. Linghu Jian narrowed his eyes, not expecting Holy King to forfeit. He looked at the man, only to see he had closed his eyes as if refusing to acknowledge the outside world. All the people of the Hu Mia Academy sounded arrogant, but they turned out to be a bunch of chickens. Su Ping had been preparing for the battle in his appointed region and was also surprised by such a development. He looked at Holy King, who kept his eyes closed. He had no choice except to return. Su Ping instantly became even more famous and intimidating in the outside world after the Holy King abandoned the match. Some speculated that Holy King did so to affect the betting and the authorities would look into it. However, more believed that the former was actually scared of Su Ping and was not confident of defeating him without exposing his trump cards. The second speculation won more supporters. After all, there had been as many people who had placed bets on Holy King as those who had bet on Su Ping. He could have defeated the latter and make a fortune too. It was unnecessary to risk his reputation. All geniuses were proud. Everybody in the universe knew that. The stereotype of the arrogant genius was unfortunately cemented because of the undeserving geniuses. On the blue planet, the globe became quiet for a moment after Holy King forfeited. Then, there was a tide of excited cheers. Holy King was definitely a tough figure. Many were concerned, worried that Su Ping might fail. However, their lord turned out to be stronger than they had imagined. That tough figure surrendered even before the battle started. Holy King seemed to be as strong as Boss Su in earlier battles. I don't know why he admitted defeat. He probably has other plans. Jai Yuanfeng and the others were excited and puzzled. On the Void Continent, after Holy King forfeited the match, the game in the 7th region went on as planned. The other contestants fought in turns. Su Ping observed the battles. The geniuses who had managed to rise thus far would mostly have the combat ability of an early star state warrior. The best ones among them even had mid-star state strength. As the battles went on, the first day of the challenges reached its end. Su Ping had secured one victory. The matches continued the next day. Those able to secure 3 victories would advance. The competition would continue for 5 days. Everybody had 2 chances of failure. Their opponents were randomly matched. It was possible some would be matched up with top contestants. That was when luck mattered. It seemed unfair, but Ascendants also considered that geniuses would also need luck to stand out in such a competition. It was quite possible they would die young. On the second day, Su Ping met another acquaintance. Dragon Devil. Su Ping was actually surprised. Dragon Devil, on the other hand, was almost weeping. Why am I so unlucky? He had been defeated by Su Ping's dragon when they fought in the mysterious realm. He had fueled his desire to seek revenge, until he saw Su Ping cross 100 floors of the all-class training monument. Su Ping was even more horrible than Dragon Emperor in his eyes. Dragon Emperor was like a mountain in his academy, always suppressing him. He couldn't even beat Dragon Emperor, let alone Su Ping. I'm losing this point because of bad luck. Damn, Dragon Devil regretted his misfortune. Su Ping and Dragon Devil had been allocated to the 9th region. Their turn arrived after the previous groups were done fighting. Su Ping had become a lot more famous since Holy King forfeited. Countless people had been attracted by that battle. Many viewers who were more intent on watching other regions quickly switched to the 9th region after hearing that Su Ping's battle had begun. Dragon Devil. He's a top genius from the Dragon Tomb Academy. All the pets he summoned are dragons with if not A+ aptitudes. He's another Bada. A Bada, Dragon Devil is not even as strong as Holy King, who gave up without even putting up a fight. He's going to be a piece of cake. Bullshit, don't compare Dragon Devil to that coward. Even if he fails, he will fail with his head up high. The possible winner is still unclear. Maybe Sword King is able to defeat Holy King, but is vulnerable when confronting Dragon Devil. Many fans cheered loudly for Dragon Devil. Very soon, it was Su Ping and Dragon Devil's turn. Seeing that it was his turn, Su Ping flew to the region without saying a word. On the other side, Dragon Devil stood steadily in the void, not showing any intent to move. Why is Dragon Devil so still? Many people frowned to see that. They had a strange bad feeling. Soon as the countdown reached the last 10 seconds, Dragon Devil was still sitting steadily. He even closed his eyes. Damn! The familiar scene made a lot of people cry out. Is he going to forfeit too? Just as they speculated, 10 seconds passed and Dragon Devil didn't budge. The 2-star lords responsible for the 9th region had to look at each other and announce his failure. The audience was going crazy on the internet again. Another forfeiture. Who said that Dragon Devil couldn't be compared to a coward such as Holy King? Holy King, please don't mention me when you're talking about the Dragon Devil. Dragon Devil, I will never admit defeat unless my opponent is too strong. Is this what failing with your head up high looks like? He truly is a real man. Where are Dragon Devil's fans? Why are you so quiet? On the internet, Su Ping's fans seized the chance to fight back with the help of Holy King's fans. The latter group was incensed after the comparisons between Dragon Devil and their Holy King. Holy King was much more handsome than the Dragon Devil. Dragon Devil's fans were all lost for words. They didn't expect that seemingly bold and fearless Dragon Devil would give in to Su Ping. Is Sword King really that fearsome? Su Ping could only go back after hearing the announcement. He even wondered if those guys were messing with him. The 2 trips had been a waste of time. Queen of the Seas and the 1,000 Leaves Holy Lady were also in the 9th region. They were attracting 90% of the attention in the waiting area. The other contestants looked at them every now and then because they were truly beautiful. They weren't too surprised to see Dragon Devil forfeit. They had seen it coming. He couldn't even defeat Su Ping's pet back in the mysterious realm. They had trained hard for months, but it wasn't nearly enough for him to catch up. I wonder who will be the first to make him show his real abilities. Queen of the Sea's eyes flashed. She hoped that it wouldn't be her. The 1,000 Leaves Holy Lady didn't expect that Su Ping, who had once sat beside her, would turn out to be a monster that everybody feared. She realized she had never been closer to Su Ping than the time they were on the hilltop in the mysterious realm. She would probably be living in a different world, considering the might of that monster. The strength gap between them was too wide. Apart from the accident in Su Ping's battle, a few shocking duels between top contestants in other regions attracted a lot of attention. Ling Hujian ran into a young man who wore purple armor. He drew his sword for the first time, which illuminated the region and felt like cold water from the deep sea. A shocking battle took place once he drew his sword and attacked. Countless people witnessed the horror of the sword god's air. Ling Hujian's ranking quickly surpassed Su Ping after that fight and rose to the top 3. Su Ping ranked 7th. His positioning was all due to Holy King and Dragon Devil admitting defeat consecutively, which brought him fame. After all, Su Ping had yet to really attack. His performances in the survival test had been amazing, but many were thinking he would only be able to make the top 10 count at best. Very soon, the 3rd day arrived. As usual, everybody gathered to draw lots. Su Ping searched for his name and soon found his opponent for the day. He raised his eyebrows as it was another acquaintance, Ibetaluna, the descendant of the Night King family that had followed him earlier on. On the other side, Ibetaluna was also stunned after finding out who her opponent was. She had secured 2 victories. She didn't expect to meet Su Ping in the 3rd battle. Her good luck seemed to have come to an end. Brother Su. In the 3rd region, Ibetaluna went to meet Su Ping with a bitter smile. She said, "I'm truly lucky to have run into you today, Brother Su. I'll have to forfeit." Su Ping didn't know what to say. Those with 3 victories would make it to the top 100. So, I'm in the top 100 without any fighting. I believe you'll surely become the champion, Brother Su. You'll have a promising future with Lord Hai Chuo's rewards. Ibetaluna smiled at Su Ping. She was slightly disappointed, but she felt better since she was better off than Holy King, who met Su Ping on the 1st day. Okay. Su Ping nodded. The other contestants widened their eyes after witnessing that. She cheered for her opponent after admitting defeat. Is she a masochist? Soon, Su Ping's much-anticipated match ended again with his opponent backing out. The audience was rendered speechless by the result. Someone had soon connected the dots, realizing that Su Ping was the only one who had made it to the top 100 without fighting. Is it really that easy to make it to the top 100? All the other contestants thought with mixed feelings. By the time the 3rd day was over, more than 40 people had won 3 victories and made it to the top 100. Su Ping was free for the next 2 days. He continued his secluded cultivation while studying the 2nd astral painting in the waiting area. Chapter 883, Source of Time and Space. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. The selection matches were over, and the top 100 geniuses that represented Sylvie had won. Their names resounded in space and were learned by billions of people. The residents of many planets kept an eye for those participants, which made them rising stars. Countless corporations were waiting to make commercials with them. They didn't need to worry about training resources. They were even more valuable than some of the Lone Star Lords. Although it somehow sounded unbelievable, it was a fact. Some of the famous among the ordinary people were more valuable than regular Fate State cultivators. The battle pet warrior profession was the most popular, but it wasn't the only one. 3 more days of rest came after the top 100 were confirmed. In 3 more days, the contestants would be fighting duels amongst themselves until the top 10, top 5, and champion were determined. In the sky above the continent, Hai Chuo and Yu Wang were seated outside of the temple. They were next to a brawny old man who was the old boxer from Heavenly Fist Mountain. His hair and beard were both white, but he had a healthy red skin and a pair of sharp eyes. There was also a woman wearing a thin black dress next to them. She wore a veil that blocked any peeping, but her exposed eyes were as fascinating as the sea of stars. They had also been invited by Hai Chuo to have some wine with the others. I was eager to see the little guy attack, but he actually made it to the next stage without fighting. Hai Chuo was amused once he saw the end of the matches. He had already asked Huan Lishan which genius had caught his eye, making him show up to the competition. The latter didn't keep it a secret. It was impossible to keep it hidden as things stood, since the old boxer and that woman had surely checked his background and knew what he looked like. It wasn't a difficult thing to do for any ascendant. Even if Su Ping's records had been destroyed, they could still look into his past through his projections in the river of time. It was simply not as detailed as physical records. Even if he did, those people couldn't have forced him to reveal his full strength, said Huan Lishan casually. He didn't try to keep Su Ping a secret anymore. After all, he had just made some preparations. That's true. The old boxer nodded regretfully. He had already watched all of Su Ping's battles with fast-forwarding. He didn't think that Su Ping could have passed 100 floors of the all-class monument with that kind of strength. The guy had surely hidden at least half of his combat ability. The woman from the Black Phoenix Palace made no comment. She simply enjoyed her tea in silence. Hai Chuo was going to say something, but then he furrowed his brow and said, after being silent for a while, "The following matches are going to be held in advance." In advance, Yu Wang raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Seeing the surprise in their eyes, Hai Chuo nodded and said, "I just received the notification. It seems that something happened to the Divine Sea mysterious realm. That is why everything will be pushed forward and the rules for the finals may change. Supposedly, the top 10 geniuses of the universe will be sent to the Divine Sea mysterious realm at the end of the final to get seeds of the ascendant state. But the finals have to be held in advance, or they will miss the greatest prize of this contest." "What happened?" asked Huan Lishan in surprise. The Divine Sea mysterious realm was an SSS mysterious realm that had remained steady since it was opened. It was also being supervised by a celestial expert. How could anything happen to it? "I'm not sure." Hai Chu shook his head and said, 600 years ago, a meeting was convened in the Federation, and all the galaxy lords such as myself were summoned. The celestial state experts mentioned during the meeting that the wall of the universe was constricting, and the deeper spaces were turning unstable and chaotic. You must have sensed it too. I wonder if that caused the accident." The old boxer became solemn and said grimly, "That's true. I was almost caught in a deeper space a while back, when I was hunting an ancient apparition in the 7th space. I thought I would be knocked out of our universe. The deeper space felt so horrifying there was no doubt in my mind I would die if I fell into it." The others were shocked. All of them turned to look at him. It seems that the sage's theory about disorder may be true. Hai Chuo changed his expression and heaved a sigh. He shook his head and added, "Let's not talk about it anymore, lest it spreads out and causes a bad influence. Maybe something else caused the accident. Be that as it may, we must change the rules to finish the matches in advance. The top 100 have been confirmed. All we need to do is to rank them. Let's pick the champion and the second best first, then the top 10. Just leave the rest alone. Nobody will remember them anyway." "Sure." Yu Wang and the others didn't disagree. The matches were boring children's games to them anyway. The fiercest competitions would happen sooner since the champion was going to be picked first. They would be spared of all the long and tedious waiting. At night, when the top 100 were selected, the people from every planetary system were discussing the top 100 players with ardor on the internet. Those players would go to the Star Zone and fight the other geniuses of the universe on behalf of Sylvie. It would be glorious for Sylvie if any of them managed to show up at the finals. After all, considering the vast scope of the universe, Sylvie was more of a small city than a galaxy. An announcement was made on the internet right then, stating that the rules would be changed and the matches would continue on the next morning. The announcement caused another heated round of discussions, but the audience were just watching the competition for fun. They were happy to find there would be no intervals between the matches. The only people who were upset were the forces behind the contestants. They knew how badly wounded their children were after the past battles. How could they recover overnight? However, the rules had been announced. It was fate according to the authorities. Luck was an ability. Stamina was also an ability. The rules applied to every contestant. That was the relative fairness of the rules. The rules would be equally applied. Why could some people win while others couldn't? Losers had no excuses. The forces behind the contestants were mostly star lords who were in charge of a planetary system. They could only curse at home, since none of them dared to express their disagreement before Sylvie's dominator. As for the ascendant state experts whose students or disciples were participating, they actually agreed with the idea. They were a proud lot, who wouldn't allow their students to complain about the rules when others didn't. The next morning, everybody was gathered in a waiting area. 7-star lords looked down at the contestants before them. They had concealed their aura, but they still gave off immense pressure like deadly beasts would. However, all the Fate State contestants who had made it thus far were able to crush warriors of their same level, so they took it in stride. Only those who had been wounded seemed hurt and helpless. The universal match will be held in advance. You will set off tomorrow to the Golden Star Zone. There you will fight geniuses from other galaxies in the universe. So all of you will be ranked today as quickly as possible. Due to time limitations, we've amended the rules a little bit. First of all, the champion will be selected. Everybody knew that the rules would change, but they didn't expect them to change that much. To top it off, they would have to leave the next day after a whole day of fighting. At the same time, all the stream viewers on the internet were thrilled. Countless people were too shocked to speak. The new rules were so unbelievable. A champion would be directly chosen from the top 100. Many of the contestants' expressions changed, showing their surprise. They soon frowned and glanced at the opponents that they thought were tricky. There could only be one champion, one who had to defeat everybody else. As a way to compensate all the winners for the change of rules, Lord Haichu has prepared a special award for the champion. It will be a piece of time and space source, the Star Lord added, and half of the contestants in the crowd seemed shocked. As for the other half, including Su Ping, they looked puzzled. The time and space source is an extremely rare treasure, which is critical when you rise from the Star State to the Star Lord State, as it can significantly increase the odds of success. It contains the law of time that the Star Lords know, and there would be no side effects after usage. If you want it, try your best to become the champion. Once they heard that, the remaining half was astonished too. They didn't expect such a treasure. It was very likely that not even those in the Ascendant State would have many of such treasures. Untalented Star State cultivators would certainly be tempted by such an item. As to the geniuses, their odds of advancement were higher than average in the first place. Success would almost be guaranteed if they had the time and space source. This would mean that one of them could break into the Star State after becoming the champion, and then become a Star Lord with rapid training. The journey between the Fate State and the Star Lord State would be smooth. Although the geniuses present would certainly reach the Star State, it remained to be seen if they could become Star Lords. Only the top contestants such as Dragon Emperor and the young man who carried a wooden sword would be certain of that. However, their potential would only allow them to reach the Star Lord State. They had to count on their luck if they wanted to reach the Ascendant State. It would be hard for them to advance even if they weren't short of resources. That was why Su Ping raised so much attention, given his Ascendant State potential. After everybody stopped whispering, a Star Lord said solemnly, "Now, I'll be announcing the rule to select the champion. The rule is simple. If you think you're capable of being the champion, step up." Everybody was beyond shocked after such a statement. Soon, someone stepped out of the crowd, and more people followed. Holy King, Dragon Emperor, Dragon Devil, and other outstanding contestants stepped forward. Some of them were already wounded, but they also wanted to try their luck. Su Ping also joined without any hesitation. He wanted the precious time and space source. Very soon, only 20 people stayed behind. Once he saw that, the Star Lord sneered and said, "Very good. First of all, I praise your courage, but it takes more than that to become the champion. Blind confidence is just stupidity. Release it." After his roar, another Star Lord threw out a bottle which darted a black beam of light that caused a vortex in space. Then, a dragon whose body was ablaze with black flames dashed out. There were hideous skulls on the dragon's back, and its tail was forked. Many of the contestants changed their expressions. They recognized the dragon. It was a ferocious skull demon dragon. It would become a peak Star State beast once it reached adulthood. It was incredibly strong too. Most advanced Star State experts would be unable to defeat it even if they used their pets. It was a beast naturally born with Class A aptitude, able to crush most advanced Star State beasts. Killing it will be your first test, the hosting Star Lord declared coldly. This caused gasps from many among the 80 contestants who had stepped up. The 20 contestants who had stayed behind, on the other hand, felt lucky and relieved. "If you want to quit, go back now," scolded the Star Lord. Once they heard that, half of the remaining contestants backed off. Those who were meaning to try their luck were overwhelmed with despair. Being battle pet warriors, you must have noticed that this pet is untamed. It's a wild beast that's just been caught. It's completely unrestrained, said the Star Lord coldly. This time, Lord Haichua won't rescue you. There's only you to blame if you overestimate yourselves and get killed because of a lapse in judgment. You might get killed if you recklessly take action just because you crave the reward. This can also happen in an unknown, mysterious realm one day. You would end up dying, wasting all the resources you've absorbed. A lot of other people changed their expressions again. The coldness on the Star Lord's face made it clear he wasn't joking. Those geniuses had indeed been through the gore and cruelty during their growth. Spoiled geniuses wouldn't have been able to secure their 10 victories at the beginning, let alone reaching the top 100. Chapter 884, Death in Battle. After the Star Lord said that, another 18 or so contestants backed off. In the blink of an eye, only 17 of the 80 people who stepped up at the beginning were left. 9 of them were from the 5 best academies. While a lot of geniuses had passed the tests and advanced, most were from the 5 best academies. However, they were 5 different organizations. Each had merely 1 to 2 candidates left. Su Ping and Oasis Gray were the only ones left from the Emir Royal Academy. Apocalypse, who was slightly weaker than Oasis Gray, knew that she couldn't possibly be the champion after seeing those 2 had stayed, so she simply backed off. On the other side, Goddess of Light, Dragon Devil, Sword Maniac, and the other second-best students in their academies also decided to call it quits. They knew it was impossible for them to win when the best students of their academies were still there, unless they cheated. But obviously, it was impossible to cheat in such a competition, while an audience of billions were watching. Very good. If all of you are confident of slaying this ferocious skull demon dragon, you'll get a chance to fight it in turns. Let us get something straight first. Once you start fighting it, you can't quit. You either kill or get killed. There's no other option. The Star Lord added coldly, there's still a chance to quit before your challenge. This is to show mercy to greenhouse flowers like yourselves. Everybody was silent. Some of them seemed angry about the Star Lord's final remark. Disregarding their attitude, the Star Lord said coldly, "Who's going to fight it first?" Everybody remained silent. One of them looked around, hoping that others would take action first. This battle was obviously just one of the tests. More would come later. There was a long time of silence. Nobody wanted to attack first. They hoped that someone else could test the waters first. Although some were confident of killing the beast, they preferred to save their strength. After all, the rules had changed, and they didn't have any time to rest after their previous battles. They were trying their best to save their strength wherever they could. We'll pick one at random if no one volunteers. The Star Lord snorted and realized what was on their mind. He didn't despise them. Actually, he liked their way of thinking. Whoever was arrogant enough to step up would probably die young, even if they were gifted. Soon, someone made a list of the contestants' identities and chose one randomly. The first person to be picked turned out to be Queen of the Seas. She was quite stunned by the result. She then looked around and saw that everybody was staring at her with relief or gloating smiles. She was silent for a moment, but then accepted the fact with a snort and stepped up. Next to her, the Holy King whispered, "Be careful." Queen of the Seas looked at him. They were rivals except during the survival test. She didn't see it coming for him to actually cheer for her in such a moment. She simply gave him a silent nod. "You can still quit," said the Star Lord coldly. Queen of the Sea said indifferently, "I can do it." "Sure." The region in which the ferocious skull demon dragon had been freed was opened, and Queen of the Seas flew in. The fierce dragon hovered in the sky excitedly after being freed. But very soon, its attention was drawn by an intruder. It quickly turned its cold and brutal eyes, fixing them upon the slim woman. The intruder was a hideous bug in its eyes. What imprisoned it earlier was exactly a group of the same hideous bugs. That bug was clearly weaker than them. It was a good chance to vent its fury. Queen of the Seas felt that something had locked onto her the moment she entered the continent. She quickly summoned her pets. Some were as big as mountains. Others landed and created an area filled with thorns. Merge! She let out a roar, then a deep blue phoenix flew out. It was a two-headed creature. Snowflakes fell from its crowns, lowering the overall temperature. Feathers grew on her forehead after merging. She became even taller and sexier. Roared! A dragon roar was suddenly heard up close. The previously hovering dragon made a quick approach. Its intimidating roar made Queen of the Seas change her expression. A chill ran all over her body as she instinctively hesitated. Exactly at that moment, a mouthful of scorching white flames approached her. It was surprisingly fast, like a cannonball. She quickly took action. An ape-looking beast behind her dashed forward. It raised countless rocks, piling them up to form a wall enhanced by the power of laws. There was a boom, then the power of laws collided with the dragon flames, to later melt like snow. The rocks had been strengthened by elements, but they were just regular substances and were soon burnt to ashes. A dragon pet immediately moved forward and spouted a mouthful of flames too, but they couldn't possibly compare to the enemy's previous attack. It was quickly pushed back, and was almost consumed by flames. Queen of the Seas changed her expression. She didn't expect the ferocious skull demon dragon to be so tough. Is this what the dominator among star state beasts is like? She gritted her teeth, then cold flames surrounded her body. She dashed forward with a profound law of freezing gathered in her hand. She was going to freeze the flames. Space started to consolidate, and the dragon flames seemed to be dying out. The power of laws that was attached to it was about to be dissolved by Queen of the Seas' freezing law. This woman is so strong. There was surprise in the eyes of the 16 remaining contestants. She had shown her freezing law in earlier battles, but it wasn't nearly as horrifying. The law she was currently using was definitely in the advanced phase of the star state. With a deeper understanding and some luck, she would have a chance to become a star lord in the future. I didn't know that Holy King was not the strongest in the Humia Academy. She is. Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes warily. On the other side, Linghu Jian's eyes flashed too, and the shadow of a sword glittered in them. In the battling region, Queen of the Seas was no longer holding back, as she was using all the laws she knew. She activated her constitution and broke the frozen flames. Just as she was going to lead her pets to counterattack, a crack appeared in the void, and a swarm of skeleton monsters came out with special laws of annihilation. Another dragon roar was heard as the monsters marched onward. The ferocious skull demon dragon then swooped down, exuding a stench. Nobody's dead here. How did it summon that many skeletons? Queen of the Seas was shocked. She then realized it had probably opened the gate to a world of undead and summoned the skeletons over. It was definitely a top skill of the undead class. But she wasn't caught unprepared. She then arranged her pets in a formation. The plants that landed at the beginning dug deep roots and formed a huge forest which was darting out sharp poisonous stings. While they couldn't poison the skeletons, they could still cause physical damage. A wind was also blowing in the void, mixed with lightning and fire. That was the other pet's skills. A lot of skeletons were consumed and minced by the skills. They had a protective layer made with the power of laws, but they could hardly resist the pet's powerful skills. 2 dragons fought against the ferocious skull demon dragon, but they were quickly wounded. Both dragons had been well trained and they A+ aptitudes, which were the best pets she could get. They were very strong, as they were able to fight against advanced star state beasts. However, they were quickly wounded. even though they had paired up to tackle that dragon. Roar! Once the two dragons were forced to retreat, the ferocious skull demon dragon seemed to be infuriated. It roared, and somehow created a field with some red light radiating from its body. The skeleton's eyes were also filled with red light inside the field, and they were significantly strengthened. They dashed out and surrounded Queen of the Seas. What? She was shocked. Even the summoned undead creatures could be this strong. Her pets were soon injured and forced to retreat. She grit her teeth, as she had no time to hide herself anymore. She fully activated her ice-related top constitution. It could fully boost the freezing law she knew. That was also her real trump card. Crag Trek. A lot of bones were frozen and hit by the pet's skills, shattering them in the process. She suddenly took out a whip, which looked like the spine of a monster. It was surrounded by multiple laws that matched her perfectly. She then charged at the beast with the whip. The ferocious skull demon dragon roared and waved its claws to fight back. It had a deep grasp of two laws. It hadn't been frozen by Queen of the Seas at all and was able to fight back. Those who were watching the fierce battle via live stream were holding their breath. They had not seen such an aggressive exchange in the earlier phases of the contest. Although a few of the top contestants had run into each other before, they had never fought relentlessly. Queen of the Seas had just displayed a strength that had never appeared in all of the competition. It was hard to imagine that the woman who was fighting that massive dragon was in the fate state. The Star State cultivators who were watching the battle began to perspire awkwardly. Those who were advanced Star State experts were also solemn and blushing. They were thinking it would be better to run for their lives if they ever ran into that woman. While everybody was watching the battle, the situation in the region was changing. The longer the ferocious skull demon dragon fought, the more intimidating it became. Its blood was highly corrosive and was almost piercing the top armor Queen of the Seas was wearing. The dragon's body was also turning from bright red to dark. More red scales grew from them, forming a complicated pattern which significantly strengthened it. Adding its laws and physical strength, it was suppressing her. This is not good. Outside the battlefield, a few contestants wore solemn expressions. Holy King was also clenching his fist. Su Ping frowned as he watched. He couldn't help but shake his head, as Queen of the Seas had reached her limits. The ferocious skull demon dragon was truly a cunning wild star state beast. It had been pretending to be weak. That woman is probably PFF. Queen of the Seas vomited blood and her face was pale. The fury in her eyes was replaced by shock and fear, but she knew there was no way out. Her body hummed, and she fully activated her constitution. She began to burn her life essence and charged at the dragon again. A few minutes later, she became exhausted again, while the dragon had been wounded multiple times. There were a few giant holes on its wings, but it managed to trap her with one of its claws during one collision. It suddenly spewed a mouthful of flames. A cold wind arose, but it was quickly subdued. Then the flames pressed on. Nothing remained. Queen of the Seas was nowhere to be seen in the dragon's claw. Outside of the continent, all of the contestants changed their expressions. The viewers on countless planets were also wide-eyed. Dead. A woman with such unparalleled gifts and combat ability died in battle. Not even her body remained. This is impossible. At the Hugh Mia Academy, a teacher stood up in shock, finding it impossible to accept the fact. On a certain prosperous planet, everybody was silent in a huge family estate. Then, exclamations burst out. Queen of the Seas had failed and died. Inside the battlefield, her wounded pets were stunned. None of them were attacking anymore. They were soon overrun and killed by the skeletons. They were killed while their heads were in a mess, since their contracts had just been negated. Roar! The ferocious skull demon dragon roared aloud, as if demonstrating its power, before it looked at the contestants outside the region. Then, it lunged at the dragon corpses on the ground and ate them. Chapter 885, Su Jinner. Upon seeing the outcome, the Star Lord asked the contestants coldly and unsympathetically, "Who's next?" His words woke everybody up from their shock. Many of them changed their expressions and hesitated. The Star Lord sneered and ignored them. He simply asked another Star Lord, "Release another one." The Star Lord accepted the command. She was also a Star Lord, but obviously a lesser one. She flew over to the continent and stored the brutal, ferocious skull demon dragon. She then took out a bottle and unleashed yet another ferocious skull demon dragon, which was also an adult, even bigger than the first one. Someone instantly changed their expression after seeing that. Many hoped that others would tire out the ferocious beast for them first. However, trying to take advantage of others would not work here. While such dragons were rare, there were still tens of thousands of them in Sylvie. It would be impossible for them to be used up. Very soon, another 8 or so contestants chose to quit. They didn't think they would be any stronger than Queen of the Seas. Holy King looked awful as he too chose to leave. He didn't expect that Queen of the Seas, his longtime rival, would end up like that. She had a great chance of becoming a Star Lord and dominating a planetary system. It was terrible for him to see his old rival die. He also realized the cruelty of that world. The Star Lords outside of the region could have definitely rescued her in time. There were also Ascendant State experts above them who could have saved her with a single thought. Still, they simply watched as a genius perished. It also made him realize that the so-called geniuses that their masters cherished were probably no different from ants when seen by the top big shots in that vast universe. They were merely ants with beautiful patterns. On the other side, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, who was the hope of the Holy Oriole Academy, gritted her teeth and also quit. She wasn't just afraid of the dragon, but also of Su Ping, Dragon Emperor and the Sword God's heir. It was hopeless for her to beat those monstrous geniuses in that test. Therefore, she thought she would be better off by saving some strength to fight for the silver medal. If she couldn't get it, she would still become famous if she won third place. As one contestant after the other backed out, only 6 people were left on the field, namely Su Ping, Oasis Grey, Dragon Emperor, Linghu Jian, Su Jinner, and Hayalim. "Which of you will fight first?" asked the Star Lord again. Linghu Jian stepped up and said coldly, "Me." The Star Lord glanced at him and gave him a slight nod. The region was soon opened. Linghu Jian flew into it, carrying his wooden sword. Everybody gazed at him. The legendary disciple of an Ascendant State expert had a good chance of winning the competition. Soon, the battle began in that region. This time, Linghu Jian didn't fight with the wooden sword. He summoned his pets and merged with one, using their boost to charge at the ferocious skull demon dragon. He drew his sword. It was a glittering silver sword, which was evidently a powerful secret treasure. It carried many flawless laws. Every swing of the sword was able to cut through the void and straight into the tertiary space, even the fourth space at times. Even the dragon's fire breath could be cut apart too. The man and the dragon fought crazily. They gradually reached the fifth space and fought there. The stream viewers were shocked and silent. He was incredibly strong, as expected of an Ascendant State expert's disciple who had been hiding his strength. Those who had been defeated by Linghu Jian were feeling angry and insulted. It wasn't until that moment that they finally realized that the man didn't draw his sword because he was being merciful toward them. They would have died had he drawn the sword. None of them would have resisted any of his attacks. The Sword God's young disciple is rather gifted. In the temple, high in the sky, Hai Chu and the others were watching the battle. They gave slight nods as the young man fought the ferocious dragon. It was an unusual show of talent for someone in the Fate state to have grasped such profound sword techniques. Sword God got himself a great disciple, one who has understood his techniques when he's only a Fate state warrior. He'll be invincible after he reaches the star state, said Yu Wang. Huan Lishan looked at him and said, "Are you tempted?" Humph, Yu Wang snorted and said, "No, I'm only interested in those who have ascendant potential. Star Lords are just ants to me." The battle inside the region had soon ended. Linghu Jian performed scary sword techniques while in the fifth space, fully carrying the power of laws. Finally, he slew the ferocious dragon. The battle changed the other contestants' impression of him. Some were scared, and some were in awe. Let me. Next, the Dragon Emperor stepped up. Another ferocious skull demon dragon was released. Dragon Emperor used his full strength. He set up a 10-dragon formation, which was quite splendid. All of the dragons were rare and well-trained. The three main dragons even had A+ aptitudes. Although they were early star state cultivation, they were able to fight against those in the advanced phase. Dragon Emperor fought fearlessly since he had the support of the 10 dragons. His attacks were unstoppable and yet well-controlled. Soon, after paying a price of 3 dragons and some minor injuries, Dragon Emperor finally defeated the ferocious skull demon dragon. The students in the Dragon Tomb Academy cheered in relief after he secured his victory. Once Dragon Emperor finished, Oasis Grey also took action. Half of his pets were dragons, and their lineup was quite strong. Adding the secret techniques he knew, he was capable of unleashing great power. However, he had more or less underestimated the ferocious skull demon dragon. He never knew how horrifying the enemy's power of laws was until he really fought it. It was highly destructive and corrosive, and he had to back away all the time. Eventually, after activating his constitution and exposing his secret techniques, he managed to defeat it. However, he lost half of his pets, and he was also heavily wounded. Judging from his status, he would not stand a single chance of winning against Linghu Jian or Dragon Emperor without the use of top restoration medications. Even so, he had still won the admiration of the public, and would certainly rank among the top 10. Oasis Grey seemed to be deeply frustrated once he left the region. He realized the gap between himself and Dragon Emperor. He had always despised the latter, yet he had ended up being slapped in the face. It was utterly frustrating. "Are you going up?" At this moment, a pleasant voice was heard close by. Su Ping turned around, only to find that it was the woman named Su Jinner who was talking to him. The woman was dressed in an ancient style. She seemed to have kept the old customs from the blue planet. "I'm fine either way," said Su Ping. Su Jinner grimaced and then said to the Star Lord, "I'll go first then." Soon, Su Jinner entered the region. The woman's participation in the survival contest had been unremarkable, only gathering 10 identity badges. She didn't lose in any of the 10 battles from the previous round, though, but none of her victories was easy. Nobody expected her to have the courage to stay after seeing the horrific ferocious skull demon dragons. She wasn't on the popularity ranking, not in the champion prediction ranking. Where is this girl from? She's not bad looking. Why does she seem so dumb? It makes sense. Most beautiful girls are dumb. What bullshit are you spouting? There are ascendant state females too. They'll shut you up permanently if you talk like that. Just ignore them. They're shamelessly invincible. She seems to be confident. Securing 10 victories would have been impossible if she were ordinary. She must have been hiding her strength. While everybody whispered, the Star Lord became solemn after seeing Su Jinner. He then nodded and allowed her to enter the battling region. The ferocious skull demon dragon soon took notice of Su Jinner, and a battle instantly began. However, Su Jinner only summoned a battle pet to increase her strength. She then charged at the dragon barehanded. She's so agile. She showed great expertise in body movement techniques the moment she attacked, approaching the target like a ghost, and slapped it to pierce right into the fifth space, with it extinguishing some of the flames on its body and leaving a deep mark on its skin. The dragon cried because of the pain, becoming even more brutal afterwards. Su Jinner, however, flew like a butterfly and punched every now and then. It only took 5 minutes. The dragon collapsed with fist marks all over its body. Its bones and internal organs had been shattered into smithereens. What powerful laws, those bizarre attacks too. Linghu Jian and the others were shocked by her performance. The power of laws in the woman's fist ignored the protection given by the dragon's scales, going straight into its body. Her every attack had been precise and casual, as if she were just taking a walk. Huh. Su Ping was just as surprised. She looked at the woman thoughtfully. The woman had fought as if she could see every weakness, which allowed her to launch critical strikes. Her eyesight and control were so good that even a genius swordsman such as Ling Hujian would be subpar. There are indeed a lot of geniuses in this vast universe. Su Ping had a solemn attitude. There were many geniuses in Sylvie as it was. He wondered what stars would rise in the final stage. However, he was still confident of winning the championship, even if it would be a lot harder. Su Jinner returned. She patted her hands and put on a smile, then winked at Su Ping and returned to her position. Su Ping realized that the woman was treating him differently for some reason. This made him feel a bit confused, but chose not to think much of it. He was about to step up when Haelim addressed the Star Lord first. That woman had been in first place for a good while during the preliminary phase. Barely fighting in the first 10 rounds, all her opponents fell. It was quite weird. Many believed she had probably grasped enchantment or alluring laws. Such laws weren't uncommon, but few were as effective as the ones used by that woman. A fierce battle started the moment she entered the region. She summoned her 8 pets and fought the dragon in an unhurried manner, and her cooperation with her pets was flawless. They were highly destructive. Her pets alone had caused significant damage to the dragon. She would attack and push the dragon back every time the latter was about to break the pet formation. Then she would kite it again. An hour later, the ferocious dragon was finally killed. Everybody discovered that the woman had nothing amazing except for her precise control over her pets. Her performance was on the top tier too, but it wasn't as splendid as that of Dragon Emperor or Ling Hujian. Was it a mental attack? Her mind suppressed the dragon. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. The prolonged battle allowed him to vaguely detect that the woman had great mental power, which melded into some sort of terrifying force field affecting the dragon. He turned his head and found that Su Jinner was also interested in her. Ling Hujian, on the other hand, had an awfully grim look. At this moment the Star Lord said to Su Ping, who was the last, "It's your turn." Su Ping withdrew his gaze and gave a slight nod. He simply flew into the arena. Is he the kid who crossed 100 floors of the all-class monument? I hope I can see something new. In the high sky, Hai Chuo and the others looked at him with great interest. Su Jinner and Haelim's performances had aroused their interest. They thought of recruiting them as disciples. Yu Wang's eyes flashed. He had decided to talk to Haelim after the match. Her mental power and force field delighted him. She was exactly his favorite kind of genius. He detected a brutal power behind that mental pressure. She was a woman, but she had surely gone through hellish training to obtain such a killing intent. Su Ping had stepped into the region as they watched, catching the attention of the ferocious skull demon dragon. It was a newly released ferocious skull demon dragon. Just like the previous ones, it was hovering in the vast sky and enjoying its recovered freedom. "Come on out," Su Ping whispered to summon the Inferno Dragon and the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon. Little White noticed the ferocious dragon the moment it came out. It roared warily as it considered the dragon a threat. Su Ping didn't say anything. He simply merged with Little White and left the Inferno Dragon to fight alongside him. He didn't plan to summon Little White at the beginning, but since it was also a dragon, it was a good chance for it to learn how to fight other dragons. Chapter 886. Do any of you disagree? Go. Su Ping didn't restrain his Inferno Dragon, since he saw how eager it was to attack. The Inferno Dragon became as strong as an advanced star state being with all the laws he had taught it. Its astral power had also been purified by hundreds of heavenly tribulations. It had a great explosive power. Roared. The Inferno Dragon roared and charged at the ferocious dragon in a daunting manner. Huh! Is that dragon in the Fate state? High in the sky, Hai Chuo and the others were clearly surprised. It was impossible to hide that Pet's cultivation from the Ascendant State experts. All of them knew that Su Ping was strong after Hugh and Lishan told them. None of them expected his pets to be similarly odd. All the other contestants had well-trained Star State pets, yet Su Ping was merely using pets with a cultivation similar to his. He didn't seem to be overconfident, because his pet was as intimidating as the ferocious skull demon dragon. What kind of dragon is that? Its aptitude is downright horrifying. I can't tell, it seems to be a hybrid. This universe is too big, weird hybrids appear every year, but I've rarely seen any with such a great bloodline. This pet is already as strong as some of the top contestants in the competition. The Ascendant State experts were truly surprised. If the dragon's bloodline had a high upper limit, it would definitely be a rare pet that could still be used by Star Lords. Apart from them, the Star Lords and trainers who were also watching the stream had keenly recognized the dragon's level 2. The others thought that the dragon was at the beginning phase of the Star State, only being slightly better than the previously seen pets. However, they realized it was only a Fate State beast. The combat ability enhancement was shocking. Is this his trump card? A Fate State pet can be this strong. It's definitely a top dragon. Make note about its appearance and data, find out its kin. They can be sold for great prices too. It's true that monstrous geniuses have monstrous pets. As the Star Lords and the trainers remarked in mixed feelings, more and more people were shocked after realizing that the dragon was in the Fate State. In the arena, the ferocious skull demon dragon was fighting the Inferno dragon. Su Ping, on the other hand, was only watching the fight. He seemed to be using the test as a chance for his pet to practice. That dragon. Among the contestants who had quit, Dragon Devil looked shocked and suspicious. He felt that the dragon was even stronger than when they fought. Or maybe the dragon didn't try its best in the mysterious realm. His teacher mentioned the pet before, but he never knew it was hiding that much strength. Roar! The Inferno dragon let out a roar, which intimidated the ferocious skull demon dragon, momentarily leaving it rooted on the spot. A single moment in a fierce battle such as that one could be fatal. The Inferno dragon instantly flew over and waved its claw. A crack was left on the fifth space, and the ferocious dragon's wings, along with a shoulder blade, were torn apart. Scales and blood were jetted all over. 20 laws were gathered in the Inferno dragon's claw, and it attacked the other dragon's back. Su Ping covered its back and distracted the wounded dragon. He was really satisfied with the Inferno dragon's familiarity with the laws. The Inferno dragon would have the power to suppress the dragon on its own if it properly absorbed all the laws that he taught. Roar, roar! The two dragons roared furiously and kept on attacking each other. Flames were spewing out and lightning was glittering. The ferocious skull demon dragon was finally executed 5 minutes later. The Inferno dragon bit apart its neck and gulped its flesh and flood, shocking the audience. Dragon Emperor, the young man who carried a wooden sword and Oasis Gray, changed their expressions the moment they saw that. Hayalim, who hadn't seen Su Ping attack once, was looking at the Inferno dragon with a solemn gaze. Only the girl named Su Jinner remained smiling. Nevertheless, she had a curious expression. The beast that we couldn't defeat was taken down by his pet. At the rear, the contestants who had quit were shocked by the outcome. The dragons for the test were already brutal enough in their eyes. One had even slain a genius such as Queen of the Seas. And yet, that terrifying monster had been finished off by Su Ping's pet. In other words, Su Ping could simply have his pet to deal with his contenders and not need to do a thing. At that moment, after it had its fill, Su Ping retrieved the Inferno dragon and returned to his position outside the region. He canceled the merging with Little White 2 and sent it back to the contract space. He seemed to be completely at ease. After all, he really didn't do much, except for being on standby and watching. Hardly had he returned when Su Jinner turned around and remarked with a weird expression, "Your pet isn't bad." After being stunned for a bit, Su Ping replied, "Indeed, they're all very good." Su Jinner's eyes flashed. She then appeared to be even more interested. Dragon Emperor and Linghu Jian, however, wore complicated expressions. How could they possibly compare to him? A beast they had taken great pains to defeat had been taken down by his pet. If they later had to fight against Su Ping, the latter could simply send a few more of his similarly strong pets to defeat them. Not only would they fail, their failure would also be embarrassing. Very well, I didn't expect that 6 men could pass the test. You're outstanding. The Star Lord's eyes flashed after he saw Su Ping return. Then he said casually, if it were any other galaxy, any of you would have become the ultimate champion. However, we have too many talents here. The competition has to continue. Before we go on, let me ask something. Do any of you want to quit? Everyone looked at each other, but nobody backed out. The Star Lord said casually, very good, I will nominate you then. First, Linghu Jian, step up. Linghu Jian frowned but did as ordered. Once in position, he unconsciously looked at Su Ping, who was standing on his left side. Does anyone disagree with Linghu Jian becoming the champion? The Star Lord glanced at the other 5 contestants coldly. All of them were stunned. Is the rule this simple and straightforward? While everybody was silent, Hayelm stepped forward and said with a gentle yet determined tone, I've long heard that the sword god's heir has grasped the essence of his sword techniques. I'd like to see how good you are. Linghu Jian calmly looked at her but remained silent. I've always wanted to practice with people from the Sword Deity Academy. You'll be the first, Brother Linghu. Dragon Emperor also made a move. He sounded calm yet domineering. Su Jinner smiled and said in a relaxed tone, I'd like to join the fun too. Linghu Jian changed her expression and glimpsed at her. Su Ping didn't know the rules, but he didn't want to be mistaken for a quitter. So he also said, I hope I can practice with you too. Linghu Jian's expression changed slightly when the former stepped forward. His eyes were filled with coldness. Out of the 5 other contestants, everybody had dared to pose a challenge except Oasis Grey. The Star Lord raised his eyebrows, not expecting that many of them were unafraid of the sword god's heir. However, as he recalled their performances, he found it understandable. He said, all right, you may go back. Now the second, Dragon Emperor, step up. Stunned, the Dragon Emperor took a step forward. Does anyone disagree with him being the champion? Linghu Jian stepped up the moment he said that. Me. Me too. Hayelm also moved. Hello. Su Jinner didn't say anything, merely taking a step forward too. Her attitude was obvious. Oasis Grey snorted and stepped up with a cold attitude. He wasn't confident of defeating Linghu Jian or Dragon Emperor, but he was definitely unwilling to give in to the latter. He would rather try his luck. Su Ping stepped up too after seeing that. It was instantly obvious that everybody disagreed. Dragon Emperor looked awful when he saw the result. Let's step back again, the Star Lord said casually, and then announced another name and the same question. This time it was Hayelm. Dragon Emperor and Linghu Jian seemed to have done their research and seemed to be wary of her. In the end, only Su Jinner, Su Ping, and Linghu Jian had stepped forward to show their disagreement. Next it was Su Jinner. This time 4 expressed their disagreement, namely Su Ping, Dragon Emperor, Linghu Jian, and Hayelm. Lastly, it was Su Ping's turn. Does anyone disagree? Asked the Star Lord casually. This time, the crowd was caught in a brief silence. Dragon Emperor and Linghu Jian looked at each other. Both remembered how Su Ping had dominated the mysterious realm earlier on. They kept their peace and chose not to step up. Hayelm hesitated for a moment, but she didn't step up either. Su Jinner eventually walked out of the crowd. She said with a smile, I'd like to see your other pets. Su Ping nodded. Good, the Star Lord said. It seems that all of you have made your own judgment. Here's the result. Su Ping will be the champion candidate, while the rest of you will fight for one opening. The victor will fight Su Ping for the championship. He added, of course, no need to worry about unfairness. The winner will be healed by Lord Hai Chu in person. He will even resurrect your pets if needed. You may fight freely. There was a slight change in the contestants' expression. not expecting that the previous announcements and their vetoing had served that purpose. The selection criteria was truly simple and straightforward. The audience was equally shocked. Pets would be resurrected. Our ascendant state experts so horrifyingly capable. Su Ping was astonished too. Even the creatures beyond the ascendant state he had met in the chaotic realm of the undead were unable to resurrect other creatures, unless it was in the form of ghosts. However, that Star Lord was obviously talking about complete resurrection. Was it really possible? After a moment, Su Ping said in his heart, "System, answer my question." A few seconds later, the system's low voice was heard. "The rules of your universe are simple. Even the ascendants master the truth of time. There's also the rules in an ascendant state expert's small world, which are controlled by its creator. This would apply to every world." Su Ping was stunned. We're in the small world of an ascendant state expert. He looked at the vast continent before him. Is this Hai Chu's small world? But it was tremendously big. It could be compared to 100 blue planets. So to speak, can Queen of the Seas be resurrected too? Right, she certainly can. She hasn't been resurrected yet because they want everybody to realize the graveness of the situation. But she'll definitely be resurrected later. She's a top 10 genius anyway. It would be a shame if she died just like that, Su Ping thought. Are you dissatisfied with the rules? Any disagreements? The Star Lord looked at the 5 contestants. The other 5 looked at Su Ping. Obviously, the only thing that could have caused disagreement was Su Ping's privilege in the final round. However, none of them expressed their discontent since they remembered his previous performances. The guy's pet was horrifying as it was. Who knew whether or not he was even stronger? Very soon, someone looked at Su Jinner and suddenly wondered if Su Ping would have been acknowledged as the champion if she hadn't stepped up. A similar thought popped up in the others. They felt anxious, yet lucky and grateful to Su Jinner. Everybody disagreed with you being the champion. You two will fight each other. The victor between you will challenge the others. The Star Lord pointed at Dragon Emperor and Oasis Grey. All the other contestants had expressed their disagreement. Dragon Emperor appeared to be furious upon hearing what the Star Lord said. He had been the best since childhood, an unreachable entity even in the Dragon Tomb Academy, which was full of geniuses. He found it insulting to be left behind with someone as unworthy as Oasis Grey. Dragon Emperor looked at Oasis Grey and said gloomily, "You will regret challenging me." Oasis Grey said coldly, "I can't wait to regret." Humph! Dragon Emperor clenched his fists. The Star Lord ignored them. He then said to Su Jinner and Haelim, "You two will be paired up. If nobody else issues a challenge, the victor from your battle will fight against Su Ping." Su Jinner said helplessly, "Okay." The Star Lord looked at Linghu Jian and said, "The victor between Dragon Emperor and Oasis Grey will fight you. The winner will fight the victor from the fight of the 2 girls to get the spot for the final round." "Sure." Linghu Jian nodded in agreement. However, he knew that even if absolute fairness was ensured, it would be beyond unlikely for him to win the championship. Chapter 887, Final Battle. Su Ping and Linghu Jian were left alone. Ada the Star Lord introduced the rules. Dragon Emperor and Oasis Grey had a duel in one of the regions. At the same time, Su Jinner and Haelim fought in another region. Linghu Jian, who stood next to Su Ping, said in a low voice, "You need to be careful about Su Jinner later." Su Ping was surprised since the guy had voluntarily talked to him. More importantly, "Why do you think you'll lose to her?" "I'm not sure, but I feel like she's hiding a lot of things. Besides," Linghu Jian paused for a moment but left it at that. The woman gave him the same dangerous feeling that he had sensed from his master. However, he didn't believe that the woman could compare to an ascendant state expert. Nobody could pull off such a leap. Let alone the ascendant state. It was impossible for them to compare to a Star Lord. After all, the astral power harnessed by Star Lords was 10,000 times greater than that of the Fate state. Dragon Emperor and Oasis Grey had already started fighting while they spoke. One of them was Emperor and the other was King. There were grudges between their academies too. They had never seen eye to eye. They started fighting right after they entered the region. Both of them used all their strength. They held nothing back. They had realized that all of those remaining were geniuses just like themselves. Aside from Su Ping, Ling Hujian was also tricky to deal with. Both wanted the championship, but their rationality told them that it would be hard. That is why they chose to give it their best, showing everyone how strong they were while they could. They were very strong. All their techniques were definitely above the standard of their level when they were on a rampage. Ling Hujian looked at them for a while, then shifted his attention to the other battlefield. The second battlefield was much more peaceful than the noisy one where Dragon Emperor and Oasis Grey were fighting. It almost seemed weird. Haelim revealed her expertise and her mental talent. Apart from her constitution, she also had a strange superpower that made her mind 100 times more powerful than the average of her level. It was her ultimate trump card, which was horrifying. She had weathered through many adventures with her superpower. Nobody expected that a Fate State kid would be able to suffocate Star State experts. But she was actually capable of that. Haelim had made household items fly her way while still in the womb, such as chairs and spoons. Her family moved several times, thinking that the houses were haunted. But the situation didn't change after several relocations. They hired several exorcists, to no avail. While her family was terrorized, she was born. Her house collapsed on the day she came to the world, and a radius of several hundred meters was pressed down. Her parents were also squeezed and destroyed by her uncontrollable power that day. She became an orphan. She had incredible intelligence, aside from her extraordinary superpower, since she had the intellect of a 4-year-old kid from birth. She later met a rogue legendary battle pet warrior on her planet. He took her as a disciple and taught her. She became capable of slaying 9th-rank beasts in a few years. After that, her talent was noticed, and she entered a top organization on her planet where she continued to train. She soon turned out to be too talented to be taught there, and was sent to a major organization in her galaxy. She had been training in seclusion since then to compete in the Universe Geniuses contest. What a pure and evil heart! Inside the arena, Su Jinner was still smiling. She said, "Your heart is filled with blood and brutality even though you're so young. Rough childhood." "Shut up." Haelim's eyes turned cold. White vertical pupils appeared in her eyes like crescent moons. A storm of willpower surged out with the projections from her heart and flooded Su Jinner's head. She was going to oppress her with willpower and make her kneel. Su Jinner shivered, but then she smiled and said, "It's useless. You might have been able to cause some damage had you used another technique, but mental power. Even if you were 100 times stronger, you wouldn't even make me bat an eye." Su Jinner felt like laughing when her opponent tried to mentally subdue her. Haelim pursed her lips. The crescent moons in her pupils became sharper and bigger until they fully occupied her eyes. Her hair fluttered, and a little pet disappeared into her body like a streak of light as it merged with her, strengthening her. Waves of horrifying mental power were swept out, even causing ripples and twisting the air in front of her. The secondary, tertiary, and fourth spaces were all twisted. Countless corpses could be vaguely seen in twisted vortices. Both of them were at a standstill, but the distorted view made everyone change their expressions. Ling Hujian frowned as he solemnly gazed at the scene. Su Ping saw it too and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the fair girl would turn out to be so violent and pessimistic. She must have been deeply traumatized. Compressing the force field with your mental power to pierce your opponent's mind. That's not a bad idea. Su Ping was delighted to learn a new move. His mental power had been polished too, and he could also compress his force field. The nearby Ling Hujian suddenly asked, "Are you confident of resisting that move?" Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He then replied with a smile, "Yes, of course." Ling Hujian was silent for a moment. Then he heaved a sigh and said, "Me too, but it wouldn't be easy." He indeed could. The ultimate sword technique that his master had taught him could slay all evils. Still, it required all his energy and resolve to gather such a sword aura. Hayalim was a formidable enemy to him. Still not giving up. Sujinner looked at Hayalim, whose face was then showing a smile. She shook her head and said, "Let me show you what real mental power looks like." She dropped her smile, and then her eyes were filled with golden light. The next moment, boom! The twisted spaces were dissolved one after the other. The formerly unmoving Hayalim started shaking. The whiteness in her eyes was dispersed, and her original pupils were restored. However, they were filled with shock and fright, as if she had just seen something unbelievable. Sujinner moved and pressed her hand down, and Hayalim instantly fell on her knees. She won. Outside of the region, Linghu Jian had a shocked expression. Sujinner cracked such a powerful attack that easily and defeated her. He could have cracked it too, but not as easily. How did she do it? Su Ping narrowed his eyes. Just as he had expected, Sujinner had been hiding a lot of her strength. On the other side, the battle between Dragon Emperor and Oasis Grey was still in progress. Both were wounded and furious. Deep pits and burn marks were left everywhere. They had caused more damage than any Star State cultivators could. They fought from the outside world to the deeper spaces and back. Both displayed lots of secret techniques and unusual gifts. Sujinner, on the other hand, won her battle quickly, although in an intriguing manner. Many of the ordinary people had yet to realize what had happened. "I won." Sujinner flew out and smiled at Su Ping. "Let me see your other pets later." Linghu Jian's expression changed ever so slightly, but still mostly grim. Su Ping glanced at her and said, "Hold that thought until you defeat him." Linghu Jian looked better, but what Sujinner said next made him feel bad again. "Him? Don't worry, it won't take 1 minute." 2 hours later. The battle between Dragon Emperor and Oasis Grey also came to an end. Dragon Emperor won with a slim advantage. Both of them were heavily wounded. One had a broken arm and the other lost part of his leg. Half of their pets had collapsed too. Who would have thought? The Emir Royal Academy did have some tough bones after all. Dragon Emperor breathed heavily on one of his blood-stained dragons. Oasis Grey lay on the ground with swollen eyelids. "Next time, I will make you kneel and beg." "I'll be waiting for you, humble ant." Dragon Emperor smiled proudly, but he toned down his scorn considerably. He didn't despise his opponent as much as he did before. Very soon, a Star Lord took action and healed them. The two of them were fully recovered in a flash. They looked at each other and saw the determination and respect in each other's eyes. "It's your turn," said the Star Lord to Dragon Emperor and Linghu Jian. The latter rushed to the arena like a cannonball. Sujinner smiled. Is the Sword God's disciple all as short-tempered as him? Once he saw Linghu Jian take action, Dragon Emperor stepped into the battlefield with fighting will in his eyes. Their battle ended about half an hour later. Linghu Jian won with ample advantage. He compressed a few laws in his last moves that matched his sword aura perfectly. After his win, Linghu Jian took some rest and then fought with Sujinner. The result was quite odd. Sujinner resisted Linghu Jian's attack with ease, defeating him with a single punch. "Did you learn my sword technique?" Linghu Jian found it impossible to accept failure. He had thought she would use the same moves as in her fight against Hayalim. He had been prepared to cut everything apart with his sword aura. Still, she defeated him with a physical technique. "Have I learned it?" Sujinner put on a helpless expression and said, "You're just too inept at using your sword technique. It would have been troublesome for me had you indeed grasped the sky-overturning move." Linghu Jian's lips twitched. The sky-overturning move. Even his Star State senior brothers hadn't grasped it yet. "It's our turn." Sujinner looked at Su Ping with great interest. Linghu Jian was even grimmer after seeing that, as she obviously didn't consider him a big deal at all. He was the heir to an ascendant state expert anyway. Had he ever been neglected like that? "Brother Su, keep it up." Out of the blue, Linghu Jian cheered for someone else. After a momentary surprise, Su Ping said with a smile, "Okay." Sujinner snorted, not making much of this. If Su Ping fails, Su Jinner will become the champion. Su Ping, He Alim and Ling Hujian would then fight for second place. The rest will fight for third place, the Star Lord announced. It was a simple, yet reasonable arrangement. Dragon Emperor had lost to Ling Hujian. Ling Hujian had lost to Su Jinner, and so did He Alim. If Su Ping failed too, Su Jinner would be the unquestionable champion. Su Jinner and Su Ping flew toward the arena after the announcement. The arena was gradually closed. "Show me your best. You may get defeated if you hold back like before," said Su Jinner to Su Ping with hands behind her back. Su Ping nodded. He too had sensed how extraordinary she was. He wondered how she had defeated Ling Hujian and He Alim with such ease. "Come on out." Su Ping summoned Little White, the Inferno Dragon, Little Skeleton, and the Dark Dragon Hound. The four pets surrounded Su Ping like mountains. They occupied half of the sky while releasing daunting auras. They weren't as large as Star State beasts, but they looked even more intimidating. "Huh?" Su Jinner raised her eyebrows. "You only have 4 pets, and they're all in the Fate State." In the High Temple, Hai Chuo and the others saw this too, and heard the fighters' conversation easily. All of them were surprised. "All of his pets are in the Fate State." Well, doesn't he know he can get pets of a higher level? Even if he had Star State pets as trump cards, it's still a waste to have those 4 pets occupying 4 slots. The Ascendant State experts were somewhat puzzled. The only explanation was that the 4 pets were as strong as the Inferno Dragon, but such a thing would be unrealistic. If it were true, wouldn't Su Ping become even stronger if his pets broke through to the Star State before the finals? Hai Chuo suddenly had glittering eyes as he considered this. "Where are your pets?" Su Ping looked at Su Jinner peacefully after summoning the 4 pets. Su Jinner frowned. "Are you still hiding your strength? The people in the Golden Star Zone won't investigate these matches. It's pointless to hide your pets." Su Ping replied indifferently, "I'm not hiding anything. They're my strongest pets." Chapter 888, 3 Pets versus the Grand Phoenix. "Great." Su Jinner glimpsed at him but didn't say anything else. 7 extremely rare pets appeared behind her. One of them raised a round of exclamations. "A Void Fire Grand Phoenix. Oh my God, it's an Ascendant State breed. This one is still just a child, right? Damn it, who is she? This is such an extravagant lineup. Ascendants might not even have a full lineup of Ascendant State pets. Are her parents Ascendant State experts?" Countless people in the audience exclaimed as the phoenix appeared in the middle of the group of pets. The temperature in the arena started rising fast. The heat was even permeating to the deeper spaces. Even the tertiary space in that area was getting hot. A Void Fire Grand Phoenix. Outside of the arena, Ling Hujian, Dragon Emperor, and the others showed different expressions. It was unbelievable. The girl actually had pets with Ascendant State bloodlines. Those pets would have spurred the greed of countless Star Lords if they were found in the wild. In the temple, the Ascendant State experts, including Hai Chuo, were also stunned, not expecting her to have such a rare pet. The Void Fire Grand Phoenix was extremely rare even among Ascendant State species. It would be unimaginably strong once it reached adulthood. "Who is this girl?" Yu Wang was surprised and solemn. He might have snatched that creature if found in the wild, but there were a lot of witnesses present, and the girl definitely had an Ascendant State organization backing her. "It seems that some people are really generous," said the mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace with flashing eyes. Yuan Lishan also became solemn. The young Ascendant State pet seemed to already have the strength of the early Star State, with the potential to crush enemies in that level. On the far-off blue planet, Qin Du Wang, Jai Yuanfeng, and the others also changed their expressions. All of them were confident of Su Ping's power, but his opponent was way off the charts. It was so unfair for a Fate State to actually have an Ascendant State pet. "It seems that the championship is out of our hands." "Damn it, Boss Su could become a Star Lord soon after the competition is over if he wins the championship and obtains the time and space source." Maybe this is just his destiny. There really are too many hidden geniuses in the universe. The others heaved sighs of regret too. Their planet would rise quickly if Su Ping became a Star Lord. After all, a Star Lord was a powerhouse able to dominate a planetary system. In the arena, Su Jinner said with a smile after summoning her beloved pets, "What do you think? Do you want to continue?" Su Ping was also studying the young phoenix with Ascendant State bloodline. Such a reveal had really surprised him, as Ascendant State beasts were both scarce and strong. He had tried to find their nests to steal some of their young ones in cultivation sites. Unfortunately, he hadn't had any success yet. Even if he found a nest, it was impossible for him to break into it. Sadly, he could only look at it from a distance. "Not bad. It'll become a great Ascendant State pet if it's properly trained," said Su Ping with mixed feelings. Then he added, "It grows at a very fast rate. Can you keep up with it? Its potential will be ruined if it has to wait for you. That would be a huge loss." Su Jinner was stunned to see that Su Ping wasn't at all scared. He was even making comments about it. With eyebrows raised, she said with a smile, "You seem to know a lot about pets. I can keep up. It doesn't have to wait. I'll be able to rise to the Ascendant State smoothly if I win the championship finals." "Okay." Su Ping had the same plan. "That would be most ideal." "I'm failing to notice the backgrounds of your pets. Are they all mutants? What are their bloodlines?" Seeing that Su Ping wasn't itching to start, Su Jinner wasn't in a hurry to fight either. Su Ping looked at his pets and smiled. "Their bloodlines cannot compare those of your pets for now, but they will grow. I will turn them into the strongest pets in this world." "The strongest?" Su Jinner smiled and said, "You seem to be too obsessed about it. Reaching the Ascendant State is already challenging enough, let alone the Celestial State further above. Never mind, confidence is a good thing. Let's get this over with. Or maybe you're free to admit defeat so that nobody gets hurt." "Sure." Su Ping nodded. It was true that they could talk after the battle. "Come on." Su Ping merged with Little White, which was the weakest of his pets and could easily be killed on such an occasion. "Die." Su Ping unleashed his astral power and released a few killing intent boosts. The little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound instantly changed. They emitted a horrifying vibe as if they would have emerged from a dark abyss. On the opposite side, all of Su Jinner's pets moaned. They would have flinched if the Void Fire Grand Phoenix hadn't blocked off most of their auras. "Huh." Su Jinner was stunned. Her expression changed somewhat. The pets facing her had turned into ferocious devils. They looked so horrifying that even she felt more or less cold. Such a substantial intent was not the manifestation of mental power. It was the result of countless kills. "Call." Suddenly, the Void Fire Grand Phoenix behind Su Jinner seemed to be infuriated. It flapped its wings and let out an ear-splitting cry. Flames appeared on its body, and the air started to fall apart wherever its wings reached, revealing the deeper spaces. It wasn't even burning the air on purpose. Su Jinner grew solemn. She didn't overestimate herself, letting her pet attack immediately. Whoosh! A wave of flames were pushed out. Behind the wave was the swooping Void Fire Grand Phoenix. A thick and magnificent law of flames was melted into its skin. There was only one law, but it had absorbed a dozen sub-laws of flames. Once all the laws in the fire class were grasped and combined, it would be possible to create an ultimate path of flames and reach the Ascendant State. But obviously, such a goal was far in the distance. There were thousands of laws on each path. "Roar!" The Inferno Dragon bellowed in an intimidating manner, like an ancient whale. Its scales shook violently as if they were melting, but its eyes were filled with even more brutality and aggressiveness. The Dark Dragon Hound roared and cast defensive skills on the former as it charged the enemy. Each protection contained the power of laws. All the laws were transformed into defensive skills. Even laws like annihilation were being used for defense purposes. After a boom, the wave of flames collided with the Inferno Dragon. The blast made the sky shake, even revealing the boundaries of the battleground. Flames propagated like a nuclear explosion. A giant mushroom cloud rose to the sky. Right after the explosion, the Inferno dragon waved its claws and stepped forward while covered in lightning and fire. It unleashed a violent divine power as it tore into the fifth space, to later reappear before the Void Fire Grand Phoenix. The phoenix stood its ground. Just like a queen of all phoenixes, it looked down at the target with cold and furious eyes, then fought with its own claws. The air shook. Spatial torrents that were splashing from the fifth space were then torn apart. The defensive skills covering the Inferno dragon began to explode layer by layer. The power of laws infused in them was thawed quickly. The dark dragon hound roared and swiftly formed new skills at the same rate. The Inferno dragon spouted out a mouthful of flames, and so did the Void Fire Grand Phoenix. Their flames collided again, unleashing scorching energies. Both pets belonged to the fire class. They were going all out. The Void Fire Grand Phoenix soon started to beat the other. Its law of flames was so powerful it could have evolved into a Star Lord if its level wouldn't have been held back. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed out of the fifth space. The Void Fire Grand Phoenix sensed something and turned its head, quickly letting go of its target. After a boom, a horrifying saber aura was swept out, tearing all the way into the fifth space in a radius spanning for dozens of kilometers. The sword aura got out of the fifth space and cut a mountain apart, slashing 100 kilometers in the continent. The Void Fire Grand Phoenix rose to the sky and flapped its wings before it shrieked furiously. The audience watching the stream were stunned. The battle was far beyond their imagination. Those three pets. Outside of the arena, Dragon Emperor, Linghu Giant and Haelim were visibly shocked. The three Fate State pets are able to resist the attacks of a Star State Void Fire Grand Phoenix. It's unbelievable. The laws in that attack. Linghu Giant, however, looked at the mountain that had just been cut apart and narrowed his eyes. While swords and sabers were different, they had a lot of similarities. Just then, the saber attack contained as much power of laws as his own. Was it launched by that skeleton? What kind of skeleton is that? Even skeleton kings can't be that crazy. I don't remember ever seeing such a horrifying skeleton. This is so unbelievable. Are both of those guys monsters? Dragon Emperor and Oasis Grey were also frightened. They had never fought against either of them, but they inwardly admitted that they couldn't win. They would have been heavily wounded had they been there. Your pets? Sujin are truly shocked. Disbelief was displayed on her pretty face too. She hadn't even thought that those three Fate State pets would have resisted the Phoenix's first wave of attack. That dog is applying all its laws to defense. Without it, the dragon would have been liquefied in the first clash. Su Jinner looked at the dog and the unpredictable skeleton. The latter's attack was so powerful that it could have injured the phoenix if it hadn't dodged in time. She finally had to admit that Su Ping's pets deserved to be called trump cards. Shedding all the previous disrespect, Su Jinner quickly commanded her pets. Cry. Illusory flames arose over the Void Fire Grand Phoenix, surrounding its skin and making it look transparent. Once the energy was gathered, its eyes shot two beams of red light. Su Ping had noticed this in time. He asked the dark dragon hound to defend, while telling the little skeleton to thwart the attack. Bang, bang, bang. One defensive skill after the other was activated, but all of them were destroyed by the red light. The ultimate path of flames they carried had the power to ruin anything. The combination of a dozen fire laws was extremely powerful. On the other side, the little skeleton flashed into the fifth space and attempted to approach the target, but the Void Fire Grand Phoenix fanned out flames and forced it to retreat. Su Ping realized that the phoenix had been well trained, as it had mastered many abilities. It was difficult for his pets to defeat it on their own. They might even get wounded. Augmentation. Astral power surged from Su Ping as he used the enhancement skills. The three pets were much faster and stronger than ever before as the power of laws was transmitted, enshrouding them with lightning, fire, and wind. They also unleashed the law of darkness, creating a field of darkness. All senses were blocked in that field. also obscuring the exterior. Like fish in the water, the little skeleton quickly approached the void fire Grand Phoenix. The latter, however, quickly turned around and shot a ray of red light to attack it. Having no time to dodge, the little skeleton was hit in the chest. Its ribs were instantly broken, but soon after, black air surrounded the fractures and gathered to make new ribs. It has special senses. Pets with ascendant state bloodlines are truly powerful, Su Ping thought. His pets would have been able to defeat it already if the phoenix didn't have a good aptitude. Still, it had obviously been well trained and was very strong. The little skeleton was no match for it, not until it also reached the star state. Die. Without hesitation, Su Ping joined the battle too. The Inferno Dragon's roar wasn't as intimidating when facing such a gifted beast. It was the strongest pet that he had ever seen. Suddenly, Su Jinner appeared in his way and said with a smile, "Let them have fun with my little fire. Don't get involved." Bang! Without a word, Su Ping tried to punch her in the face. Su Jinner didn't expect Su Ping to attack that quickly, but she reacted in time. She clenched her fist and fended off Su Ping's. Bang! Su Ping unleashed his strength and 30 laws. He could smash a mountain into smithereens when paired with the astral power inside his arm. However, just as Su Ping was exerting his strength, Su Jinner's shoulders seemed to shake a bit, and a gentle but sticky power of law appeared in her palm. The law contained complex traits which had obviously absorbed many other laws, blocking Su Ping's outburst. Su Ping's expression changed a little bit. He attacked again before she could open her mouth. Chapter 889, Ultimate Kill. Bang, bang, bang. Su Ping punched multiple times in a row. Each of the punches contained a violent power and more laws than the last. There were 30 laws at first, then 35 and 40 in the end. Su Jinner felt that Su Ping's attack was becoming increasingly fiercer. She no longer had the chance to talk. The relaxed mood on her face was replaced by fury. Chaos of water bind. Su Jinner roared. Her fists turned into hundreds of illusions which enshrouded Su Ping's fist, removing and destroying its imbued laws. Only the brutal physical strength was left. However, his brute force was nothing to sneeze at. Su Jinner was quite solemn. Nobody except her could have resisted that attack in Sylvie. Bind. Deprive. Freeze. She punched and collided with Su Ping several times, tearing apart the space around them as if it were a curtain. Space was very fragile to them, especially when using laws. They soon reached the 4th space and pressed down to the 5th space. Even Star State warriors could get killed any moment in the 5th space. The 4th space was already the limit of the Star State. Death could happen at any moment. After all, aside from the chaotic void energy, there were also mysterious ancient whispers in the 5th space. Those whispers were the remains of unimaginable ancient creatures whose voices lingered in deeper spaces. Normally, the people who heard them would either die or go crazy. The great power in those voices was overwhelming. Su Ping didn't dare to stay long in the 5th space. He wasn't in one of the cultivation sites, and he wasn't confident of staying safe in such a dangerous place. He had to finish the battle quickly. Banged. Su Ping punched quickly again and unleashed the magnificent divine power from his cells. He used the fist of Exorcist again and again, as if planning to punch holes through the universe. Divine power burst out and more laws were absorbed, 50, 60. The fist auras were sweeping from the 5th space to the outside world, causing pits with radiuses of dozens of kilometers on the continent. Mountains were shattered, and plains were reduced to basins or abysses. The battle was fiercer than ever, dumbfounding a lot of people. Is it really possible for someone in the Fate state to cause such damage? If they were on a normal planet, it probably would have exploded. The most appalling fact was, the petite Su Jinner had managed to resist all of Su Ping's brutal punches. Both of them were monsters. Outside of the continent, Linghu Jian, He Elim and the others were astonished too. The ongoing battle was already at their limits. However, the two fighters were clearly not trying their best yet. They're truly monsters. Dragon Emperor's eyes twitched as he looked at the golden fist auras that Su Ping was launching. They were so fearsome that he could feel their daunting vibe from outside of the battlefield. Next to him, Oasis Gray's expression changed nonstop. He clenched his fists when he thought of how he had challenged Su Ping to a duel on the spaceship. He felt so embarrassed he wanted to find somewhere to hide. The gap between them was too wide. Since they had witnessed Su Ping's climb to the 100th floor, they knew he was stronger than them, but not to such a degree. In the temple, high in the high sky, the old boxer of the Heavenly Fist Mountain stood up excitedly with glittering eyes. Great fist technique. Where is it from? It's so marvelous. He must be performing the beginning phases. Once it's fully developed, the technique would be of ascendant state level. He was familiar with all fist techniques. A few quick glances were enough for him to realize that Su Ping had yet to master the essence of the technique. However, Su Ping's punches were already powerful while still knowing the basics. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful the technique would become when a better understanding was attained. There were slight changes of expression in the others present, an ascendant state fist technique. They knew that the old boxer would never brag. The overall mood was grave. Su Ping's performance had been astonishing thus far, yet he was focusing on his fists. Could he change his focus? That girl isn't bad either. The laws that she has grasped are already combined. By the time she rises to the star state, she will easily construct a small world and step into the Star Lord state. I somehow see an old acquaintance reflected in her, for some reason. Her time projection has been cut off. It's impossible to peep into her past. An ascendant must have done that. That guy is the same. It's also impossible to look into his past. Both Hai Chu and Yu Wang narrowed their eyes as they observed. They realized that the current contenders were far stronger than Linghu Jian and Dragon Emperor. They did have ascendant state potential. What's more is that the girl had also delivered a surprising performance. It was truly an eye-opener to see two juniors with ascendant potential emerge the same year in the galaxy. In the fifth space, Su Jinner's face was as cold as ice. She was no longer as relaxed due to the pressure brought by Su Ping's consecutive punches. Her opponent was stronger than she had expected. Aside from his understanding of laws, his brutal astral power and physical strength were also terrifying. My Phoenix deity body tempering technique is a great ancient technique. Once I fully grasp it, I'll be able to be on par with ascendant state phoenixes. There's still some way to go, but I can already go head-to-head with top star state enemies. And yet, I can't beat him. And there's a threatening hidden power in his body. Su Jinner was deep in thought. Su Ping instantly went on a rampage right when he noticed she had slowed down. Boom! The power of 80 laws was condensed on his fist before it threw a punch. In the meantime, Su Ping's eyes turned cold. Inspired by Haelim's way of attacking, he unleashed his force field. The force field was gathered behind his head the moment it appeared, like a round plate. It was compressed by Su Ping's willpower and thrown out like a needle. Su Jinner raised her eyebrows and noticed Su Ping's attack. That move again. Didn't he notice that I'm invincible when it comes to mental collisions? She sneered, choosing not to dodge the attack. Her head felt as if stung for a moment, and then it went back to normal. The next moment, a stream of violent mental power invaded her head, followed by a force field. Interesting. Su Jinner was slightly surprised that Su Ping's mental power was even greater than that of Haelim, who had been born with unnatural gifts like none she had ever seen. Still, Su Ping's mental power turned out to be no less than hers. Although surprised, she didn't consider it a big deal. Soon after, she saw the force field that Su Ping projected. Boom! Su Jinner's head trembled, and she was stunned for a moment. What kind of world is that? The sky was gray, skeletons were flying like angels, the stench of blood permeated the air. There was the cold aura of the undead everywhere, and the smell surged into her nostrils and lungs. She saw nothing but a rising ocean of blood. Beyond the ocean of blood was a boundless plain of bones. All of a sudden, a magnificent bronze temple emerged. It seemed to be immortal, frozen in the river of time. Following that, two demons woke up and opened their eyes. They looked like stone statues outside of the temple, like fallen angels in the abyss. Their eyes seemed to have pierced through time and space, peering directly into Sujinner's heart. Her heart was beating beyond control. She felt her skin was becoming numb. In the next moment, the gate of the bronze temple was opened. A wave of dust and a dull, heavy air was spread out, as if the place would have been closed for 1 billion years. Then came a majestic shadow that was gradually extending out from the temple. It seemed to be rising to the sky. Her perspective suddenly drew close, as pulled into the temple by the power. Inside the temple was a throne that a skeleton was ensconced into. It was holding its chin with one of its hands, looking down at her with its hollow yet mysterious eye sockets. Bang! Sujinner's heart raced. She saw death, destruction, futile struggle, hell, and countless reincarnations. What kind of creature is this? The reflections in the force field had to be things previously seen. This meant that the creature existed in real life. Boom! Sujinner felt pain in her chest and was knocked away. The illusion was gone too. The pictures seemed vivid, but they were just illusions in her mental world. Su Ping punched her while she was distracted. The shock destroyed her clothes. However, her bra prevented her from ending up topless. It appeared to be an unusual treasure, as it was completely unaffected. Sujinner instantly blushed after noticing her situation. She soon confectioned a piece of clothing with astral power to cover her skin, and then she gave Su Ping an angry look. Su Ping, however, remained calm. Nobody could be a gentleman while fighting. He had planned to hit her in the head, but then had a strong feeling of crisis, as if something extremely dangerous would happen if he did. So, he changed his mind. "You are not a gentleman at all," Sujinner gnashed her teeth. He replied casually, "I've never seen a lady kicking and punching. You're no lady and I'm no gentleman. We're perfect for each other." But Sujinner was even more infuriated. She declared, "Ignorant brat, I'll teach you a good lesson today." Scorching blue light burst out of her body. A phoenix roar came from the distance at the same time, as the void fire grand phoenix had broken free from the little skeleton and the inferno dragon. Whoosh! The void fire grand phoenix merged with her. Flames instantly arose from the blue light coming from her body, and the illusion of an adult void fire grand phoenix appeared behind her back. Seeing that she had become 12 times stronger, Su Ping became solemn too and summoned both the little skeleton and the inferno dragon. He quickly canceled his fusion with Little White and merged with the inferno dragon instead. Once the merging was over, he then merged with the little skeleton again. Su Ping was quickly strengthened with the dual merging, eclipsing Sujinner again. She was shocked for a moment, but then she was infuriated again. All the clouds above the continent parted after their merging, distinctly moving in two different directions, with a boundary right in between. What a pair of psychos! At the rear, Clesabe's face was pale. He was feeling the horrifying power that was leaking out of the battlefield. That was already threatening enough for him. He would probably be killed immediately if he were to go to the battlefield. He was indeed a top genius in the Fate state, yet he turned out to be much, much weaker than them. Further ahead, Linghu Jian, Dragon Emperor and the others were also shocked. They had felt slightly regretful at the beginning, but they could only feel shocked at that moment. Those two were immensely strong. Their energy was so massive that they could kill most of the top Star State warriors. They were merely in the Fate state, yet they were capable of killing any contender at the top of their level. How incredible was that? The Star Lords would have been threatened too, had they not mastered the power of faith. They do have ascendant state potential. In the temple up above, Hai Chu and the others had glittering eyes. Both of them had shown ascendant potential. The power displayed made it evident. The mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace flashed her eyes. She was there for Su Ping, but given that so many people were competing over him, and the old boxer would certainly not let go of him, She then opted to get the other one. As it so happened, the Black Phoenix Palace was an institute for women. It was inappropriate to break the rules for Su Ping to begin with. No rules would need to be broken if she chose the girl. I didn't expect to see someone like you. On the battlefield, looking at Su Ping, who was already brimming with energy, Su Jinner was more or less angry. She then said, "I'll admit that you're the winner if you can resist this attack." "Really? Bring it on then." Su Ping remained indifferent, as always not wanting to waste time talking. The blue flames covering her burned brighter. The pets behind her were enhancing her with their skills too, making her even stronger. She raised her hand and pointed her fingers at the sky. The blue flames on her body and the illusion of the grand phoenix behind her back shook and rose to the sky before they suddenly landed on her hands. Meanwhile, the mark of a phoenix feather appeared on her forehead. It was a sign that her constitution had been fully activated. Grand Phoenix Deity Destroying Fist. Su Jinner suddenly threw a punch. A phoenix cry seemed to be echoing all over the world. She had obtained that secret technique from an ancient mysterious realm. This allowed her to absorb many laws with her fingers. Once she fully grasped it, it would be possible for her to fuse 5 complete paths in her hands and launch the most powerful punch. Chapter 890, Famous in the Universe. The scorching fist aura descended from the sky. It carried blue flames like a meteorite, burning everything that crossed its path and tearing open deeper spaces, leaving a black trail behind it. The dispersing power at the edge of the fist aura had already opened the 5th space. What a horrifying fist technique. Unbelievable. I feel like my eyes are burning. Can this continent survive it? Some were even worried, thinking that the vast continent might not be able to endure the punch. The punch was simply too appalling. It felt like the unstoppable punch of a majestic deity, one that would crack the skis. "Mr. Su." "My lord." "He can't possibly resist it. It's over." Exclamations were heard everywhere on the blue planet. Countless people were pale. Every earthling in the base city stood up in fright. They knew that Su Ping held a magnificent power. The punch he was facing was so terrifying that it seemed about to wipe out all life in the world. They didn't know if the Ascendants would take action. If not, Su Ping would also perish in that competition, just like Queen of the Seas. Su Ping was the blue planet's backbone. Once he was gone, the planet might go adrift any moment, like a tiny boat riding a storm. "Brother." On a mountaintop, Su Lingyu lost her cool and her face turned pale. Even she was able to tell how horrifying the punch was. Although she was only watching it on a screen, she felt like her body was on fire. It was not hard to infer that the punch already contained a complete path. The unstoppable fist aura fell from the sky and pushed away all the air. The invisible spaces cracked one layer after the other. Su Ping raised his head. The dispersing laws in the scorching wind were enough to kill someone in the fate state 1,000 times over. All that he could see was the enormous fist that was getting closer and closer, until the sky seemed to be falling down. Horrifying. Su Ping's pores were entirely opened. He had never been in such a crisis before, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, he felt like his blood was boiling. "Let me borrow your bone saber," Su Ping said softly. A pointy bone saber was instantly extended from the skeleton's hand. Standing high above, as if on top of a high mountain, Su Ping gazed upward with such brilliant eyes that they seemed to be punching holes in the sky. "Break. Now." Su Ping suddenly stepped out. Billions of cells in his body were vibrating as they unleashed a shocking aura, which was so heavy that it seemed able to break a planet. The air shook once Su Ping made a move, and the 5th space was torn open. As he stood in the middle of the fractured space, Su Ping looked up at the approaching Grand Phoenix Deity Destroying Fist, just as if he were a deity about to be destroyed. But Su Ping attacked. The power of laws surged from his arm, which was then gathered on the bone saber. The bone saber was so solid that it endured the pressure of all the laws. In the blink of an eye, 80, 90, 100, and so it continued. It wasn't until the 110th law that the bone saber trembled, and the majestic Skeleton King arose behind Su Ping's back. The Skeleton King raised its giant bone saber, mimicking Su Ping's moves and slashing at the same time. Bang! The entire continent was shaking. A terrifying force was swept out. The air collapsed at the point of collision, and the shadow of the sixth space began to appear. Vague whispers seemed to be spreading out, but they were suddenly gone, as if cut off by something. The rampant blue flames dashed out like butterflies unfolding their wings. A deeply condensed saber aura had cut apart the seemingly invincible fist aura right at the center. The flames were divided, and Su Ping stepped forward with golden light radiating from his eyes. His armor was broken and his upper body was exposed, evincing brutality. That's impossible. Up above, Su Jinner narrowed her eyes in disbelief. She didn't expect that Su Ping would be able to endure the attack, which contained the greatest power she could unleash without resorting to her trump cards. Su Ping was approaching the flames as they couldn't reach, nor hurt him at all. The bones that covered his body emitted a dark power that was offsetting and swallowing the nearby energy. He emerged unscathed. What two monsters! Damn! Outside the battlefield, Dragon Emperor, Oasis Grey, and the others were frightened by that exchange. It was genuine fear. The power that those two had unleashed was not on their level at all. They couldn't help but wonder if they were truly Fate State warriors. All of them had thought they had already reached the limits of the Fate State. They were still far from it, judging from the performance of those two. Linghu Jian and Heilem were also shocked. They knew that the two contestants were strong, but not that strong. Su Jinner in particular, who had never left a great impression, released such a daunting power that neither of them would have resisted. They would have been a piece of cake for her. Then they thought that Su Ping would definitely lose, but he was even more unbelievable. Not only had he grasped 100 laws, he had also integrated them, which required a deep understanding of laws, a precise control, and a horrifying amount of astral power as fuel. And yet Su Ping had covered all those factors. What two monsters! Both of them felt lucky they were outside the battlefield, protected by the boundaries. Otherwise, they might have been accidentally killed. I give up. On the battlefield, Su Jinner came back to her senses when she saw Su Ping while moving in the fifth space. Su Ping slowed down and waited upon hearing that. He wouldn't have stopped if he were in the wild because he didn't know if it was a scheme. But they were currently in a contest, and she couldn't go back on her word. Is there a celestial backing you? Su Jinner suddenly said. She looked at Su Ping suspiciously. She didn't think that any of the kids would be a match for her unless they shared similar circumstances as hers. But Su Ping didn't look like one of them. None of the ascendants she knew were like Su Ping. She could only guess that there was an ascendant among Su Ping's teachers or family. That was the only explanation for such a horrifying monster. What do you think? Now that he had won the game, Su Ping dropped his killing intent and casually returned the bone saber back to the little skeleton. He also concealed his aura. He had used the astral painting power during the outburst, which endowed him with unreasonable destructiveness. His overflowing killing intent and astral power were also retracted after he concealed his aura. No longer did he look special. Really? Su Ping's response only made her frown, making her consider that as a yes. If Su Ping lied, wouldn't Celestials feel offended and kill him? Su Ping didn't know what was on Su Jinner's mind. He didn't deny it partly because he truly wanted to bluff, but he also didn't feel that the risk of offending Celestials would get him killed. After all, although Celestials were indeed strong in his eyes, they wouldn't act as viciously, killing whenever they were mentioned. He had seen entities more horrifying than them, such as the Golden Crow Elders. Not to mention the Golden Crow Ancestor, who was definitely scarier than any Celestial. I didn't expect to meet someone like you. Fine. I'm not that desperately in need of the time and space source anyway. Becoming a Star Lord is as easy as drinking water for me. I don't need any help. Su Jinner heaved a sigh of regret. It was frustrating to not defeat her opponent after using her ultimate move. Su Ping didn't know what to say. Could she stop being such a snob after losing? As easy as drinking water. It would be as smooth as farting for me. Without saying a word, Su Ping canceled the merging and sent both the little skeleton and the Inferno dragon back to the contract space. He had almost used 90% of his strength in the previous battle and almost all his arsenal, except the Golden Crow Constitution and the Sorcerer's Divine Constitution he had awakened when he visited the Golden Crows. The little skeleton and the Inferno dragon were both exhausted. They nuzzled against Su Ping before they left. They do have ascendant potential. Those two kids. In the temple above the continent, Hai Chuo and the others were still feeling amazed. The battle was beyond their expectation. The champions of their galaxy were only on par with Linghu Jian in earlier years, or maybe slightly stronger. However, those two kids could have instantly killed the sword god's heir. There was still a lot of room for improvement for the latter. Just announce it. I'll have that girl, said the mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace to Hai Chuo, eager to claim her. The eyes of the others flashed. Yu Wang chuckled and said, what a coincidence, I like female disciples too. Yuan Lishan also smiled and said, it truly is a coincidence, so do I. The old boxer chuckled and said, me too. The mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace became angry and said in a grim tone, stop fooling around. You can keep her if you want her so badly. I'll take the young man then. Well, if it isn't another coincidence, I'm also short of a male disciple. It will be more convenient for us to communicate. Yu Wang smiled. Yuan Lishan laughed and said, that's right. Handsome guys always have a lot of subjects to talk about. The old boxer sneered and said, the fist techniques in the Heavenly Fist Mountain are best known for their ferocity and are perfect for men. You. The mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace gnashed her teeth furiously, as those guys were obviously unwilling to leave either of the kids to her. Hai Chuo was amused by their arguing. He spoke with a weird expression. Whoever they end up choosing, I only hope that the rest don't get angry. Both are geniuses raised in Sylvie, and they will contribute to our galaxy in the future. Besides, the border of the universe is at war too, and in short supply of talents. The others raised their eyebrows but kept silent. They knew that Hai Chuo was worried that they would resort to sabotage if they couldn't get the disciples. They wouldn't do that, though. There were no deep grievances between them. Okay, I'll hand out the awards. Hai Chuo smiled and left. At that moment, outside the battlefield, the Star Lord announced that Su Ping was the winner after seeing that Su Jinner had admitted defeat, and both had stopped fighting. A storm of heat as sweltering as the surface of the sun was swept out the moment the battlefield protection was removed. Linghu Jian, Dragon Emperor and the others quickly covered themselves with astral power. All of them were shocked. They didn't realize the true horror of the battle until that moment, since the boundaries had worked effectively. The aftermath was hot enough as it was. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful the previous attack was. Su Jinner and Su Ping returned. The others felt nervousness in the air. Those two were the strongest of the year. Unfortunately, Su Jinner lost, but her punch cemented her claim to second place. Nobody would ever dare to challenge her again. After all, none of the contestants had a death wish. They were already among the top 100, qualified to fight on behalf of their galaxy. Why take the risk? This is the power of the man who climbed 100 floors of the all-class monument. Linghu Jian and the other students of the 5 academies were suffused with shock and awe. He was stronger than them, as much as they were stronger than the regular Fate State cultivators. They couldn't help but wonder, are we truly geniuses? They were just mediocre compared to them. Su Jinner turned around and looked at Su Ping with a weird light in her eyes. She asked telepathically, hey, was the scene in your force field real? Where did you see it? All the scenes in a force field had to be real in order to be projected. That was common knowledge. However, she still felt she had to ask. What she had seen was horrifying even for her. My name is not He, replied Su Ping casually. Why would I have to answer your question? Am I obliged to do that? Su Jinner said angrily, You're really not a gentleman at all. Don't tell if you don't want to. Big deal. Lost for words, Su Ping rolled eyes at her. You're looking for a gentleman here. Is it for your prom night? Feeling too lazy to reply, Su Ping patiently waited to be awarded with the time and space source. After a few seconds of silence, Su Jinner couldn't help but ask again, Fine. Su Ping, Mr. Su, where did you see the scenes from your force field? Is there such a place in our universe? I don't think I've heard about it before. Su Ping didn't know what to say. She's still pursuing the matter. Isn't it obvious that I don't want to tell you? In a place very far away. You truly want to know. I can take you there if there's a chance, said Su Ping in a relaxed manner, this time without teasing her. She was a top genius anyway. Su Ping didn't want to make an enemy out of her for no good reason. Chapter 891, Competition. A place very far away. Su Jinner's eyes glittered. Although she found it hard to believe, that place was real and Su Ping had been there. The skeleton seated on the throne of bones she saw earlier had terrified her. She felt that she was watching a celestial. It was even more horrifying than a celestial state expert. Su Jinner no longer dared to think about it. Are there really creatures more horrifying than celestials in this universe? If so, the Federation is in grave danger. She looked at Su Ping with vigilance. She thought she had hidden herself well and that she had a lot of trump cards. However, this guy who had emerged out of nowhere turned out to be even more terrifying than her. That was why she was speculating that a celestial was Su Ping's backer. How could Su Ping survive after such a ghastly encounter in the Bronze Temple if he didn't have the protection of someone in the celestial state? At that moment, Haichuo appeared high in the sky, then slowly landed in front of everyone. He partially concealed his aura, but it was still as ominous and immeasurable as a high mountain. His warm eyes, staring at everyone present like scorching suns, made everybody's blood boil. The indifferent and graceful Star Lords lowered their heads and bowed in awe. Contestants such as Dragon Emperor were passionate and respectful. Their lifelong goal was to reach the ascendant state, which required luck. They only had the potential to reach the peak of the Star Lord state. Congratulations, Mr. Su Ping. You are the champion of Sylvie's galactic match in the Universe Geniuses contest this year. Haichuo looked at Su Ping and Su Jinner with a smile and then said, I will soon give you the promised award. Apart from that, some of my old friends are interested in you and intend to recruit you as disciples. You may come with me to meet them. Well, Dragon Emperor, Linghu Jian and the other genius contestants changed their expressions upon hearing that. Linghu Jian was soon back to normal. He had an ascendant state master, so he didn't consider it a big deal. Dragon Emperor and the others, however, had passionate looks. The ascendant state experts who had arrived one after the other had obviously shown interest in Su Ping and Su Jinner. They truly envied them. Having an ascendant master meant having Star Lords as senior brothers and sisters. They would no longer need to worry about resources, and they might even gain access to the rarest treasures. Once they went on adventures, they would do so with life-saving treasures gifted by their masters. More importantly, their masters could help them avoid unnecessary dangers. Many people would be too scared to assassinate or even investigate them. Too many of the stream viewers were shocked. Ascendants were like gods to them, only appearing in myths. Most of those experts truly lived as long as gods did. They could strongly influence any planet and even change it completely. Even so, Su Ping and Su Jinner would have a chance to learn from such mythical figures. Us as disciples. Su Ping was stunned for a moment, but then he was back to normal. Huan Lishan had already expressed his interest in recruiting him as a disciple, but he had turned the man down. A genius needed a good master, and a good master also liked geniuses. However, Su Ping didn't intend to learn after anyone. After all, her worker Joanna was an ascendant, and she was a top warrior even among ascendants. Aside from her, Green Lady was an ancient ascendant state cultivator too. One of them was a god, and the other was a deity. They could teach him anything he didn't understand. Furthermore, Su Ping had an omnipotent system, which could be exposed if he had a master. There was also the Chaos Star Chart, which was the system's first reward, upon which he had built his foundation. Foundations were very important. The system had never allowed him any detours, simply giving him the most powerful techniques. He never had the need to practice others, which meant that the system's rewards were well planned. In a way, the system was his master, except that its way of teaching was unorthodox. At this moment, Su Jinner spoke telepathically. "You're quite lucky. An ascendant is interested in you. Seize the chance." She was still looking at Lord Haichuo. Nobody would think she was talking to Su Ping. The latter was stunned. He was surprised to see how calm she was. He had the system, Joanna, and other help. What did the girl rely on to be that calm? Although the battle was only for the championship, it's obvious that even the one who failed is still stronger than all the rest. He'll be the champion and she'll be second place. "Does anyone disagree?" said Lord Haichuo with a smile as he looked at everyone. Dragon Emperor and the other contestants could not help but lower their heads. Nobody disagreed, but they felt disappointed and frustrated. If only they were stronger, it would have been them receiving the attention of the Ascendant State experts. "Since nobody disagrees, you may fight for third place now." Haichuo smiled and waved his hand, taking Su Ping and Su Jinner to the temple in the sky. Su Jinner failed, but she had shown that she was much stronger than any of the other constants. She would have surely been the champion if he hadn't participated. The others would have been left in the dust. Unfortunately, Su Ping was there, who was even more of a monstrous genius. Whoosh! Up in the temple, Su Ping and Su Jinner found themselves in front of a big stone table that had a wonderful selection of wine and food. All the people seated at the table felt distant. They were right before their eyes, but they seemed to be in another time and space. After a quick glance, Su Ping had already realized that all of them were in the ascendant state. He quickly paid his respects. "It's an honor to meet you, seniors." Su Jinner followed suit. Yu Weiying and the others observed the pair. Huan Lishan was the first to talk. "Su Ping, I already thought highly of you when you trained in my mysterious realm. Have you reached a decision? I hope you choose to be my disciple. I only have 3 disciples, and all of them are already famous top experts below the ascendant state level. I can spend all my time on you." Su Ping was about to open his mouth, but then the old boxer sneered and said, "Stop bragging. Your disciples are just 3-star lords, top experts. If a contest for their level were to be held, it still remains unknown whether your disciples can even distinguish themselves." He turned to Su Ping and instantly put on a friendly expression. "Young man, you're clearly good at fist techniques, which is also what I'm best at. Nobody is better at fist techniques than I am in Sylvie. Your fist techniques will definitely improve if you learn under me. You may even reach the ascendant state one day with them." Su Ping was genuinely surprised. He didn't expect that 2 experts would fight over him. Yu Weiying felt the urge to step in. "Old boxer, you haven't even seen what his real focus is, yet you think you can teach him. Didn't you see that he used a saber technique to slash that punch? He only used the fist technique for fun. It's clear that he's really talented in weapons. He's more suitable to be my student." He looked at Su Ping with a friendly smile on his usually cold face. Although he misjudged Su Ping earlier, he currently had a great opinion of him. "My name is Yu Weiying. I'm the best at assassination and weapon techniques." Yu Weiying chuckled and added, "You will rise to the peak in terms of weapon techniques, as I will teach you all that I know. The assassination skills I practice are also very precious. You'll have the best survival abilities until you grow up. Nobody here is faster than me. You can always run if you can't win. You won't get killed before you reach the ascendant state, unless your opponent is too strong. You can only reach the ascendant state if you stay alive." Before Su Ping replied, the mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace said, "Does running away really count as an ability?" "Young man, all of the disciples in the Black Phoenix Palace are beautiful and alluring women. I can make an exception with you and have you become my disciple. You will live and train with them in the future. Of course, you'll have better resources than they do. I'll do my best to teach you too. If you fully grasp what I impart, I'll even consider letting you succeed as master of the Black Phoenix Palace. Nearby, Yu Wang and the old boxer were both lost for words, lips twitching. That old woman is trying to attract him with beautiful girls. How shameless. However, her plan would probably not work out. A genius such as Su Ping had demonstrated great resolve. How could he simply fall for any girl? The Black Phoenix Palace, Su Ping opened his mouth. Both Yu Wang and the old boxer changed their expressions in shock. Young man, better reconsider. Yu Wang instantly said with a cold voice, women will only hold you back on your path to the ascendant state. Besides, the techniques of the Black Phoenix Palace are more suitable for females. Why else would they only recruit women? Although she might modify the techniques for you, do you think her modifications will be anything good? Su Ping said regretfully, that's true. In fact, I'm not really interested in those girls. I simply like the sound of the Black Phoenix Palace. You don't say. All the ascendants rolled their eyes, lost for words. They didn't think that the young man would be so undetermined that he would ignore the girls. The mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace changed her expression and looked at Yu Wang angrily. She turned her head and saw that Su Jinner stood neither arrogantly nor humbly and was to her liking. She said, girl, come to the Black Phoenix Palace. You heard them. All of my disciples are women. Join us, and you won't ever have to see annoying men. Yu Wang and the others instantly realized that she only considered Su Ping as a stepping stone since the very beginning. Her real target was the one in second place. Even though she hadn't won, Su Jinner was only slightly weaker than Su Ping, and she had ascendant potential. As for what the future held for her, who could tell? One failure didn't really mean anything. Su Jinner was quite surprised, not expecting her to get involved that quickly. She rolled her eyes and smiled. Thank you, but I like seeing annoying men. I find them silly and adorable. I enjoy making fun of them. The mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace. What kind of freaks are they? Yu Wang and the others almost couldn't avoid bursting out laughing either. These two juniors are truly a pair of rare treasures. One of them loved hanging with girls, and the other liked flirting with guys. All of them felt happy since the mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace suffered consecutive setbacks. Yu Wang said to Su Ping, young man, consider well. I don't have many disciples. Nobody will be able to stop you if you learn my assassination skills. They can't beat you either if you stay. How great is that? The old boxer snorted and said, bullshit. Does running really count like a family does? He's obviously young. He can run away, but can his family? Besides, Yu Wang, you're just a wanderer. Stop causing trouble for him. Why don't you join the Heavenly Fist Mountain? We're a lovable family. Su Ping. It was then when Huan Lishan suddenly said, I've found 3 of the materials you're looking for. I'll find the rest if you learn after me. After being stunned for a moment, Su Ping asked with glittering eyes, for real? I'm an ascendant state expert, I don't lie. Seeing Su Ping's expression, Huan Lishan put on a smile, knowing he had done the right thing. Both Yu Wang and the old boxer angrily glared at Huan Lishan. This guy is so shameless. He prepared bait. Once he saw the smile on Huan Lishan's face, Su Ping wavered for a moment. He then made up his mind and said, Seniors, truth be told, I already have a master. I feel honored to be appreciated by you, but I can't learn under any of you. Please forgive me. Su Jinner was still around. She looked surprised, but then she felt relieved. She didn't expect Su Ping to decline all the invitations from those ascendants. However, considering Su Ping's overall performance, he probably had a master who was no weaker than any of them. All of them looked at each other and realized what was going on. Su Ping had spoken in a really vague way, but they came to realize that Su Ping's master was definitely in the ascendant state just like them. Switching from one ascendant expert to another would be an insult to his previous master. It would have been fine to accept if his teacher were only a Star Lord. Chapter 892, Prizes. Young man, why didn't you say earlier that you had a master? Never mind then. Actually, the disciple I really want is this lady here. Yu Wang changed the subject and looked at Su Jinner before he said, "Just now, I didn't talk to you because it was a test. You have proved yourself to be calm and patient, which is great. You're a natural-born assassin. Follow me. I'll turn you into a frightening goddess of killing in this universe." Both Su Jinner and Su Ping were stunned, not expecting him to abandon the latter right when he found out that Su Ping was unavailable. Su Ping put on a bitter smile right after, but he wasn't really disappointed. In fact, he felt a lot more relaxed. "Is your teacher also an ascendant?" Huan Lishan frowned regretfully. It wasn't easy for him to gather the materials Su Ping needed, yet it didn't help in the end. "Well, sort of," Su Ping nodded. He thought for a moment and added, "Senior, I can exchange other things for the materials. Or if you need me to do anything for you, I'll be happy to help as long as I'm capable of doing it." Huan Lishan was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he turned his head and said to Su Jinner, "Young girl, are you interested in being my disciple? My mysterious realm will be open to you all the time, including some of the secret places. Given your talents, you'll soon rise to the peak of the Star Lord state. I can also give you precious advice." Su Ping. Su Jinner. "See, men are all like that, undevoted and two-faced," said the mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace with a sneer. "Join the Black Phoenix Palace. You can get any man you want then." As a matter of fact, the old boxer thought for a long time before he heaved a deep sigh and said, "I have to reveal a secret. Outsiders think that the Heavenly Fist Mountain techniques are for men. In fact, they are better suited for ladies." Everybody was lost for words. After being momentarily speechless, Su Jinner could only interrupt their argument. "Seniors." Everybody paused to look at her. They became suspicious after seeing the look on her face. Yu Wang ventured, "Don't tell me you have an ascendant state master too, do you?" Su Jinner said helplessly, "Indeed I do. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to rise to this level." Everybody fell silent. The champion and the one in second place, the most distinguished, both had masters on par with them. It was highly unlikely that they would abandon such excellent disciples. "I knew that this trip would be a waste of time." Yu Wang heaved a long sigh and shook his head. He seemed ready to leave that heartbreaking place. The mistress of the Black Phoenix Palace frowned regretfully. After hearing what Yu Wang said, she sneered and said to Su Jinner, "It doesn't matter, even if you have a master. Feel free to visit the Black Phoenix Palace whenever you need anything. I like you, even if you can't be my disciple. You will always be welcome in my place." Su Jinner nodded, "Thank you very much." The mistress nodded and flew back to the giant phoenix beyond the continent to leave. The old boxer looked at Su Ping and said, "Your man, your fist technique was quite impressive. Although you might not be focusing on it, I can tell that you're a gifted boxer. The mysterious realm of the Heavenly Fist Mountain will always be open to you in the future." Su Ping quickly said, "Thank you, senior." The old boxer rose and steered the magnificent Heavenly Fist Mountain away. Yu Wang looked both at Su Ping and Su Jinner without saying a word. He had always been a wanderer in the universe. He had no interest in them if they couldn't be his disciples. He cupped his hands at Hai Chuo and disappeared. Huan Lishan heaved a sigh, not expecting that his trip to be futile. He was ready to go too. Seeing Huan Lishan about to leave, Su Ping quickly said, "Hold on a second, senior. Could I have the materials you mentioned?" Huan Lishan frowned and looked at him. After some thought, he said, "Fine, since you need them, they will be my gifts to you. You can repay me if you really can reach the ascendant state." Su Ping was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, senior." Huan Lishan nodded and closed his eyes. A moment later, he extended his hand and reached for a deep brown calabash in the void before he threw it to Su Ping. "It's all there. Take a look." After that, he waved his sleeves and left. Soon, Lord Hai Chuo was the only one left outside the temple. Hai Chuo smiled. Seeing how happy Su Ping was to receive the calabash, he asked, "Young man, what are the materials you're looking for? Maybe I can help. He didn't mind expressing his friendliness to a genius like Su Ping. Just like Yuan Lishan said, it was an investment. The return rate of an investment before Su Ping grew would be much higher when compared to a favor after he reached the ascendant state, even though such an advance investment might turn out to be a waste. Su Ping opened the calabash and found that it contained a large space. He quickly looked around and found 3 kinds of materials required for the 4th level of the solar bulwark. Those materials were extremely precious. He didn't expect that Yuan Lishan would be able to find 3 of them. There were 9 kinds of materials in total, and 6 were missing. After hearing what Hai Chu said, Su Ping quickly focused his attention and placed the calabash in his storage to examine in detail later. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Some of the materials I need may already be extinct. Can I show you their appearances and names here?" "Okay," Hai Chu nodded. Su Ping instantly engraved the appearances and names of the 6 materials, because it would be hard to look for them just by names alone. He also left a brief description of every material. For instance, one of the materials required was the feather crown of an adult gold fire phoenix, which would be a very powerful ascendant state beast when it reached adulthood. These materials. Hai Chuo was quite surprised to see the materials. He finally understood why Su Ping was having difficulty finding them, even though he had an ascendant state master. Those materials were so precious that even he didn't know all of them. Not every ascendant expert could gather all of them. "I've taken note of them. I'll have someone look for the materials. I think 2 of them are in my warehouse. I'll have a look later," said Hai Chu with a smile. Su Ping was stunned by his response. He replied in delight, "Thank you very much, senior." If he gathered all the materials and reached the 4th level, he estimated that he would be able to resist the Star Lord's attacks easily with his body. It wasn't until that moment that Su Ping finally realized the benefits of the competition. Sometimes fame could really be transformed into strength. Otherwise, he would probably take forever to gather all the rare materials, even if he were to search for hundreds of years. Su Jinner watched in silence. Her eyes glittered, but she didn't say anything. "This is your prize, the time and space source." Hai Chuo took out the champion's prize at that moment, which was a glittering ball that was emitting waves of mysterious laws. Su Ping felt as if he were having an epiphany the moment he saw the ball. The ball carried a heavy aura of spatial laws that pointed at the origin of space. He had a feeling that such laws could only have been perceived in deeper spaces, such as the 6th, the 7th, and even the 8th spaces. Furthermore, there was also the air of a very special law included. He felt that it was impossible for him to look at it without becoming distracted. Is this the crystal of time and space? To be more precise, it's the foundation crystal of a world. Su Ping's eyes glimmered. His last obstacle to the Star Lord state was no more. His road to the ascendant state would be smooth if he made it to the top 10 in the finals and got access to the Divine Sea mysterious realm. Su Ping expressed his gratitude and stored the time and space source. Hai Chu smiled and encouraged Su Ping and Su Jinner again. He also gave them some reminders about the Golden Star Zone. Then he saw them off. Once they returned to the arena down below, they saw that everybody was still fighting for 3rd place. Their arrival instantly attracted the attention of the top 100 players. They gave the pair looks of admiration and jealousy. They could only dream about the privilege of being pursued by a few ascendant state experts. Su Ping and Su Jinner weren't interested in those competitions. Su Ping established a barrier of astral power to seclude himself. Then, he started to examine the calabash. The 3 materials contained were extremely precious. One of them was a rare fruit, and another was the blood of an ascendant state beast. He finally relaxed after confirming that they were the materials he needed. "I asked Xingyu Shenner to look for materials of the 3rd level. I wonder if she has collected all of them," Su Ping thought. Well, time flew. 3rd place was settled soon after Su Ping and Su Jinner returned. He Elam won the battle against Linghu Jian by a slim margin. Linghu Jian ranked 4th. The top 10 players were soon ranked among the contestants who fought for the championship. There really weren't any prizes for them except the fame, so none of them were really serious about the competition at that point. Once the last battle came to an end, the Star Lord stepped up and said, "All contestants in the top 100 are to leave immediately for the Golden Star Zone and fight against the geniuses from other parts of the Federation on behalf of Sylvie. I hope you will do your best, not bringing shame to your hometown. All the people in this galaxy will be waiting for your triumphant return. I wish you all a smooth journey. Fetch the wine." After that command was roared, some Star State assistants took out 6 tanks of wine and emerald cups. The Star Lord clapped his hand and opened all the tanks. He then raised a hand, and 10 cups flew out to the 10 Star Lords who were maintaining order. The wine from the tanks automatically flowed to fill the cups. The Star Lord held the cup in front of him and announced, "Here's to you, genius contestants." His words were quite motivating. It was a real privilege for them to propose a toast to 100 warriors. The 100 contestants were also excited. Although a lot of them had the chance to become Star Lords, they had yet to reach that level, and only one of them got the time and space source. Nobody was confident of becoming a Star Lord, except for the monsters who had ranked closer to the top. All the Star Lords present, in comparison, were overlords in their territory. It was a soul-stirring experience to see them toast at the same time. The audience was also swept with excitement. Although they didn't enjoy the games enough because of the change of schedule, they still had the finals to look forward to. Those 100 participants would soon fight on behalf of Sylvie, winning appreciation and respect for Sylvie. A lot of students of the 5 academies were unable to fight the urge to stand up and pay respects. Once the 10 Star Lords finished their drinks, the other cups were also automatically filled with wine and distributed to them. Long live Sylvie. Bottoms up. The Star Lord was no longer as indifferent as before. He looked at all the contestants with hope and eagerness, as he seemed to really expect great things from them. Su Ping finished the wine, also looking forward to the rest of the competition. After everyone had finished their drinks, Hai Chu showed up again gracefully and smiled. "All of you are the top geniuses among billions of candidates in Sylvie. You'll be rewarded as handsomely as today's champion if you manage to enter the top 100 of the Golden Star Zone. If you don't need the time and space source, you can ask for anything you want. I'll give it to you as long as it's within my abilities. You will also receive the recognition as Honor Generals of Sylvie and master 5 planetary systems. If you make it to the finals, no matter what your rank is, you will be taught by me and receive all the best resources you can imagine." There was a silent moment that lasted a few seconds, then the excitement broke loose. The top 100 of the Golden Star Zone would be made official Honor Generals. They could master 5 planetary systems, which was even more than what the normal Star Lords managed. It had to be noted that they were only in the Fate state. The prizes were truly lavish. The prizes they would get if they made it to the finals were even more unbelievable. Didn't that mean that they could have anything in Sylvie? Chapter 893 set off. Boom! An umbrella-shaped spaceship appeared out of nowhere. It had a shuttle-like tail. There were silver glittering rings as protections on its surface. You will board this spaceship and head to the Golden Star Zone. The trip will take half a month. You can take a good rest in the spaceship. There are minor mysterious realms and training rooms inside. Whatever you need, just send a report and you'll get it for free. Hai Chuo added with a smile. An Ascendant State expert will also be there to guide you. Feel free to ask him if you have any questions about your training. Ripples were spread in the void while he spoke, and a muscular man 3 meters tall suddenly showed up with a cowboy hat and casual clothes. There was nothing but indifference in his bright brown eyes. "General Cyro. I didn't expect that he would be going with us." Many contestants were scared to see the muscular man, but they soon felt excited. General Cyro was very famous in Sylvie. He was a strong Ascendant general working under Hai Chu's command. He had previously gone and brutally slaughtered his way in a couple of galaxies. He had been defending the borders of their galaxy, slaying countless beasts and eerie creatures from deeper spaces. Cyro glanced at everybody and said indifferently, "Stop wasting my time. Let's get aboard." His words were obviously more effective than Lord Haichu's. The excited crowd instantly fell silent and complied, quickly lining up to fly toward the spaceship. Haichu smiled and said to Cyro, "Some of the students are quite promising. Take good care of them." His eyes flashed, then he whispered, "Have a safe journey." Cyro understood what he meant. He nodded and narrowed his eyes. "I will teach a good lesson about order to whoever dares to mess around." Haichuo nodded. Su Jinner, Linghu Jian, Dragon Emperor and the others had already followed the crowd to the spaceship by then. The Star Lords who had been responsible for keeping order in the arena were standing on their way to the spaceship. They had acted coldly earlier, but they currently looked quite friendly. There were a few exceptions, who seemed to have been born taciturn. Su Ping looked at the spaceship. He looked up and saw Rhea up above. He then hesitated for a moment before he flew out of the crowd. He approached Haichu and said, "My lord, can I say goodbye to my friend?" Cyro instantly frowned. Although he didn't watch the competition, he had used his means to get up to speed with the overall situation and results the moment he arrived. He knew that the young man was the champion and that he had ascendant state potential. However, while such potential was rare, it was nothing but potential. All the ascendants had that potential previously. However, very few could really reach that goal. He didn't like those who demanded privileges for their talents. He was about to turn him down, but then Haichu said first, "Of course, go." Cyro remained silent and cold. Su Ping felt relief. He thanked Haichu and quickly tore space open to fly away. Su Ping seemed to be flashing when seen from the outside world. He was moved quickly in the fifth space, reaching outer space beyond the continent in only 1 minute. Haichu removed the boundaries outside of the continent when he accepted Su Ping's request. The contestants who were moving toward the spaceship were slightly puzzled, seeing Su Ping flying away. Whoosh! Su Ping stepped into space and then stood outside of Rhea. Everyone on Rhea was silent, especially the ones Wafit who had trained their pets in Su Ping's store. They were shocked beyond words. They didn't expect that the unremarkable boss of that store would turn out to be that horrifying. The strongest genius selected from thousands of planets in Sylvie was actually from Rhea. All of Rhea's locals felt dizzy, as they considered it such a great honor. Su Ping spoke from that location, standing in the sky. He chose not to land on Rhea. "Green Lady." "I'm here," a telepathic voice echoed in Su Ping's head. It was exactly Green Lady's voice. "I'm going to the next part of the competition. It's going to be in a place far away. Why don't you stay here?" Su Ping didn't want Green Lady to follow him any longer, because he might run into celestial experts as strong as the 4 superior gods in the demigod burial in the following phase of the contest. Such experts would be on par with the deceased Twilight Deity King. There was the risk of them discovering Green Lady's secrets. "You're overthinking," a casual reply came. It was actually the system's voice. Su Ping was surprised. "She has already signed a contract and is an employee of this store. Nobody can identify her if she doesn't leave the store. They can only infer how strong she is based on the aura she leaks," said the system casually. Su Ping instantly got it. Green Lady's voice joined in at that moment. "I said it before, I'll go anywhere you go. I won't let you out of my sight. You're the hope I have to exact my vengeance." Su Ping smiled bitterly. He could only relent since the system had already put it that way. "Fine. Try your best to remain hidden. We may encounter experts as strong as deity kings. We may get in trouble if they realize that you're a divine pill. You might either get killed or imprisoned." Green Lady instantly replied, "Don't worry, your store can block my aura. They won't recognize my identity as long as I'm careful." Su Ping nodded and simply asked, "It's going to be a long trip. Won't it be exhausting if you carry a planet with you?" "A planet," Green Lady said casually. Are you referring to this mud ball? I could squish such a ball with one hand if I weren't imprisoned in this store.
Thanks.
Fine. It was truly impossible for him to understand the strength of the big shots. Su Ping tore space open and returned to the continent. His telepathic communication with Green Lady was inaudible to the others, but people knew he had to be talking to someone when they saw him standing next to the planet. That planet had been brought by an ascendant. Su Ping had to be communicating with that person. Is that ascendant Mr. Su Ping's master? I've never heard of any ascendant residing on that planet. I've just confirmed it's merely a Tier 3 garbage planet. It's true that there's an ascendant behind every genius. All the media focused their cameras on Su Ping and whispered,
What?
"Is he talking to his master?" Cyro also noticed the planet floating above THM, an ascendant aura it gave off. He stopped frowning upon seeing Su Ping's actions, and his dissatisfaction faded away. It would be appropriate to go and say goodbye to his master. Masters should always be respected. I think he's talking to his friend, said Hai Chuo with a smile. His friend? Cyro narrowed his eyes. A fate state cultivator had made friends with an ascendant state expert. Did the latter like his character, potential, or background? Take care of them as you travel. Contact me in case of an emergency. I'll send you reinforcements immediately. Hai Chuo patted Cyro's shoulder. Cyro withdrew his gaze and gave a slight nod.
What?
Su Ping returned to the spaceship floating next to the continent. He was the last one to board. The weight wasn't excessive since he had only been away for a dozen minutes or so. Cyro also boarded the ship and closed the hatch. A cluster of energy was then gathered in front of the spaceship. A vortex that looked like a star ring was opened. The other side of the vortex seemed to be another space zone. The spaceship made a swift move. The planet also moved to follow. A space zone appeared in front of it too, and the planet disappeared into it. On one of the nearby planets, Ryan had been staring at his own planet. He wailed when he saw that Rhea was moving again. My planet. Once again, his planet had ended up as the vehicle of Su Ping's ascendant backer. Why must the honorable ascendant take such a heavy planet with him? He felt speechless and depressed, as he couldn't think it through. The nearby Shenong's 3 punches said with a smile, "Stop pulling a long face. Haven't you already contacted your family? Everything is normal on the planet. The ascendant is clearly protecting your planet. It would have collapsed with all the moving already." Exactly. Your planet has become famous. I would be thrilled if I were you. A planet that's been carried by an ascendant. Think about it. The planet will attract a lot of travelers when things go back to normal, and you'll make a fortune. Everybody was teasing him, but they meant what they said. Ryan was very lucky. At the center of the crowd, Xingyu Shen'er smiled and rose too. Okay, time for us to move, now that the galactic matches are over. The contestants would have rested for a few days according to the original schedule. I would have then given Heavenly Destroyer the materials he needed. But since they're setting off to the Golden Star Zone directly, we should go there too. He said that he needed those materials for his training. They would definitely help him become stronger. We'll be doing him a great favor if he reaches a higher ranking because of the materials. I'm eager to find out whether he can make it to the top 10 in the finals. We're going there too. The others were stunned by her decision, not expecting Xingyu Shen'er's willingness to travel such a long distance to the Golden Star Zone. But on second thought, that decision got them all excited. Su Ping had definitely shown the best performance among those selected. He was the strongest in the alliance, except for Xingyu Shen'er and their deputy leader. To top it off, Su Ping was merely a fate state warrior. Such a brilliant figure, one who had attracted the attention of the entire galaxy, was a member from the Alliance of Stars. They felt proud to have him as a fellow member. If Su Ping made it to the top 10 in the finals, the Alliance of Stars would become famous in the entire universe. Great, let's go there too. I was planning to explore the chaotic space zone, but never mind. How can we not support Brother Heaven Destroyer? Exactly. Brother Ryan has even offered his planet. We need to go there and cheer for him. Everybody was enthused. Ryan was speechless. His face had a bitter smile, but he actually felt delighted. Su Ping had established a store on his planet. Given Su Ping's popularity, he could bring him infinite wealth once he returned to the planet. At the same time, on the blue planet, the entire planet was like a carnival. All the locals were excited, parading on the streets. The formerly aggrieved neighbors weren't being disturbed by the others' screams. They found each other much more agreeable. Our Lord has won the championship. He's the strongest genius in the galaxy. He is our Lord. Let me tell you, that's our Lord. The foreigners currently traveling on the blue planet were dumbfounded by the craziness of the locals. The shock was intensified when they learned the reason. We're on the home planet of the top genius of this galaxy. That kind of brilliant person was born in such a desolate place. Boss Su, Qin Duhuang, Qin Xiaoshan and the other members of the Qin family were too excited for words. They never expected that Su Ping would reach such a height. Once they were further connected to the Federation, not only had Su Ping walked beyond his home planet, he had also distinguished himself as the best genius in Sylvie. Everything felt like a dream. Many people found it hard to believe and asked others to slap them. They screamed in excitement after feeling the pain. Considering Su Ping's fame, even if they were to publicize the mysterious tree that had recently appeared on the planet, would anyone dare to loot it? The Star State. Not even Star Lords would dare to invade the blue planet again. I didn't expect Boss Su to reach that far. Zai Jinshui, Liu Tianzong and the others who knew Su Ping had a bundle of conflicting feelings. The planet had almost been destroyed by a Star State king of the deep caves not long before. However, in a short amount of time, Su Ping had become able to kill anyone in the Star State. Su Ping was growing too fast. They also started growing faster once they were in touch with the rest of the Federation, but not as fast as him.
What?
While everybody on the blue planet was cheering, a spaceship was moving at a fast speed in the vast and cold universe, jumping every now and then. Inside the spaceship, Cyro summoned the top 100 players and gave them a tour to the training rooms, minor mysterious realms, cafeterias, entertainment areas, and the rest of the amenities. He personally gave a brief introduction to the training rooms and minor mysterious realms. As for the other areas, he asked the Star Lords to show the contestants around on his behalf. Chapter 894, Exceeded. After Cyro left, a Star Lord stepped up and introduced the training rooms to everyone. This is an Astral Power Index indicator. The first floor of this training room is suitable for those whose Astral Power Index is between 100 and 300. The second floor is for indexes between 400 and 600. The third floor is for those between 600 and 1000. Star Lords have an Astral Power Index above 1000 under normal circumstances. A small proportion of the Star State experts may reach a similar reading with the help of some special techniques. It would definitely be impossible to achieve with regular means. Su Ping was surprised to learn this. He looked at Kleesabe and Ibetaluna, then asked in a low voice, "What's the Astral Power Index?" Kleesabe was stunned. He asked, "You don't know? Well, never mind. The Astral Power Index is the total amount of astral power in your body, according to what is measured by special equipment. This would indirectly show your fighting capability." Su Ping understood. It was a test to find out the density of astral power in one's body. He asked a few more questions. Thanks to Kleesabe's replies, he realized that the Astral Power Index was not proportionate to combat ability. While technology was advanced in the Federation, it was impossible to find out a person's real combat ability. Only predictions were possible, based on the Astral Power Index, footage of earlier battles, and so on. After all, real combat ability depended on mental power, responsiveness, special resistance, and many more factors. The system was probably the only thing able to offer a precise reading. That being said, the Astral Power Index was indeed one of the most important indicators of combat ability. You can test yourselves here. This is a small astral power detector designed for students. It's able to measure those who are below 1,000 in the astral power index with accuracy, said the Star Lord with a smile. A lot of people were eager to try upon hearing that, but the majority remained calm, as if they were already acquainted with such a technology. A brawny man who had thick hair walked out and said, "Let me give it a try." He looked like a healthy wild bear. His armor and clothes were rough and solid. Someone recognized him. He had delivered great performances in the earlier battles, having later ranked among the top 20. The Star Lord nodded with a smile and turned the equipment on. The equipment was a vertical green tube with a glass-like surface. The equipment door closed after the young man walked in, and data was instantly manifested on the green surface. The data was changing at a fast pace, and then a bright red mist surrounded the young man inside the tube. Moments later, the mist was sucked away by the ventilation holes of the equipment. Then, the complex array of data was reassembled into a few words stated in the common tongue, followed by a number. Astral Power Index, 823. The crowd was instantly excited. Some of the calm-looking people had shocked expressions. Greater than 800, damn. Kleesabe exclaimed too. His astral power density is even higher than mine, even though he's not using any secret technique to enhance himself. This is an amount of astral power that can compare to the advanced phase of the star state. Ibetaluna also took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "It's true that many monsters are out there." Many weren't expecting that the plain-looking young man would have such a high astral power index. Unfortunately, the competitions of the top 100 had ended prematurely after the top 10 were settled. Many didn't know for certain how strong each other was. It's only a bit over 800. The brawny young man walked out and frowned at the result, looking dissatisfied. He scratched his head and said, "I expected it to be higher than 1,000. Many people rolled their eyes. How could go beyond 1,000 under normal circumstances? The Star Lord had already mentioned that only the Star Lords could achieve this with normal means. Some Star Lords' readings could even go up to several thousand. You're merely in the fate state. Such an astral power density isn't bad at all. It's probably related to your physical build. There's a chance that you can make it to the top 10 and even the top 5 of this galaxy if you hone your skills further," said the smiling Star Lord. There was a touch of amazement in his eyes. In terms of astral power density, that young man was definitely among the best in that group of people. After all, those kids were in the fate state. The limit of the astral power index for the fate state was 100. And yet, the young man's result was 8 times the limit. Such a result didn't seem to be remarkable, but any further improvement from the main bottleneck was extremely difficult. That sounds like a lot of thinking. I don't like that. The young man shook his head and mumbled, "I will simply build up my physical strength and shatter all the opponents my own way." The Star Lord's lips twitched, but he chose not to add any comments. Building up physical strength was definitely an approach too, but it was too primitive. Too much time would be wasted. Those who used their brains were always better than those who used their brawn in recent years. Of course, if the guy wasn't smart enough to understand that, there was no point in arguing with him. All the top 100 geniuses surely had Star Lord Masters. They had surely taught them that simple lesson. After the young man left, someone spoke eagerly, "Let me give it a go too." Soon, the equipment was activated again, and the astral power index this time was 305. Not a bad result. You're very good at skills and laws, but your physical strength isn't good enough. It's not bad compared to the average Fate State warrior, but not good enough for a genius, commented the Star Lord with a smile. Okay. The person who took the test felt frustrated, but he could only listen to the suggestion. Some others moved closer to take the test. Their astral power index ranged between 300 and 700, averaging out between 4 to 500. Those whose result was lower than 500 were among the weaker ones. On another side, Linghu Jian was next to 2 young men who were the best students in the Sword Deity Academy. One of them was Sword Maniac, who was only second to Linghu Jian in the academy. The other was also a big shot in the academy. The big shot in the academy, however, stood in front of Linghu Jian dutifully. "Boss, are you going to take the test? I think your astral power index will definitely dwarf theirs." Linghu Jian said indifferently, "I took the test at my master's. I haven't improved much recently. It would be pointless to test myself again." "Is that so? Then what was your astral power index, boss?" asked the young man curiously. After a moment of silence, Linghu Jian said, "Only 920. "Only?" The young man was dumbfounded. An astral power index of 920 was already the limit of the advanced star state. It had to be noted that the man was only in the fate state. "Mine is only 790, said a regretful sword maniac in a low voice. The young man was instantly at a loss for words. Standing next to Su Ping, Kleesabe asked curiously, "Brother Su, are you going to take the test?" Since Su Ping didn't know about the astral power index, he couldn't have done the test before. Kleesabe was quite curious about his astral power index since his performance had been stellar. The highest astral power index thus far was left by the first young man. It was 823. Once she heard that, Ibetaluna turned around too and looked at Su Ping, eager and hopeful. Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "Fine." He was also interested in finding out how strong he was. He didn't have such advanced equipment in the cultivation sites. "Does anyone still?" Hardly had the Star Lord opened his mouth when he saw Su Ping move. He paused and waited eagerly. The contestants, who hesitated because they didn't want to expose their strength, noticed the silence in the air and looked in surprise. Their eyes widened when they saw Su Ping step forward. They were really curious about the young man who had won the championship, wondering what astral power index he could possibly have. The Star Lord opened the equipment for Su Ping, just like before. Su Ping entered the equipment. Very soon, Su Ping felt itchy as the red mist covered his skin. He didn't activate the astral painting in his body, simply relaxing and letting his cells circulate. Data started appearing on the equipment, flashing at a fast speed. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The flashing didn't stop until 5 minutes later. Suddenly, the red mist was gone. The data on the equipment was also gone, replaced by a red X, and a measurement standard exceeded warning. "Hiss." Everybody was silent and shocked. The Star Lord who was responsible for the test and his companions were equally mesmerized. Measurement standard exceeded. Doesn't it mean that his astral power index is beyond 1,000? That's not normal. Everyone was shocked. The astral power index didn't represent real combat ability. For instance, Star Lords were able to unleash a damage of 5,000 with only 100 units of astral power, whereas those in the Fate state could only cause a damage of 300 points. Nevertheless, astral power was still the foundation of everything. Is he really a Fate state warrior? All the Star Lords had the same thought. The contestants in front of the equipment realized what happened and looked at each other in bewilderment. Linghu Jian's expression changed to a gloomy one. Dragon Emperor, Holy King, Oasis Grey and the others found that the result was understandable after the initial shock. He's truly a monster. Everybody had the same thought. Su Jinner raised her eyebrows, but she wasn't too surprised. She had sensed Su Ping's extraordinary astral power in their previous battle and knew that the result would have been more shocking if it were the real data. Unfortunately, the specs of that equipment were below his range. She shook his head and left. Whoosh! Su Ping dashed out of the equipment and saw the surprise on everyone's faces. He knew he had accumulated a shocking amount of astral power, but he didn't expect it to be that much. Is it because of the Chaos Star chart? The Star Lord standing nearby chuckled and said, "Well, our equipment seems to have underestimated our champion, as expected of Sylvie's best genius. Awesome." He thought for a moment, then said, "I'll ask Lord Cyro for a more advanced detector." Su Ping shook his head after being stunned for a moment. "No need to go through the trouble. I only tried it out for fun." He returned to his former place in the crowd after saying that. The Star Lord gave him a bitter smile but chose not to insist. From what he could gather, Su Ping's master must have measured his basic data and definitely knew his astral power index. He had only taken the test to show off. But he had to admit, it was a nice way to brag. To have an astral power index comparable to that of a Star Lord while still being a Fate State warrior. It was just the lower spectrum of the Star Lord state, but it was still unbelievable nonetheless. "Brother Su, awesome." Kleesabe didn't know what to say when he saw Su Ping return. He could only express his admiration with a bitter smile. Likewise, Su Ping didn't know how to reply, so he simply smiled. All the others lost interest after Su Ping took the test. Nobody else tried. They had always been the geniuses who would crush people's confidence, yet here, the tables had turned. Everybody dispersed after the Star Lords had finished showing them around. Some went to the training rooms, some to the mysterious realms, while others used the time to heal their wounds and rest. Su Ping didn't leave. He went ahead and trained on his own in the third level of the training room. The training room's third level contained a magnificent density of astral power. There, like a beating heart, astral power from the universe was pressed into Su Ping's pores. It was the first time for Su Ping to see such a training method. It was like wearing a powerful oxygen mask. Even while simply laying down, the training room would automatically do the work. It was true that poor people had to count on mutations, while rich guys relied on technology. Su Ping didn't want to go to the minor mysterious realm anymore after experiencing such privilege. He simply kept on training there. He had heard that the minor mysterious realm was connected to a void battlefield where they could fight. Su Ping wasn't short on battle experience. He preferred spending time to study his second astral painting. Drawing the second astral painting required a lot of astral power. Su Ping had gathered enough, but he felt assured if he trained in the training room. It was fine even if he made a few mistakes. His speed began to rise as he became familiar with the process. Time flew. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The spaceship flew across many galaxies and eventually jumped into a vast space. In the dark and vast space, a golden statue as high as 7 planets combined floated in the void like a giant. It looked majestical as it held a battle axe. Chapter 895, The Celestial Court. "Look, it's the Supreme Celestial Statue." "Ah, isn't he?" "Hush, do not mention his name or something will happen." "Is this the Golden Star Zone?" "Yes, that is the Olos Gate which leads to the inner bay of the Golden Star Zone, where there are countless galaxies and advanced planets. This is a super interstellar jump platform. Look, some warships are welcoming us." Inside the spaceship, many contestants went to the spaceship's deck and observed the surroundings through the transparent energy shield. Next to the golden statue that floated in space was an enormous, glamorous, glowing ring. Behind the ring were glittering stars that led to another prosperous world. On the two sides of the ring were a lot of space stations and satellites. Su Ping had been informed of their time of arrival. He had left the training room in advance to also see that astounding scenario. The boundless space, the countless spaceships, and the majestic statues, everything made him feel the vastness of the universe and his insignificance. They were getting closer and closer to the Olos Gate as the spaceship flew on. They gradually passed the golden statue. Their spaceship, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, was as unremarkable as plankton. Very soon, the spaceship was connected to a space station outside the Olos Gate and moved on a specific trajectory. There were many other spaceships that belonged to pirates, adventurers, and businessmen. Cyro then flew out of the spaceship and vanished. A couple of minutes later, he returned and appeared inside the spaceship's energy shield. The rest of their journey was smooth. A team of warships approached them and led the way after they passed the Olos Gate. "That's the Celestial Court spaceship." "Tisk Tusk, they're all subordinates to the Supreme Celestial." On the spaceship, many knowledgeable people were amazed by the fleet that was leading the way. They were quite envious. Nobody would dare to mess with them if they could work for a celestial. Su Ping turned back and looked at the ring with worry. To his astonishment, the stars he had seen back when he was still outside of the ring had disappeared. He was seeing nothing but darkness in the rear. The space stations and warships outside of the ring were no longer there. I wonder if Green Lady can come in. Su Ping was worried that she might have conflicts with the guards. However, he then realized that Green Lady was an ascendant. Nobody would stop her as long as she didn't attack, even if she was pushing a planet. However, he wore a bitter smile since she recalled Green Lady's temper. "Are we being taken straight to the battlefield?" asked Holy King in the crowd. He looked quite down. He had lost his confidence ever since the death of Queen of the Seas. His mood was a mix of sorrow and frustration. The leading star lord replied with a smile. "That's right. The battlefield for the contest is the Celestial Court of the Golden Star Zone. You'll be competing there. The Celestial Court is where Lord Supreme lives. Don't talk nor think inappropriately while you're there, because Lord Supreme might feel it." Everybody seemed to be awed when they heard that. "We can't even think. How terrifying must Lord Supreme be?" The Star Lord smiled after seeing how obedient those geniuses were. Even the proudest geniuses had to lower their heads in front of Lord Supreme. No one trained during the rest of the trip. They only looked outside from the deck or their cabin. Su Ping was also seated on the deck. He was also looking outside while grasping laws. He saw a lot of galaxies and planets as they traveled. Sometimes he could even see buildings and beasts when passing close to some giant planets. However, to his surprise, the seas of those planets were full of people, mixed with a lot of beasts. It was really difficult to tell whether they were wild beasts or pets. Time flew. The spaceship soon reached a portal. They jumped again following the leading fleet. The group jumped to another galaxy, then jumped again after traveling for a while, reaching their final destination after 7 more jumps. The Celestial Court. All the people on board the ship were shocked to see the Celestial Court. Even the Star Lords had a weird light in their eyes. They felt awe and respect. It was an enormous court that stood in space while emitting a golden light. There were endless stairs beyond the court, which stretched for billions of kilometers. The temples in the court were even bigger than stars. Phoenixes and dragons were flying in the periphery. It looked like a space holy land, filled with a futuristic coldness. Outside the Celestial Court, everybody saw the majestic golden statue again. That place was where Lord Supreme lived. One of the Star Lords whispered in respect, "We've arrived." Everybody was holding their breath as they observed. They had only seen photos of Lord Supreme on the internet. There was very little information about him. He was one of the most powerful figures in the Federation anyway. It was harder to meet him in reality than to meet the president. Cyro walked out of the cabin at that moment, then stood in front of the group on deck with hands behind his back. His cold face reflected the golden light, and even his cold eyes seemed to be glimmering. The leading fleet then approached the Celestial Court along with their spaceship, which gradually stopped at a spacious ground beyond the stairs. The vast open ground was even larger than the void continent where they had fought earlier. It was so vast that it could contain 100 blue planets. Many spaceships and men were currently gathered at the square. It's the Ness Galaxy. It's the Carlos Galaxy. Are they the other contestants? Everybody fixed their eyes on the human beings that currently looked as tiny as ants outside the spaceships. They all looked different since they belonged to different races. Some had green skin, others were blue-colored, and some had skin as white as snow. Although they looked different, all of them were human beings. Their bodies had simply evolved differently according to the environments they lived in. The captain of their spaceship gradually docked at a corner of the square. Once the vessel was firmly in place, Cyro instructed, "Time to get off. Don't wander about. Don't say anything inappropriate and do not disgrace Sylvie." The 3 don'ts made everybody feel nervous. They followed the Star Lords on their way out of the spaceship to later stand in their designated area. They later sensed that other people were giving them dirty looks. Su Ping realized that the local gravity was 100 times that of the blue planet. Fortunately, he became acclimated to it quickly. As for the other contestants, some fell on their knees while others trembled, but most managed to quickly regain their balance. They were all geniuses anyway. It would have been embarrassing if they couldn't deal with a gravitational change. Once everybody was properly lined up on the square, a brawny black man suddenly flew over. He approached Cyro and said indifferently, "Sylvie's representatives are to be arranged in the D18 section. You have half a day to rest, and your matches will begin at 6 tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly." Cyro bowed and nodded at the man with a rather humble attitude. All the contestants behind him were really shocked to see that. Considering his status as a famous general in Sylvie, Cyro acted so gently, if not cautiously, in that place. It was obvious that the brawny black man was also an ascendant, probably much stronger than him. Once he finished giving instructions, the brawny man waved his hand and said to two Star Lords who answered his call, "Take them to their area." "Yes, sir." Both Star Lords nodded respectfully. Then they looked at Cyro and said respectfully, "General, this way, please." Cyro gave a slight nod and asked everybody to follow. They soon left the square and arrived at the temples by the edge. They had been built in something akin the ancient Greek style, but more extravagant. There was also a lot of metal equipment in the buildings, which made them more modern. Aside from them, the people outside of the other spaceships gradually went to that place too. It was obviously a temporary place of rest for the contestants of other galaxies. "General, the D18 section is this way." A Star Lord led the group to a massive, independent palace. Still, it was just an insignificant part of that magnificent group of temples. Cyro nodded. Once the two Star Lords left, he asked everyone to take a rest in the temple and not wander around. It was the very first time for the contestants to be in such a place, the territory of a celestial state expert. They would certainly not dare to wander around. They only checked the palace and flew to its top to observe the other temples. Those who went to the top of the palace were able to see that the contestants of other galaxies were currently settling down in the adjacent temples. "Do we have to distinguish ourselves in the Golden Star Zone in order to be sent to the stage of the finals as representatives of our star zone? I feel that the trip itself is already worth it. My guess is that not even the regular Star Lords would often have a chance to see this. We can boast about having visited even if we're eliminated later. I wonder if it's allowed to take photos here. I want to take a selfie." "You'll have to ask Cyro. However, nobody will believe you even if you do take a selfie. You can't prove that it's not fake. Nowadays, it's possible for hackers to create fake videos, let alone photos. I wonder if Lord Supreme will make an appearance during the competition. Wouldn't it be great to see Lord Supreme in reality?" Many contestants were extremely excited. Very few of them were able to remain calm and composed. "You're not the least bit excited or anxious, are you?" Su Jinner suddenly said and approached Su Ping with a fruit plate. They were currently enjoying the breeze on the top of the roof. Su Ping was observing the scenery, and no other contestant would dare to approach. Kleesabe and the others who were close to him were already in other places. "Why should I be?" Su Ping turned his head and looked at Su Jinner, whose mouth was stuffed with fruits. He thought for a moment, then picked a piece of unknown yellow fruit from the plate and put it in his mouth, which was instantly filled with juice and abundant astral power. Su Jinner leaned back ever so slightly, as if unwilling to share her fruits with anyone. Stuffing herself with fruits, she mumbled, "This is Lord Supreme's place. You'll never have a chance to visit it without this consent. Shouldn't you feel excited?" Su Ping chewed the fruit. Seeing how defensive she was of her food, he said, "Look at your back." Su Jinner turned her head but didn't see anything. She then turned back around and found that Su Ping had picked another piece of fruit. She glared as Su Ping bit the fruit and chuckled. "Who says I'm not excited? I'm simply not showing it." Su Jinner rolled her eyes. "I don't believe it. Tell me the truth, is your master a celestial, or is he a top ascendant expert working for Lord Supreme?" Su Ping asked curiously, "Why are you so concerned about me? Are you interested in me? Or are you scared of my master's revenge?" Su Jinner blushed and said angrily, "You're so rude. What do you mean by interested in me? You really are just a barbarian." Su Ping nodded and casually picked another piece of fruit from her plate while she didn't notice. He said, "We're just like each other. On the other hand, I've always felt that you're slightly strange." "Strangely cute." Su Ping paused and rolled his eyes. "If I were to describe this, you're a lot like one of my employees. You give off the same feeling of—" His smile suddenly fell, then he looked at Su Jinner. "You must be a lot older than you look, right?" Su Jinner narrowed her eyes, but she soon regained her self-control and rose angrily. "I'm not old at all. I'm only 38 years old." "You call yourself a girl when you're already 38. You truly are an old woman," said Su Ping. Su Jinner was so infuriated that she was rendered speechless. Chapter 896, Group Battle. Cultivators like us may live 10,000 years and witness the rise of a planet. I'm only 38, and still you think I'm old. Su Jinner gnashed her teeth furiously. Shouldn't he have complimented me for reaching such a level while barely being 38? "Even if you're immortal, you're not a girl anymore. You're a 38-year-old woman," said Su Ping solemnly.
They
Su Jinner almost collapsed. What kind of inconsiderate statement was that? She looked young and vigorous, having devoted herself to cultivation. She would attract a lot of attention every time she went out. Still, Su Ping had solemnly informed her that she was no longer a girl. She was too angry to talk to him anymore. "You're doomed to spend the rest of your life alone. You won't be able to find a woman, no, any female." Su Jinner stomped in fury and left. Su Ping suddenly called out to her, "Wait a moment." "Why do you want to apologize?" Su Jinner turned around and looked less angry. "That fruit plate is not bad. Where did you get it? Why don't you leave it here?" "Get lost."
What?
Half a day passed quickly. Time was measured according to the standard time of the Federation. There was sufficient sunlight outside the celestial court. Daytime was actually much longer than nighttime. The shift between day and night was controlled by an ascendant state expert, who was an important general under Lord Supreme. During that half-day, everybody was summoned to gather at the palace and then forbidden from leaving the place. The participants either rested or looked at the distance, eager to see Lord Supreme. However, the latter never showed up. Only the contestants from other galaxies were allowed to enter the palace. Before the start of the matches, Cyro appeared in the temple and gathered Sylvie's contestants. He looked around and said gravely, "I've asked about the rules of the competition. Due to the time constraints, Lord Supreme has decided to adopt the massive elimination mode to screen out the elites as soon as possible." Massive elimination. Everybody's heart became heavy when they heard that. That meant that the match would be very cruel. The previous stages of the competition had been arranged in a way that contestants would compete for several months. Some of them would often grasp something new during that time, which would significantly strengthen them. However, if they were to fight all the others from the very beginning, many would be knocked out immediately. "The match will be a random fight," Cyro said solemnly. "You're free to attack anyone until the last 100 remain in the battlefield that Lord Supreme has prepared for you. Once the top 100 players of the Golden Star Zone are decided, you will go to the finals of the universe and fight geniuses of other star zones for the final championship." Hiss. Everybody gasped. Only 100 of them would be left in the end. Dozens of galaxies had sent representatives to that place. All of them were as large as Sylvie. The collective sum of all their top 100 players amounted to thousands of people. The reduction of several thousand to 100 would be a crazy process. The previous filtering had often taken 1 or 2 months. And yet, the top 100 players would be chosen in a single elimination round this time. Well, this is unbelievable. I have a feeling that I'll be knocked out really quickly. Your feeling is right on the money.
They
The contestants looked at each other in bewilderment. Many were bitter and panicked. It hadn't been easy for them to reach the celestial court, Still, they were about to be eliminated before they had a chance to meet Lord Supreme. It was an awful feeling. In the crowd, Holy King, Dragon Emperor, Haelim and the others frowned. The elimination rate was also exerting a lot of pressure on them. I think you can try to survive on the battlefield as a group if we want to increase our galaxy's odds of winning. Seeing the panic and bitterness on their faces, Cyro said solemnly, "You'll be teleported to random parts of the battlefield at the beginning of the match. I hope you can regroup as soon as possible. You will only have a chance to survive by supporting each other as a group." As a group. Everybody was slightly stunned after hearing that. Then, all of them turned to look at Su Ping and Su Jinner. If it was going to be a group fight, Su Ping and Su Jinner would undoubtedly be the greatest help they could count on. That is correct. Cyro continued, I believe the other galaxies will adopt a similar approach. You won't even have a chance to heal yourselves if you fight as individuals. You may get knocked out even if you have the capability to rise to the top 100. He glanced at Su Ping, Dragon Emperor, and a few others while he spoke. He was obviously telling those geniuses that it would be better for them not to be condescending or consider others as burdens, since that would be completely useless and counterproductive. Su Ping's expression changed a bit, but he remained silent. He wouldn't mind being in a group as long as he got to advance. I've refined a secret treasure for each of you. You can detect each other through this treasure. Your phones will be blocked during the match, and you can't communicate with each other without this treasure. Cyro raised his hand, and then 100 crimson-red badges showed up. He waved his hand, then the badges flew toward the contestants. The badge will become red if you're close to each other. The closer you are, the redder it'll be. It will turn black if you're too far away, said Cyro. Use a drop of your blood to mark the badge. That way it can only be used by you. Everybody held the crimson badge. They felt that it was considerably hot. Fortunately, all of them were all battle pet warriors. They had enough astral power to resist the heat. At this moment, Cyro called out to Su Ping, Su Ping. Everybody was stunned. All eyes were focusing on Su Ping. Su Ping looked at the expert, clearly surprised. Cyro looked back at him and said, You're the pride of Sylvie and the strongest genius in our galaxy. I hope you can shoulder your responsibility and help others when possible. Our Lord and I will give you great rewards if anyone survives to the end because of your help. Su Ping's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, I'll do my best. He didn't make any promises. There was no need for him to slow down for them if they proved to be liabilities. That'll be great, Cyro nodded and said solemnly. Naturally, he wouldn't give Su Ping any orders. It would be a great loss for their galaxy if Su Ping was eliminated because of an order of his. The same goes to the rest of you. Remember, if the others stick together as teams, you will fail soon if you end up fighting as individuals. You will only get to stay if you help each other, said Cyro to Su Jinner, Linghu Jian, Dragon Emperor, and the others. All of them accepted the suggestion.
What?
Everybody turned to look at each other after Cyro left. Many moved closer to Su Ping and Su Jinner. Some were gathered around Holy King, Dragon Emperor, and the others when they saw that Su Ping and Su Jinner were already surrounded. Boss Su, please take care of me if we meet on the battlefield. Kleesabe was the first to approach Su Ping and smile at him obsequiously. He was third on the royal rank and a condescending genius to boot. However, he had already changed his attitude in the presence of such a monster as Su Ping, deciding to seek his help should the need arise. A real man knew when to lower his head. Okay, Su Ping nodded. As he was already well acquainted with the guy, he would help him if he could. Brother Su, I hope you can take care of me too. The Night King family will forever remember your favor. We will build a sculpture of you in our Hall of Honor. Ibetaluna moved closer with friendliness and sincerity on her face. Su Ping nodded, of course. Brother Su, my name is Royce. I'm from the Iron Wing family on Moonfall. I hope you can take care of me if we get to meet on the field. I'll definitely reward you properly after we come back, said a young man with a fawning smile. Brother Su, I am Han Yue. I'm from the King Han family on the Heavenly King planet. I hope we can. Brother Sui. Many men approached Su Ping and introduced themselves, politely seeking protection. Their odds of survival would significantly improve if they received Su Ping's protection and joined his group. It would be even better if they rose to the top 100 while riding his coattails. If that came to pass, their entire families would be excited upon their return. All their respective resources would be at their full disposal. Okay. Su Ping nodded quickly. He didn't mind being friendly as long as they didn't hold him back. Nearby, Su Jinner was also surrounded by a lot of people. Linghu Jian, Dragon Emperor, and the others were accompanied by fewer people. There were only a handful of them. Dragon Emperor, Oasis Grey, and the others wore complicated expressions after seeing that most people had approached Su Ping and Su Jinner. Still, they were rendered speechless upon remembering the performances of those two. Even they had the thought of joining those two. After all, proud as they were, they knew they couldn't compare to Su Ping or Su Jinner, and they didn't know if there were other contestants as horrifying as they were in other galaxies. If there was any, they would surely be eliminated if they ran into them. However, despite the thought, they were too proud to lower their heads. They thought they would be able to handle the situation on the battlefield. Soon after, an ancient and loud tolling of the bell resounded. The tolling seemed to originate from a distant time and space. If one were to listen to it carefully, it would become evident that it originated from the deeper spaces and was eventually weakened, so that it remained loud and clear without hurting any of the listeners. Soon, someone realized that the tolling was not really a sound, but a mental invasion. Once the bell tolls were heard, everybody realized that the match was about to start. Soon someone exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" They saw a huge opening in the void, right in front of the magnificent celestial court, which then revealed the deeper spaces behind. There was an extremely vast land in the deeper spaces. The land was 1,000 times larger than the continent where they had fought, back in Sylvie. Even a planet would be as insignificant as a hill on that deep space territory. However, the piece of land was just like a pond in front of the celestial court. It was only 1/3 as large as the celestial court. "This is where you're going to fight." Cyro appeared unpredictably again and said, "Prepare to fight. Remember to help and support each other. You belong to the same galaxy." "Yes, sir," the group simultaneously replied. The next moment, several daunting men flew over from the celestial court. All of them were evidently ascendants. Chapter 897, Assassination. Those ascendant state experts went to the continent in the deeper space and raised their hands to pave channels. Although the continent was high above them, the space channels went all the way to the temples, allowing the contestants to be teleported over. "Go." Cyro looked at the channels and glanced at Su Ping and Su Jinner before he reminded them, "Remember to help each other, but don't hesitate to abandon any liabilities if you must." Those who were counting on their help felt alarmed after hearing that. Su Ping and Su Jinner nodded. They would have done the same without Cyro's reminder. The latter would not hold them accountable for ignoring his order as long as they made it to the top 100. Not even ascendants would punish a top 100 genius in a star zone ranking unless they committed serious crimes. Boss Su, Brother Su, Brother, Sister Su. In front of the portal, everybody looked at Su Ping and Su Jinner affectionately. Both of them remained calm. Everybody was standing behind them as if they were their leaders. They immediately entered the channel. Soon after, they found themselves right before the deep space continent. Not far from them stood an ascendant expert whose aura was as daunting as an abyss. Merely looking at him would inspire awe and intimidation, as if he were a glittering sun. "You know the rules, right? Get inside." The ascendant glanced at them. He didn't say anything out loud, but his voice echoed in their heads. Su Ping looked at the continent further ahead. They were too close, so they could only see a small portion of it. He then took a deep breath and he flew over first. The geniuses of the other galaxies were also gathered in front of their respective channels. When seeing them from a distance, They looked like a bunch of moths darting towards the continent. The others were quick to follow after Su Ping. They could get to know more about the environment if they went inside sooner. They might get hit the moment they entered if they took too long to make a move. There was an invisible membrane outside the continent. Once he passed the membrane, Su Ping felt like he was falling straight into a bottomless abyss beyond his control. The feeling was finally gone after several seconds passed, and the darkness before him was replaced by a green forest. Su Ping's eyes changed, turning from calm and casual to cold, as if he had turned from a tame sheep into a top predator. Rotten leaves, damp mud, a vague stink of blood in the air, and the smell of beast skins mixed with rainwater. All those elements made Su Ping feel he had returned to the cultivation sites. There are some demon beasts here. A map was quickly formed in Su Ping's head. He had drawn it by collecting the smells in the environment, which required a lot of experience in wilderness survival. He then looked at a certain tree found dozens of meters away. It looked absolutely normal, but a closer look would reveal a serpent whose skin was the same color as the trunk it was holding on to. That sharp-fanged reptile was several dozen meters long. It was definitely venomous. Su Ping kicked a stone to make it land in his palm, to then throw it quickly. There was a bam. The lurking venomous serpent was hit in the head and died. A fate state beast. It must be only a beginner beast in this place. Su Ping's eyes flashed. Seems like I have to be wary of tough beasts, including some in the advanced star state besides the other contestants. The trial was extremely dangerous. A regular fate state cultivator would have been killed by the venomous serpent a moment earlier. Su Ping quickly flew to the crown of a tree nearby. He deftly stood on one of the leaves and looked at the distance. All he could see was a boundless forest. There seemed to be a group of mountains on the horizon. Su Ping remembered that the continent had seemed variegated when seen from outside. He had seen mountains, rivers, and forests, the latter being suitable for hiding, both from contestants and ferocious beasts. Once he got his bearings, Su Ping took out Cyro's special badge. It was black at the moment, indicating that no other badges were nearby. The badge suddenly became hot right when Su Ping was examining it. There was also an orange hue on its edge. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Did someone come here via teleportation? He realized that Cyro was surely observing the battle from the outside. He didn't mind helping other people as long as he could. A larger group would become a more obvious target. The competition was too fierce. Only 100 contestants would get to survive in the end. The larger a group was, the more powerful it would be. Whoosh! Su Ping moved quickly and flashed in 4 different directions. Very soon, he detected that the target was in the east, going by the badge's reactions. He rapidly flashed away. The continent was located in the deep space's second layer. Participants would have to enter the third layer when they tore the void open and flash to another location from there. The third layer of the deep space was extremely dangerous for normal fate state cultivators. It could kill them at any moment. Only star state warriors would dare to travel in the third layer. On the other hand, they were scared of the fourth layer. However, all the contestants were geniuses. Entering the third layer was obviously not a problem for them. At one part of the forest, the badge is glittering. Someone from our galaxy is nearby. 2 pretty girls were leaping quickly as they stepped on tree branches. The girl further ahead was wearing a purple soft armor. She was currently holding a badge that was hot and red. The badge became redder as they moved forward, which indicated that the distance was being shortened. Both of them were delighted. I wish we could run into any of the top 10 rankers. Fang Hangsu was quite hopeful. The silver-armored woman behind her had been following in a silent and vigilant manner. She took out 2 vials and said, "This is the forest juice that can cover your smell. It's the best product in the market." What a great treasure! Fang Hangsu was quite surprised. Although it sounded like a beverage, it was actually a potion for battle pet warriors in the wilderness, one that could prevent them from being detected by normal creatures. "Thank you for your help." Fang Hengsu accepted a vial and quickly sprayed the liquid over herself. She also swallowed the rest of it. Once they did that, a sharp arrow suddenly darted towards them. Bang! The sharp arrow was bound to powerful laws that propelled it helically, giving it high acceleration and penetration specs. It was at the moment aimed at Fang Hengsu's heart. The silver-armored woman narrowed her eyes and roared. She pushed out an agile wind, which then deviated the arrow and allowed it to hit Fang Hengsu's shoulder instead. The latter was instantly knocked away and impaled to a giant tree, all because of the force applied to the arrow. A beast happened to be lurking on a tree nearby. It instantly stuck out its tongue, hopping to swallow Fang Hengsu. Fang Hengsu was the top genius of a planetary system anyway, and she had slain the ambushing beast in time. She also plucked the arrow and looked around warily. Damn it, it's poisonous. She felt that her shoulder went numb the moment she plucked the arrow. Black blood surged out of the wound. She took out a few antidote pills and blocked the wound with astral power to stop bleeding. The silver-armored woman had reached her by then. She nervously looked around, wary about her surroundings. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, 3 sharp arrows were shot towards them. The silver-armored woman changed her expression and waved her whip, causing a wind-based shield that deviated the sharp arrows to the trees nearby. Those trees exploded the moment the arrows made contact. A dozen trees in a row were pierced through before the arrows finally stopped. On the top of a distant tree, a young man holding a bow was lurking among the leaves with a golden insect on his shoulder. He licked his lips with a weird smile. Such weaklings have also been selected. The other galaxies are getting lamer and lamer. He narrowed his eyes and stretched the bow with golden light flashing on his fingertips. Then, a golden string and several sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows were shot and disappeared as they traversed the air, suddenly reappearing 100 kilometers away, next to the 2 girls. The silver-armored woman changed her expression and roared, "Oh no, dodge!" Both of them flashed and vanished, tearing the 4th space open, which was already the best. The 5th space was too dangerous for them. Sharp arrows flew towards them from the 5th space, while they were hiding in the 4th. Both of them were horrified. That meant that the enemy was observing them from the 5th space, or that he had completely locked onto them through some sort of secret technique. Since the guy had torn the 5th space open to shoot arrows at them, he was definitely stronger than them. He had to be a top genius from another galaxy. Both of the girls looked awful. They didn't expect to be eliminated within 10 minutes of being in that place. Fang Hengsu gritted her teeth and said to the silver-armored woman, "I'll distract him. Run." She was ready to repay the favor she owed. The silver-armored woman hesitated for a moment, but she was a very decisive person. She quickly abandoned Fang Hengsu and went in another direction. Fang Hengsu didn't blame her at all. She was greatly relieved. Being sentimental was the greatest enemy during a crisis. She gritted her teeth and activated her constitution, knocking down a few arrows with her most powerful technique. Even if she were to fail in the end, she had to show her full strength. Who knew whether or not Lord Supreme was looking at that place, or whether any of the Ascendant State experts would be interested in her performance? She didn't want to be defeated like a loser. The badge is getting hotter and hotter. Our partner is somewhere close by. The silver-armored woman looked at her badge anxiously, wondering if the stranger was just like them, or a top genius. There was still a chance for her to march back if it was the latter. They would have to flee together if he was just like them. Exactly at that moment, the hot badge in her hand suddenly stopped reddening. They've run away. The silver-armored woman changed her expression. Has the stranger slipped away after sensing the danger? It was possible. While Lord Cyro asked them to stick together, they would have to abandon each other if the situation called for it. She heaved a sigh, knowing that Fang Hengsu would surely be eliminated. She quickly examined herself for possible marks. Those geniuses came with various backgrounds, knowing assorted techniques. There was no telling what he was capable of. At the same time, The young man who was hiding in the branches was sneering. He was about to draw first blood by killing the exhausted woman. Suddenly, he changed his expression and looked back. He saw a brawny young man staring at him coldly, several meters behind him. When did the young man narrowed his eyes. He was about to flash away when he realized that the space around him had been solidified. He was unable to tear into the fifth space, so he was forced to switch to the fourth space instead. However, such a delay was long enough for the stranger to grab him by the throat. Su Ping was going to twist his neck, but then the young man suddenly disappeared. He was stunned, being certain that it was impossible for the young man to break free from his cage that easily. A mechanical voice echoed in his head right then. Cloy has been eliminated. Was that the name of the guy? Su Ping was dazed. He suddenly remembered that the void continent had been made by Hai Chu as his small world. Was it possible that the deep space continent was a world that belonged to Lord Supreme or an ascendant state expert? He suddenly realized that the geniuses who were competing alongside him would probably be teleported when the continent's creator believed that their death was inevitable, all to prevent their deaths. After all, there were thousands of geniuses participating, and only 100 would remain in the end. The losses would be too heavy if the rest of them were killed. Su Ping shook his head and remained silent. He simply flew towards the woman in the fourth space. The arrows have stopped. Fang Hangsu breathed heavily. She became even more nervous when the arrows stopped. This would mean that the enemy would probably be preparing the ultimate skill. A man suddenly appeared before her, completely out of the blue. Are you still able to move? Chapter 898, Waves of the Universe.
Huh.
Fang Hangsu was so shocked that her body tightened up. Her eyes went wide once she saw clearly who the stranger was. Mons, wait, Mr. Su. Fang Hangsu blurted out in a mix of delight and shock. She didn't expect to meet the monstrous champion that quickly. She had previously flattered him, asking for his protection, and they had actually met right after the match began. She was truly lucky. Are you wounded? Su Ping frowned when he saw her appearance. Fang Hangsu was terrified. Her delight faded away. She quickly said, I'm fine, these are just minor injuries. I have medications, I won't hold you back. Is that so? Just conceal your aura and follow me then, said Su Ping. Great. Fang Hangsu quickly nodded. She found a few of her valuable secret medications. She had stored and swallowed them without hesitation. Her wounds were quickly healed, and her astral power was also replenished too. Even the lost flesh on her shoulder had regrown. Once she was fully recovered, she remembered the fleeing silver-armored woman. Mr. Su, a partner from our galaxy with me. Would you like us to find her? The silver-armored woman had abandoned her earlier, yet she didn't blame her. After all, both would have died if she would have chosen to stay. Okay. Su Ping nodded. Since he needed a team, he would go for as many teammates as possible. A moment later, both Su Ping and Fang Hangsu met with the silver-armored woman. The latter's jaw almost hit the ground when she saw them. She didn't know that the stranger who had suddenly disappeared was the monstrous champion. She was instantly enthused by the turn of events. They could endure for a very long time with Su Ping helping them, even if they got eliminated in the end. They might even advance to the top 100. The silver-armored woman was named Shirley. She also belonged to a renowned family. Was the man who ambushed us killed? Not killed, only defeated. They moved forward and chattered away. Fang Hangsu and Shirley learned that Su Ping had taken care of the genius who had ambushed them. They were shocked to find that a man who was too strong for them to handle had been finished off that quickly. Ambush. They had snuck for dozens of kilometers when Su Ping made a sudden stop. The seemingly peaceful forest became weird after Su Ping said that. Both Fang Hangsu and Shirley were shocked. They remained still, fearing that they would disturb him. They looked around with vigilance, searching for enemies with their secret techniques. Su Ping glanced around coldly. He then narrowed his eyes all of a sudden, then disappeared from that place. 3 men were hiding in the tertiary space, behind a certain giant tree. They were geniuses from the same galaxy who had set up a trap. Oh no! The three ambushers felt goosebumps all over their backs after seeing that one of the three newcomers had suddenly vanished. Then, a golden fist emerged from a deeper space and punched one of them. The man was appalled. He roared furiously and slashed with a sword surrounded by powerful laws. However, the golden fist was unstoppable and crushed it with ease, knocking the man out of the tertiary space and into the secondary space, and making him vomit blood in the process. As the golden fist punched, a lightning-like leg kicked like a whip and knocked them out of the tertiary space and into the trees. One of them was surrounded by two pretty girls. He was instantly defeated by their secret techniques. The other two were caught up by Su Ping and quickly finished off. He's so strong. Fang Hangsu and Shirley were in shock as they witnessed the battle. They would have surely been defeated without Su Ping being around. Those three ambushers were very strong, but Su Ping had swiftly located and killed them, which was an indicator of his abundant battle experience. Just as I expected, monsters like him have been through countless battles. I'm not nearly as good as them, both girls thought. Su Ping moved on with the girls after finishing off those men. Very soon, their badges glittered again, letting them know that there were fellow geniuses around.
What?
A lot of warships and spaceships had gathered to observe the elimination contest being held in the deep space continent. Many strong families were present, as most contestants were their kin. They were worried that their descendants might get killed by hostile families after the competition because of their excellent performances, so they waited to offer protection and to keep an eye on the other families. Some strong organizations were also there to recruit talents. Aside from them, some ascendant state experts were also observing from the celestial court. There was a luxurious palace there. It had a balcony that offered a view of space beyond the celestial court. Only those in the ascendant state were qualified to be there. On the balcony, an old man was wearing golden armor. He looked like a golden lion. The man said with a smile, "Why isn't Tong Tian here? He didn't join such a gala." A young man who was wearing a silver robe said, "I heard that he's been cultivating in seclusion. He must have also foreseen the upcoming catastrophe after noticing the waves of the universe, right? A lot of our friends are training in seclusion. We've made very little progress in the past 10,000 years. Too many ascendants might die this time," said a worried ascendant expert. He could not help but look at the glowing heights of the celestial court. "I heard that an ascendant saw an ancient coffin floating out of the deeper spaces, deep in the blood sea star zone. It was destroying all laws on its way. Is that true?" asked another ascendant solemnly. "I've also heard that rumor. It seems that the Lord Supreme of the Blood Sea Star Zone had to personally seal the evil coffin," said a white-robed ascendant who looked like a traveler. "I also heard that there's a dragon head lingering in the 8th space of the Autumn Deer Star Zone while looking for its power. It is said to be a dragon species that had gone extinct millions of years ago. Its master must have perished. If the master perishes, does the contract still exist? Who knows? The horrifying men from ancient times might have special methods to create special contracts. It has to be at least a celestial state beast to be able to wander in the 8th space. Common knowledge speaks of the 9 layers of space in the universe. What kind of creatures can live in the 9th space? Are there other paths beyond the celestial state? Who knows? The celestial state is already the highest level we can look up to." Tusk. "These are troubled times," someone remarked with mixed feelings. The others were also discussing recent events. They later focused their attention on the contest when they realized they couldn't reach any conclusions. Being ascendant state experts, they had seen too many contestants like them. Brilliant geniuses would emerge every time, but most would perish halfway and only a few would be able to reach the ascendant state. Likewise, only the strongest of the top geniuses might eventually evolve to attain the celestial state. Therefore, none of those experts were truly amazed, even though those kids were far stronger than the average Fate State warrior. Someone chuckled and said after watching for a while, I heard that a great treasure appeared in the Divine Sea mysterious realm. Those contestants are clearly stronger than the ones from previous years. Exactly. Look at those two kids. They even have the time to hunt advanced star state beasts. That kid over there isn't bad either. He's not holding back anymore. All of them are gathering into groups. It must have been an order given by their superiors, since it can truly increase their odds of success. Many ascendant experts were eating, drinking, and watching, like ancient emperors enjoying a jester's show.
What?
On the deep space continent, several hours had passed. 8 people had already gathered around Su Ping. The continent was quite vast, while there were only 100 representatives from Sylvie. Su Ping had defeated several dozens of enemies on his way, later running into a couple of geniuses from his galaxy. They had the opportunity to gather with the help of the badges. One of the 8 men was Sword Maniac from the Sword Deity Academy, who was also a high-ranking genius. However, he had run into a genius from another galaxy, and they had a fierce battle. That genius was very strong, only slightly weaker than Linghu Jian. Sword Maniac was heavily wounded. He would have died without Su Ping. He was currently part of the team, and he listened to Su Ping's commands. Su Ping decided to give them a break after walking for a moment. Let's take some rest. You're wounded. We'll hunt some beasts for food. 2 young men volunteered and left with Su Ping's permission. The roar of beasts echoed in the woods moments later, but they quickly died down. The 2 young men soon returned with what appeared to be a crocodile. An indifferent-looking young man in white frowned and said, "Wouldn't it be too eye-catching if we eat here? There are enemies everywhere. We should be careful." The 2 young men were stunned. They looked at Su Ping. Su Ping waved his hands and said, "It doesn't matter. It just so happens that I'm also hungry. We'll just beat anyone who shows up. Anyway, battles are inevitable." The young man frowned and disagreed with Su Ping, feeling that he was being arrogant. That being said, we should wait until our group is bigger. Our odds of winning potential clashes will be higher. Su Ping raised his brows and said casually, "It's fine. I've got you covered." The white-robed young man's expression changed a bit. He was gnashing his teeth, but he didn't say a thing. The others looked at the young man and shook their heads, as he hadn't yet realized that they needed Su Ping. It wasn't the other way around. Su Ping was still capable of surviving to the end without them. "Just ignore him, let's eat." Sword Maniac stepped closer. He was the strongest genius present except for Su Ping, and was also proud in nature. He didn't want to lay low like a rat when Su Ping was by their side. After all, even if they ran into geniuses from other galaxies, the latter had yet to form large groups. They could beat the enemy with Su Ping as the leader. The 2 young hunters were delighted to receive Su Ping's permission. They quickly eviscerated the beast and gave its core to Su Ping. Su Ping summoned the little skeleton and gave the core to it. The little skeleton bit the core and absorbed it. The core quickly faded and turned into a white stone, quickly falling apart. The little one was full. It fell apart into a bundle of bones, and the glittering patterns on the bones were gone. It seemed lifeless. Any passing beast would mistake it for the remains of a human kid. All the others looked weird when they saw the little skeleton. They knew that the complex patterns on its bones was an indicator of a deep understanding of laws. The little fate state pet had to be extraordinary. Soon after, the beast was roasted by Fang Hangsu and Shirley. Someone brought out seasonings and applied them to the meat. The fragrance was then spread out. Fang Hangsu sliced off the most delicious leg of the beast and gave it to Su Ping. Then, the others would share the rest of the beast. The young man in white was also drooling, but everybody chose to ignore him. He was too proud to ask for meat, so he had to hold back his hunger. While they leisurely ate and drank, a giant stone emerged from the deeper space above them and fell thunderously. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and punched, shattering the stone to pieces. The others also became vigilant, knowing that enemies had arrived. Die! Sword Maniac drew his sword and locked onto the enemy, then dashing over brutally. The other geniuses also took action and summoned their strongest pets. They didn't use their secondary pets to avoid making a racket. After all, top geniuses like them were far stronger than their pets. Their pets would only act as support during battle. Chapter 899, Unstoppable. A cruel battle burst out in the dense forest. 40 kilometers away, a dozen contestants were standing on a giant tree like silent black crows. All of them looked cold and indifferent. A young man was seated on one of the branches. Golden wheels glittered in his eyes. He yelled, "They're here." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everybody around him spread out and disappeared from the woods, except for two, and the young man with glittering eyes. Boom! A daunting sword aura suddenly dashed out of the fourth space, which was aimed at them. One among the trio roared, and beast features appeared on his body as he merged with his pet. Once the merging was done, he unleashed an extraordinary burst of force and shattered the sword aura with his hammer. "You're asking to be killed." After a roar, Sword Maniac stepped out of the fourth space. His shining eyes were filled with brutality. The wings of a devil had grown out of his body, further accelerating his movement. He slashed with his sword again and tore open the fifth space with dozens of black sword auras. The faces of the trio showed changes of expressions. They didn't expect that one of the newcomers would be that strong. But it's not good enough. Humph, the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes, stood up, then moved forward after giving a snort. He punched. The golden light in his palm brutally shattered the sword aura. The trees nearby were also corroded and destroyed. "Freeze!" the young man chanted and then flashed to clash with Sword Maniac. He was about to land a slap. His hand carried a frightening storm, giving out a power that made it feel like a moving star. The surrounding trees were bent and cracked. Sword Maniac narrowed his eyes and changed his expression, not expecting his opponent to be that frightening. That attack was almost as powerful as Su Jinner's grand Phoenix deity destroying fist. He roared and launched the ultimate skills he knew. The laws of desolation flew out like black dragons, which were about to cut the golden hand apart. However, that hand seemed to be invulnerable, as it easily extinguished the sword aura. Sword Maniac had no doubt that his skull would explode if he was hit. Exactly at this moment, an even colder voice was heard. "You're asking to be killed." Air collapsed right before Sword Maniac. Then a man appeared out of nowhere. He grabbed the golden fist and then pulled it close, making the young man with golden wheels in his eyes lose balance. Bang! He was kicked right in the chest while he was off balance and surprised, almost vomiting his internal organs. He was flung back, knocking out dozens of trees. He even tore through to the tertiary space for a while, then squeezed out of it. He didn't stop until after he broke another dozen trees. Even though he had only stayed for 1 second in the tertiary space, he had actually slipped, moving to a place thousands of kilometers away. Su Ping then retracted his leg. He coldly glanced at the other two survivors, approaching them like an eagle with scorching airwaves. Then he punched them. Bang, bang. They recovered from their shock and roared as they tried to resist. However, Su Ping's punches were too powerful, surrounded by 100 laws. The two men were horrified when he unleashed 70% of his strength, feeling as if they were witnessing the destruction of the world. Right when they were about to be hit, they suddenly vanished. At the same time, Su Ping heard 2 elimination notifications in his head. He knew they had been defeated and relocated. Su Ping didn't linger. He looked around and instantly roared at Sword Maniac, "This is an ambush, let's go." Sword Maniac's mouth was still wide open when he saw Su Ping finish off 2 opponents that were as strong as him. He sobered up once he heard what Su Ping said. He quickly flashed away. Suddenly, an array that looked like a giant web rose from all directions and blocked the fifth space. It was about to suppress Su Ping and capture him alive. Path of the Divine Sword. Su Ping suddenly extended his fingers and unleashed an invisible sword aura that was a combination of the laws he had attained. The sword aura hummed, and latent power had already torn space open. He slashed with the sword aura, which penetrated the web and reduced it into a fine mist after an ear-splitting explosion. How is it possible? What kind of monster is he? In the forest, the dozen people who had dispersed earlier were trembling and vomiting blood. Even the strongest among them were also pale, having suffered serious internal wounds. They were appalled to see the man in the forest. What kind of human-shaped monster is that? They had already assessed their numbers and attacked, so they could lure them into launching a counterattack. However, the trap they had set up in advance was torn apart by one person. The young man had also kicked away their leader the moment he showed up. It was horrifying. They were fully aware that the man who had been kicked away ranked second in their galaxy. Aye. Suddenly, furious roars came from the forest and rose to the sky, then increased in volume as the source seemed to be approaching. They belonged to the young man who had been kicked away. He was no longer as casual as before. His neat hair was unkempt, mixed with broken branches and leaves. There was moss and mud on his back too. He couldn't have looked more awkward. His eyes were fuming with fury. He was now merged with his pet, looking like a burning furnace that illuminated the sky within an area of several thousand square kilometers. Su Ping turned back and looked at him. He remained calm and unsurprised even though the man was getting closer with an aggressive momentum. Boom tilde. The young man didn't flash through the fifth space. Instead, he chose to move at the highest speed he could go in the secondary space. All the trees along the way were bent down, clearing a path for him in the forest. A deep pit was also left on the ground. His hands became as sharp as the claws of an eagle. He suddenly made a snatching motion. An ancient and complex secret technique surrounded his claws, which seemed powerful enough to shatter the void. Su Ping coldly punched back. There was a bam when the fist and the claws collided, causing a massive explosion and making the soil roll back. In the meantime, Su Ping had raised his other fist to throw another punch. They exchanged hundreds of dazzling clashes in a mere moment. The fierce battle attracted people on both sides, but none of them dared to join the fray. Each group was watching nervously, fearing that their supporter would fall. There's such a genius in another galaxy. How horrifying. This world is too big. I didn't believe it when my father told me, but now I finally saw it with my own eyes. I thought that no more than 5 people could defeat me. After the selection battles, I realized that there were no more than 10. Now I find that there are tens and even hundreds of them. The geniuses on both sides were shocked. They were all rare geniuses, yet they were awed by the 2 monsters who were on the same level as themselves. Banged. Su Ping's eyes glittered coldly all of a sudden, and his fist moved faster as he used his talent skill to accelerate it. He punched the man right on the chin, before he extended his hands and pulled the man back by the shoulders, smashing the back of his head. It happened so fast that nobody saw a thing. They only saw that the man fighting against Su Ping's fell straight down, leaving a pit that had a radius of thousands of meters. Su Ping descended from the sky and the ground trembled again. Once the smoke was gone, everybody's jaws almost hit the ground when they saw what was down there. The ghastly powerful young man was lying on the ground and struggling to rise, but Su Ping had stepped on his head, making it impossible for him to move. He had been completely crushed. Sword Maniac, Fang Hangsu and the others were relieved and astonished. The battle between Su Ping and Su Jinner had already been an eye-opener for them, but then a closer observation of his abilities became even more shocking. He was far stronger than them. On the other side, the faces of the dozen strangers were pale. They didn't expect that the second strongest of their galaxy would fail. He would have taken first place back then if the current champion hadn't been so talented. He had also been touted as a potential ascendant. And yet, this potential future ascendant had been stepped on and was unable to get up. Su Ping suddenly raised his head at the center of the pit and glanced at the strangers coldly. Whoever dares to go will be killed. Nobody doubted what he said. Sword Maniac and the others snapped back from their shock. Their eyes turned sharp as they gazed at those people like ferocious tigers. You! The young man's eyes became bloodshot. He had never been humiliated like this in his entire life. He gritted his teeth and squeezed the mud into powder. He tried to get back to his feet, but Su Ping's foot was like a mountain. He was completely unable to stand up. He felt that Su Ping had already locked on his vitals and would instantly kill him if he dared to unleash his strength. He had never been humiliated like that. Fury, frustration, madness, sadness, regret, and many other emotions filled his heart. Shock was prevalent. He had been ranked second in his galaxy, being really close to winning that last battle. Still, he had been crushed there. He wondered which galaxy had brought forth such a monster. Su Ping looked down at the man underneath his foot. Ignoring the latter's fury and regret, Su Ping pointed his finger and sent a stream of sword aura into his heart. He then said, "I'll kill you with a single thought if you dare to resist. There might not be enough time for you to be relocated." The young man narrowed his eyes and roared with overwhelming fury, "What do you want?" Su Ping stepped on his face again and said, "Stop looking at me like that and explore the way for me. Whether or not you survive till the end depends on your luck." "In your dreams, might as well kill me right now," said the young man with a snarl. He couldn't stomach the humiliation. "I'm an unparalleled talent, and yet I'm being forced to slave away as a scout." "Is that so? Just go to hell then." Su Ping narrowed his eyes and was about to take action. The young man's pupils constricted as he felt that Su Ping was being serious. He quickly said, hold on a second. My master is Yue Luo. He won't spare you if you kill me." "You think you're the only one who has a master?" Su Ping sneered. The young man was stunned by his answer and could only reply with silence. A genius as horrifying as Su Ping would definitely have a powerful organization behind his back. His face contorted when he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, fine. I admit defeat." Su Ping snorted and kicked him away before he said indifferently, "You and your group are now my slaves. It's now your job to fight and scout for us." The young man stood and gnashed his teeth, but he didn't dare to resist. The others looked at each other in bewilderment, too shocked to talk. They felt that Su Ping was going overboard. A future ascendant state expert had been humiliated like that. How brutal. Someone then noticed Su Ping's appearance and could only utter, "He hasn't even merged with his pet yet." The young man was also stunned when he heard the exclamation. He turned around and stared at Su Ping, only to find that the man's eyes were dark and bottomless. This guy, the young man's heart went cold. He didn't know what to say. Su Ping, however, simply ignored them. He only needed to watch over the young man. Then he said, "Let's go and keep looking for the others." There were already 20 members in Su Ping's group by the time they suppressed those people, which was already a sizable force. He didn't want to simply sit and wait any longer. He intended to take action and finish the contest as soon as possible, so that he could return to his store and train in the cultivation sites. Su Ping felt that he probably needed to get stronger in order to make it to the top 10 or the championship in the finals, judging from the geniuses he had encountered. Everybody marched on under Su Ping's command. Fang Hangsu and Shirley were at the rear. They were looking at the invincible leader of their galaxy with awe. Time flew. Su Ping and his group continued their way in the forest. He went to look for fellow participants from the same galaxy whenever the badge became hot. In the next couple of hours, he went through 7 battles and met 4 geniuses from his galaxy. One of them was the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, who was among the strongest. The team marched on even more openly. After all, only 100 contestants would get to stay, and the others would be eliminated sooner or later. Su Ping didn't hold back any longer. He decided to search for the formidable enemies who were still alone, so that he could make the best use of the team. Chapter 900, Reduction. Su Ping's group passed through a forest that was as vast as an ocean. They went through a dozen battles along the way. Most of their opponents were unfortunate lone wolves that were taken down easily. The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes and the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady took action when they met smaller groups with only a couple of members, finishing them off easily. Beyond the forest was a desert. Everybody marched on. They kept on looking for compatriots whenever their badges became hot. Some were wounded, hiding in the depths of the sand. Some had set up ambushes in teams of 2 or 3. All of them were shocked to meet Su Ping. They didn't expect him to gather that many people in such a short time.
What?
Outside of the deep space continent, at the edge of the palace, Cyro's eyes had been constantly moving, observing Su Ping's group for the longest time. He had thought at first that the kid was rather arrogant, but he was very satisfied with his performance at the moment. Dragon Emperor was the second. Su Jinner, who was as famous as Su Ping, a warrior with ascendant state potential, had been wandering alone thus far. She didn't meet any fellow warriors from the same galaxy as she simply moved on by herself. The other ascendant state experts were talking about the geniuses from their galaxies while they watched the show. Disunion is tantamount to elimination. Those kids haven't realized the significance of this elimination contest yet. I heard that they'll be sent to the border after the finals. You can't fight as lone wolves there. Strength only comes with union. The ascendant state experts of other galaxies were watching their representatives too. All of them were heaving sighs. Su Jinner was not the only one who was being disobedient. Most top geniuses of the other galaxies were too proud to team up with contestants from their galaxy, unless they had inevitably met in the field. Most of them simply fought on their own. I heard that an unusual genius emerged in the Woody galaxy. He has awakened an ancient divine constitution, which is one of the 9 greatest constitutions. Is it him? He's truly ferocious. Tusk. He traveled across the sea on his own and is still strong enough to kill a sea beast. He's truly young and vigorous. He's definitely the strongest contestant of our star zone. Indeed, I've looked at the others. Many of the younglings with ascendant potential are horrifying too, but they're not as good as him. There was also a contestant in the Yangtzean star zone with a top divine constitution. Looks like the finals are going to be splendid. The 9 divine constitutions have never been ranked, except the top 3. This will be a great opportunity for us to find out which ones are the best.
What?
Time flew. More and more geniuses were eliminated as the battle went on. Some of them prowled by themselves, but were later found out and defeated. If one were to observe the deep space continent from high above, it would be noticed that its size was shrinking as time went by. As a result, the range of activity was gradually being compressed into a very tiny area. The remaining contestants would have to fight for the top 100 in the final area. I don't want to be eliminated. On a plane, the white-robed Holy King was regretfully defeated. He had encountered multiple strong enemies in a row, being brutally crushed in the end by a top genius from another galaxy. He felt angry and frustrated. He was definitely strong enough to make it to the top 100, but unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Inside the Humia Academy's spacecraft carrier, all the elders of the Academy were sorrowful. Both geniuses of their Academy were strong. They originally had a chance of making it to the top 100, but luck was not on their side. One of them had been killed and the other was subdued. On the top of one of the mountains, several dozen men were roasting a strong dragon. The tantalizing fragrance of the meat was spreading out, making everybody swallow. A woman waved her sword to cut off the most delicious leg of the dragon, then offered it to Su Ping. He accepted and thanked her, chowing down right after. The others quickly stepped forward to split the dragon up. We were truly lucky to have met Brother Su. The man we met just now was too brutal. We would have been annihilated without you, said a golden-robed young man who was seated on a rock as if it were a throne. It was Dragon Emperor himself. He had tracked Su Ping down with his badge and tagged along from then on. Very soon, they encountered a group of 8 people. Each was as strong as Dragon Emperor. Their leader even had ascendant state potential. Su Ping fought in person, finally forcing him to retreat with some minor injuries. Everybody was even more awed by Su Ping. They saw how a monster like that was stomped by Su Ping. He truly was a brutal man. Dragon Emperor had completely abandoned his arrogant stance by then. He could only sigh. Never did he expect to owe a favor to someone of his same level. We'll meet him again. Su Ping bit off a piece of dragon meat and diligently chewed it. He had only defeated the man, but he got away. The latter had a powerful life-saving treasure. The man had the potential of becoming an ascendant. He actually knew laws much better than the average ascendant expert. Su Ping was completely unable to capture him. "Where are we going next?" asked someone prudently. Su Ping stopped eating, which made the asker's heart race as he thought the former was infuriated. However, Su Ping looked at the horizon and asked, "Do any of you feel this place is shrinking?" "Shrinking." Everybody was astonished by his remark, so they quickly looked around. Someone with keen senses exclaimed, "It's real. I just measured a mountain nearby. It's shortened by 1 meter in a minute. That's very fast. No wonder I've been feeling weird. The terrain around us is becoming smaller. Are we being surrounded? Is it an ambush?" "That's impossible. None of the contestants have the power to produce this massive change." "I see. The continent is shrinking. They're doing this to gather us and force us to fight. Damn it, doesn't this mean we can't hide? We'll be found sooner or later." "Exactly. Weaklings can't escape. The experts may get eliminated too if they don't fight in a team. The rules are truly cruel." All of them were gifted individuals. They were shocked, since they realized what was going on. They previously weren't really interested in joining a group, feeling they could survive until the end if they hid themselves in a corner. However, if their guess was true, and the terrains would be reduced to a very small range in the end, hiding would be pointless, as they would be detected sooner or later. Everybody currently felt lucky to have met Su Ping. They were already a very powerful group, with a high combat ability even in the latest battles. "Let's just wait here since the terrains are shortening. We can accumulate strength and prepare ambushes in the meantime," Su Ping instructed. Nobody disagreed. Everybody took out their secret treasures and established traps as Su Ping instructed.
What?
Time moved on. Some contestants from other galaxies passed by the mountain since the overall terrain was becoming smaller. They were of course ambushed. Some of the smaller groups that wandered over were also caught and eliminated. One day later, the previously vast continent had been reduced to the size of 3 planets, which only amounted to a hill to the thousands of geniuses. Fortunately, a lot of the contestants had already been eliminated. Some of the survivors were hiding in deeper spaces. Very few were still active. In the crowd, a young man who carried a divine sword suggested, "I know a very powerful sword array. It can kill anybody below the Star Lord state if we set one in the mountains." He was exactly Linghu Jian, the sword god's heir. Su Ping invited him to the group where he passed by the mountain. A couple of guys were following him. They were in shock due to the large number of people gathered around Su Ping. They had 9 allies in the beginning, but they ran into a lot of enemies, some of whom were as strong as Linghu Jian. 4 of them were eliminated in the end. "Okay." Su Ping nodded and gave his full approval. Linghu Jian looked at Su Ping, and then quickly set out with some of the others to search for materials that would be used to establish the array. There were almost 70 members in Su Ping's group already, including the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes. He was on par with Su Ping. In the crowd, Dragon Devil didn't have the guts to make eye contact with Su Ping. He mumbled, "I never expected to be under his command and receive his protection." He had been humiliated when he was defeated by Su Ping, so he swore to get revenge someday. But currently, he had completely let it go. Linghu Jian was quick when he established the sword array. Everybody held their breath and went into hiding. A group of people flew over shortly after. There were more than 30 of them. The 2 men and the woman in the lead felt as horrifying as a deep ocean. Something's wrong. Hardly had they entered the mountains when a young man in the lead stopped and looked around gravely. Someone seems to have rearranged the mountains to accumulate power. Huh. The other man and the woman narrowed their eyes and observed. Several sword auras flashed toward them right at that moment. In the meantime, an overwhelming number of secret techniques were gathered from the surroundings. "You're asking to be killed." The trio burst into fury. There was a scary light emanating from their eyes.